TSM can draw them in and look for an engage.
Shaden wants to use the Poppycopter to knock somebody away. He gets rid of Boogie. That's a critical target, but JoJo is already down. Insanity's killed him before the fight can even begin, but now he's got to try to get away from Ayla and Unforgiven as Shaden's going to be focused by Turtle and Haunter across the river. An immediate re-engage from Boogie, who has rejoined the fight, sends Unforgiven heading for the hills as Ayla at least gets a shutdown back on the Turtle. Both of the AD carries are dead on TSM, and Revenge is ready to run wild. Haunter and Boogie and Chime do not have the DPS. They got to get away from this Cassante. Revenge continuing to try to find the knockups here. Gets one, but over the wall comes the crash down. Boogie still looking for a chase. Now the Revenge doesn't have the damage. The Vamp, he can't escape, and Haunter takes the kill.
Top side, and that's why Revenge eventually got chased down there. They had no DPS to follow it up.
Ayla with the flash pull, and Turtle's in danger. Massive engage coming out from EG, but a bigger turnaround from TSM. EG don't have the damage, and TSM just got themselves a bear in hand delivered on a silver platter. As now that 5,000 lead is allowing TSM to try to force this Drake and an early Hex Soul. Shaden does not use the ulti, lets that one expire. It's gonna have the cooldown mostly refunded. Ornhorn summoned up. Revenge going in to try to disrupt it, but now JoJo's locked down. The Magnet Storm's bringing in multiple players from EG, and Boogie's got the first kill back onto the Poppy. Unforgiven drops Revenge right beside him. JoJo and Ayla have to run. TSM don't lose a man other than nobody at all. It's TSM all the way. Remember that turret from a couple of hours ago? Well, we're right back to it now, and they're finishing what they started.
TSM starting us out with a banger in playoffs. Steam rolling. Evil Geniuses. We're just about to get to 25 minutes, and they've got Soul, they've got Baron coming inside the base.
Ayla, man, that ulti can't protect you. Not when it's 5v1. JoJo's gonna drop. That'll end it. TSM with a dominant win in game number 1. Shaden's not gonna slow this one down more than a second or two. It only took 25 minutes, and TSM slammed them.
Flash, it's kind of, you have no escape plan.
Meanwhile,
Insanity on the rotation to bottom. Unforgiven already had to pop both sums trying to get away. Ayla gets hooked! And man, Chime's gone fishing. Nicely done from TSM to pick that one up. But across the map, Shaden's helping out Revenge again. Haunter's got to try to get away from this one. Boogie's ready to back him up. Shattering strike for the stun, but Revenge has the flash to guarantee the kill. Now Boogie's got to crash down back to the safety of his own jungle. EG's keeping this one competitive.
You heard the interview with JoJo before the series started. He was like, yeah, we know how to take advantage and exploit Haunter. Now they're going mid, though.
Insanity getting locked down here, has to self-ult to buy a little bit more time. Boogie wants to follow it up. Insanity with a flash back underneath his own tier 1 turret, and Haunter's ready to come join these guys. Crash down into the Magnet Storm. Long-range equalizer ready to turn this fight around as Shaden and JoJo try to get away. But Haunter's got the flash. Evil Geniuses disengage it too, and now they're ready to re-engage with the Jax Copter. He pushes in to try to get the stun, but he misses it. Revenge with a minor outplay is now going to find the killing spree, but instead it gets turned around by TSM. They'll come out on top in a 2-for-1.
Pre-Dragon, a charm does land.
Okay, Insanity, 3/4 HP, ready to go back in on Shaden though. Boogie leads the charge, not finding a very valuable target here at the start, but Magnet Storm keeps him in the equalizer. They want to turn it around back onto Insanity as a nice thresh hook on Unforgiven on the other side hits, but it's a shutdown for Revenge on the enemy mid. Insanity's out of the picture. Unforgiven dies to Turtle, but it's a 2-for-1 trade for the Geniuses. Revenge still has a full health bar, but he ain't slowing down. The play won't matter. A double kill back over to JoJo. He'll see if he can find some more. Turtle and Haunter trying to kite it out, fight it out, but it won't work, man. Revenge and JoJo are finding the damage, and TSM just lost all 5 men.
And the flash at the end there. Oh my goodness. Revenge playing on the edge of a knife with that Jax.
So for this Rift Herald fight, we need to see TSM go for the big wombo combo.
Shaden engaging onto Haunter immediately as JoJo's in the middle of the fight, but he's got to be careful. Unforgiven still free firing on the side, and Haunter's already been killed. Into the back goes Ayla with a nice knock up onto 2. TSM are already crushed, and EG aren't done. Turtle tries to kite it out, but he can't get excited. A triple kill over to Revenge as JoJo goes over the wall, and Chime hooks a wolf. EG got another ace for nothing.
EG are on the Baron right now, so we'll see what TSM can do to counter this one.
TSM need to try to stop it. Maybe Boogie can go in for the Miracle Steal. The crash down, but it won't find it. The engage locks him down, but where's the follow-up damage? Unforgiven staying alive as JoJo can turn it right back around. Both enemy carries already dead. Boogie and Chime and Haunter running back to the mid lane, but Revenge don't want to let him. He's going to keep the chase up. Boogie's still in range. Shaden and Ayla still ready to follow these guys too all the way in. Boogie tries to crash down to escape, but they get the kill anyway. JoJo is dominating, and Evil Geniuses are making mincemeat out of TSM. Evil Geniuses absorb the engage. They still have plenty of health left. They're going to force him to the tier 3. Haunter flashes away to barely survive. Stun to Unforgiven. They shut him down, and Turtle's getting excited. Ayla and JoJo and Shaden are all on the run, but Turtle's ready to keep it going. Revenge wants to turn around, but he doesn't have the damage just yet. He goes godlike, and now Turtle is gone. Revenge has found his moment, and a triple kill to go with it. Haunter trying to pick up any of these guys, but the Rumble ain't gonna get it done alone. The turret is about to fall. They'll force it down, and EG still win the fight. And trying to get some vision down is dangerous, because if EG's waiting, 12,000 gold is the point of the game where you are just gonna get smacked. As Boogie goes to the crash down here, smite onto Revenge to slow him down a bit. Chime can reinforce. Nice use of the hook. Revenge doesn't have a lot of mana to fight with. They really want to try to force this, but now Turtle's in the middle of everybody, and Evil Geniuses has reinforced their top laner. It's a 1-for-1 trade here at the start, but TSM's got to run. Shaden comes in over the side to lock down Insanity, who tries to take the claw away, but JoJo will not allow it. Evil Geniuses. It looked like it might have started out with a pick on Revenge, but they turn it right back around on its head, and Unforgiven picks Insanity. Evil Geniuses have the next wave coming in now to back them up as they lead off with Shaden's engage. The charm onto Chime locks him down, and Ayla goes golden to stop any sort of a counterattack. Shaden doing the same thing now. JoJo gets locked up. Bit of a problem here for EG so far, but Revenge arrives and fixes everything real quick. Revenge gets a triple. Revenge gets a quadra. Where's that penta-kill for Jax? Somebody sound off.
Give it to him.
He won't give it to him. EG's got to chase it down. Revenge! Boom! Evil Geniuses ended in style. Both having the opportunity to potentially set something up here with some CC, but Boogie's coming back in. They're not just going to give the Drake away, but maybe they better think better of it. The nice engage coming out from Boogie, but there ain't enough follow-up damage. He has to be saved by the Lantern, and Unforgiven is bouncing the feathers around. The Dragon is taken by the Evil Geniuses, and now they're looking for more of a fight. A little bit of poke, not going to connect there from Wild Turtle, and a charm from JoJo pulls in Chime. He gets a play back, and it's support for nothing so far. Kaise to the back line with a killer instinct to at least make it a 1-for-1, but it's more TSM players dropping. Turtle falls to the Spirit Orb, and JoJo gets a triple kill.
Now EG are kind of in the same predicament as they were last game because they're winning. Oh, Sanity is caught.
Yeah.
He's just dead.
Yeah, there's nothing to even say about it, man. The teleport's right in front of him. The charm couldn't even be missed at that point. A Lantern to provide a save for Haunter. Chime and him, though, they're in some trouble. It's the sacrificial lamb roll from Thrash to try to get Ornn away.
Maybe there will be EG with a big mistake that they can get some kills back.
Hope is a dangerous thing, but it works right there. Wild Turtle picking up the kill on Ayla as Revenge teleports in immediately with a repose as Evil Geniuses lock down Chime. Revenge has exploded. It's a double kill over to Wild Turtle.
Thing teleports out from TSM. Actually, it's already burned down. That thing is gonna poof.
The Baron at 3K. Teleport coming in from TSM as Boogie wants to challenge, but he's locked down before he can make his way into the pit. Haunter going after Unforgiven off to the side as TSM has Evil Geniuses trapped in the pit, but they got to be careful about JoJo here and now. Shaden's focused down. Chime picking up the kill on him as TSM continue their chase. They can't just settle for trading Baron for 2, but it looks like that's what it'll have to be. Nicely done there, but this could be even nicer. Flash out from JoJo, but he's still going to be locked down. He goes into the stasis. Ayla wants to buy him some time. TSM are going to get that bounty. TSM are coming back into the game. Chime rips Revenge out of the air from the blast cone. Void Seeker ain't going to hit him. Revenge is still on the run. That time the hook won't find the mark, but TSM are clawing their way back into game 3. But the Baron is already secured. TSM were too slow, and now they've lost the objective, and they're losing the split push situation. Evil Genius is jumping in. JoJo's not going to find the first charm, but he lands it onto Haunter instead as Boogie's stuck in the front line. The burst comes through, and the jungler's already down for both sides. Wild Turtle has to flash away. He doesn't have the DPS uptime. Unforgiven lets the feathers fly over the wall. It's a double kill. It's everybody but Insanity dead, and TSM just lost the game off that one.
Copy. Shaden.
There it is. Steadfast presence means no way out for Insanity, and Evil Geniuses are first on the board.
Boogie is here. Revenge, no counter-strike.
Oh, nice ulti from Boogie over the wall. Revenge under pressure from 3 as Haunter has to get back away from the turret aggro. It's heated up. Insanity takes another turret shot. He'll get the shutdown and barely survive.
Down there, a lot of extra turret plate money for Unforgiven. Shaden here in the Raptor pit is seen by a ward.
Chains of Corruption lands onto him and Chime's going to flail him into the wall, but Shaden can just tackle Turtle back the other way. Jojo jumps in, but he won't get the knock up there with a Fate Sealed. Shaden's still running all the way out, 200 HP left. His teammates body blocking for him, and Jojo finds the angle to turn it right back down onto Turtle. Evil Genius is up 1-0 in his 3v3, but Jojo ends up dropping, and it's a mean punch from Chime to take him. Shaden's going in for Turtle, knocking him up into the air with a point-blank uncharged Keeper's Verdict. Jojo's ready. Chime absorbs a lot with the Haymaker, and now Jojo's gonna burn. Haunter's in the mix, and he's mixing up Evil Geniuses. Insanity jumps in with the Rockets, and a Vengeance is falling comrade. It's a 3-for-1 for TSM, and they rip the gold lead from EG. Nearly has the equalizer. The cooldown is just about to be ready now. There it is. Not quite what he needed to kill Ayla, but he's got the flash for the follow. Jojo drops 2, and TSM's gonna give him something to smile about. Drop top 16 minutes in. Haunter back in the mid lane underneath the tier 2, about to die to Unforgiven. He lives with the scrap shield for an extra second. Shaden barely gets away, but Boogie's gonna swoop in and pick him up, and Insanity jumps in with a mop and bucket at the ready to clean up the enemy AD carry. So if TSM want to, they can just try to take 2 open fights here on the inhibs. Haunter's under pressure from Jojo, but TSM wants to turn it around onto the rest of Evil Geniuses. The equalizer is dropped, and Boogie kills Jojo. Ayla's on the run, and Boogie's buying time with a stopwatch. Shaden has the bomb on his head. It's about to pop. Insanity gets the kill, and he's knocked away in the meantime. TSM get the fight. They get 2 kills, and they get the inhib.
It could teleport behind.
Turtle did get chunked, but Boogie's already going in. Equalizer comes down, and they're trying to find a kill. They already got it. Shaden is down. Ayla is down. Revenge and Unforgiven trying to fight back as Jojo makes his entrance, but he's having to snap back. He's gonna die to Turtle. That'll do it. TSM can just march it in from here. Revenge and Unforgiven will not be able to survive the 5-man onslaught. TSM didn't lose anybody. TSM is gonna bring us to a game number 5, but they got some unfinished business first. Unforgiven and Revenge trying to battle back, forced back onto the fountain steps. Ladies and gentlemen, playoffs are starting with Silver Scrapes.
White-green gun's pretty good here for Unforgiven.
Yeah. Turtle and Chime are coming up, but they're about to get engaged on. I don't know what they're doing here alone like this. EG's taking the chance, jumping in. Chime is low. First blood back over to EG, and it's the Unforgiven getting the money. Jojo's down to 200. He's going to try to get away. TSM did not have the men. It was 2 walking up to 4. Haunter's at half HP. Another potential concern as Boogie and Chime want to go in. Jojo's the target. They immediately jump on him, and they burst him down to the Kingslayer. Haunter's coming in with a massive ulti over the top, and he gets the kill back on Ayla. The Ophelio Assault finds a lot of damage, but no kills just yet. Revenge tanking up in the front line. The feathers fly, but Turtle's still alive. Unforgiven chases him down, and now EG's going to grab another. Haunter dies to a stab in the back. Revenge steps forward, but he might be a little bit too far, so he pops the World Ender, but he's going to get stunned up now. The blade the kill! Work! It's a kill back! Revenge is ready to win this game 5. He cuts Turtle down. Q2, Q3, easy money for Revenge, and Evil Genius is outplaying.
That's one of the ones where you didn't kill anybody, but you just demoralized their whole team. Jojo might kill someone.
Jojo in the middle of everybody uses Buster Shot to knock Insanity away, and then jumps right back in on him when he tries to re-enter with the rocket jump. Boogie's gonna go next. He's stuck in the middle of everyone. Turtle doesn't have the damage to punish EG as they continue pushing forward. Double kill back over to Revenge's Aatrox. Yeah, Haunter got a turret on the other side of the map, but EG ain't done yet. Shaden's coming in on the Sejuani. He's gonna be the one who wants to tank the turret. Throws out the ulti, whiffs it. Don't matter. Chime's gonna be the last one to die up here, and everybody not named Haunter now has a tombstone. Double kill over to Jojo. EG's bulldozing him. They're summoning up that Herald here in the top lane. The tier 2's under pressure. Unforgiven and Ayla coming to join Revenge and Shaden. Haunter leads the charge, but he only finds Sejuani. That's not the right target. EG's gonna punish him for it, and again, they make them learn the hard way. He's gonna try to prevent this turret from going. Fires off the stolen Ornn ulti back into Haunter. A teleport's coming in from Revenge. TSM's gonna have at least 4 guys to win this 4v2. Revenge Leading the way, Q3 onto Boogie. Throws down the Infernal Chains. Flash coming back out from the TSM jungler. Revenge trying to get himself away from the second part of the Ornhorn. Q3's gonna find all the targets. 4v2, and they're losing the fight. TSM has no damage, no chance, no hope left in this game. EG just massacred them, and they're gonna take the series.
Well, well, well. Unforgiven gets to finish the game all alone at the Nexus. Pose for the selfie here.
Man, oh man, Evil Geniuses in what I'm pretty sure is the fastest game of the whole series, 17-2, takes down TSM in Game 5.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I had to talk to Revenge. How do I not after that series? All right, a lot happens. I want to go to the beginning a bit.
Okay.
When I saw you in the makeup room, I had the thought, this is different territory for Revenge, coming in, preparing for playoffs in the upper bracket. You were speaking a bit about kind of your night of sleep. Can you recap how you were feeling going into this particular series?
I mean, it's been a very long week. A lot happened. I feel like for me, I was really looking forward to this game because I felt like TSM would be a much easier opponent than C9, who we would verse after. So I wanted to see how our team looks in a BO5. And yeah, so like I felt really excited. I literally woke up from my sleep so excited to play. So yeah, I mean, that's how I felt.
You're waking up at 8 a.m. before that 2 p.m. start,
Yeah.
staying jazzed all day.
Yeah, basically.
We have some monster performances to get into, but I do want to first get your thoughts on coming into Game 1. Maybe it went a little bit unexpected. How did you bounce back from that going into Game 2?
I mean, they drafted some really weird stuff. I mean, honestly, the solution mid pick was really interesting. I feel like we didn't play well around it, mid and jungle, and that made the game hard. And then we just didn't team fight well, and it was kind of like, oh, we're shaking. But I felt going into Game 2, I was like, okay, it's gonna be fine. You know, we're gonna be red side, and I mean, honestly, I will say like on the red side games when I was playing Jax against Rumble, it was like pretty sus early game, but I mean, I'm glad we still won, and I'm glad I had some good performances.
Yeah, you had, I think, some more than good performances. In fact, Game 2 on Jax, 18 kills. That is most kills from a single player in a game for the LCS split, 3rd of all time. Wow. A pentakill to finish it off. That wasn't handed to you. He tried to flash away to deny.
Oh yeah, that was weird actually. I was like, come on, bro. Like, just give me it. Your Nexus is open. Like what?
Yeah, tell me a bit about what was kind of running through your mind at that point. Not just a victory from the game, but such a standout performance from you.
I felt just really happy because it felt like finally I was looking forward for this. Honestly, the whole split too. I really wanted a performance like this. I knew I was capable of it, and it's just I've just been waiting for it, you know? So it's just nice that it can happen in playoffs.
Yeah, on that note, I do feel like you as a player have been very in tune with the narratives around you, right? You've been outspoken about, I want to prove that I can perform on tanks as well as carries. I want to prove that I can be this great player and not just one that people talk about as, oh, he could be good. We'll see what he can do. Do you feel that the narrative has evolved now with the split on EG so far from the regular season? Where's your mind at in terms of the way people are talking about you and your individual performance?
You know, I had to work really hard on Immortals because we did not have, you know, we had a lot of shortcomings, and it felt like it was really hard to, I guess, prove I'm a good player in those splits. And I think toward the end, I finally started to get some recognition, and that felt good, but it was never enough for me. Like every year, my goal is to go to Worlds. Every year, my goal is to win LCS and do well in Worlds, you know? So those goals were never achieved, and I hope that people finally realize this year our team can do it. And everyone who keeps saying, oh, if we camp Jojo and play him down, this team's gonna lose, can actually go themselves.
I do want to allow you to kind of bask in that energy for a moment, because it wasn't just the Jax game. It was Aatrox there in the end.
Yeah.
We were wondering what would come out on 13.14. Clearly, you're fired up about what you were able to do playing through this top side. In fact, you got player of the series because of it. So with kind of this pressure to prove yourself, what does that mean to you to be a standout as a top laner in the series in playoffs?
I think it means a lot, and I'm happy, but it's also like, I want to look at this series and look at our mistakes and hope that we can prepare well against C9, because they will be a much stronger opponent than TSM. And as much as these wins felt good, it's like, I hope this is like the wake-up call we needed to be improving even more for C9.
Do you feel that you're somebody that kind of is driven by like an anger in a good way or something? I feel like there's some fire behind you right now. It's happiness, but also that kind of just locked in laser focus going forward.
I mean, it's like, I've just been waiting for this, you know? And this is like my best chance. I want to make Worlds and I want to play in New Jersey. So it just feels good to have the chance.
Any last words to the fans that have been cheering you on and are making sure to give you that energy to carry through the rest of the bracket to achieve your dreams?
Thank you guys, I appreciate it. But I heard the TSM chants, okay? I heard them a lot. I'll just say, hey, you know who you are. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
And thank you, Revenge, for joining me and your honesty here on the stage. What a performance from you and the squad today. And what a series for everybody that watched at home. 5 games at that. I'm sure the lounge has lots to say about it. So let's kick it on over towards them.
I don't know if we have a lot to say about it, but hopefully JoJo and Unforgiven have a lot to say about it. Thank you guys for joining us and congratulations. JoJo, at the top of the day in your Player of the Week or interview, I have to bring it up. You said 3-0 unless we kind of poop ourselves. How would you rate that prediction now in light of the series?
I mean, it was true what I said. Like if we played normally, this would be a 3-0. But I think I played bad the first and fourth game. Like I played pretty bad, so we had to lose those games. So what I said was pretty true. Like if we play bad or I play bad, you know, if we don't play how we usually play, then it would be close. But if we play normal, how we usually play, it would be a stomp. So I guess today it wasn't a stomp. We played bad, but at least we still won. So it doesn't matter.
Would you agree with that assessment, Unforgiven?
Yeah, I agree. This guy did not play good at all. The dive was complicating it.
The dive?
You played good first game.
I know, I played great first game.
Yeah.
We're going to be running through some highlights as we go through. One thing that I did want to point out for this series is that you guys had the fastest best of 5 that's gone to a full 5 games, which means your wins were really quick, including the 21-minute game that closed out the series. But your losses were also really quick. So what do you think that says kind of about your team overall?
I mean, for sure, our losses, we could have stalled it out. I think in game 4, the Baron Cole is bad. And I think if we just kept playing how we usually play and we don't rush anything, I think we would have won later on for sure. We outscaled them and their comp was really bad. So I think I just tried rushing too hard that game. And the wins, they were like, that's how the game should go, you know? Like that's how the matchup of these teams should go. So it's like normal, I guess. But the losses, yeah, I guess we rushed too much.
Yeah, when I was watching the games and also casting, I felt like patience was like the key for you guys. Yeah. When you guys were not patient, you guys just go for really aggro plays. You could hear it in the comms as well, like when Revenge was split pushing bot and you guys were like, oh, we're diving top, go. It's like, wait for me to take the tower. It was kind of like hectic. So when it looks like when you guys get it together, you guys play really good as a team.
Yeah, if we get it together. If we don't, then I mean, we look pretty broad.
Then it's a disaster, yeah.
But I guess we know it, right? If we know it right now, I mean, it's an easy fix, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you have to add, Unforgiven, on like any of this. How do you think like you performed today, and just what was your preparation going into the series against TSM?
My preparation, like, I didn't feel like I really had one personally, but
just play well.
Yeah, you have to play well, play good, and you hope you win.
Basically.
No, but like I feel like in the game, I just existed, like farming. Yeah, that's all I did. I feel like I didn't do anything.
I mean, I was thinking you guys could get a bigger lead on bot. I felt like a lot of the games you guys were just farming and then...
Bro, my bot lane is so scared, bro. They're on them. Like, just go 30 CS, bro.
Man, I was hoping for like plus 20 CS, at least 3 plates every game, but it didn't go that way. At least you guys had good team fights, I think. I remember your Xayah when you didn't ult Lissandra ult. I thought that was not very good.
Oh, at mid lane?
Yeah.
Bro, you should have heard the calls, bro. He was spazzing out for like 5 seconds. We couldn't focus after, but it happens. Yeah. It happens. But other than that, I mean, I think like besides our really obvious mistakes, really bad mistakes, we played well. If we just cut all that bad mistakes out, you know.
Only looking at the wins, you guys.
Only
Smurfs, yeah.
Exactly. The player of the series, it's already been spoiled for you in teleprompter,
well,
is Revenge. Yep.
Yeah.
So you both agree with this assessment as we look at some of Revenge's stats?
I mean, he did solo carry the last game, like, so, I mean, it has to go to him, you know, carrying game 5, and he played well. the games we won. So yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was kind of between you and him, Jojo.
Yeah,
But you had your Yone game.
Nah, he doesn't
Then
deserve it.
the stocks went down completely after that, so it had to be revenge.
After the first game,
Bro, I
like,
was winning so hard too, but I don't know. I just lost my mind. Like, I don't know. I need a ban, but it's fine. It's fine.
I feel like I have to ask about the Yone pick. That when that came through, like, I guess what was your mindset? Were you just like really feeling yourself? Because you guys had initially hovered the victor.
I mean, my mindset was the complete opposite how I played. I knew Insanity couldn't punish me in this matchup in lane, so I would just farm well and like just have Shobi CS and just have 3 items really early and just carry the game. But we just kept fighting way too much, and it was the opposite of how it came out because the laning phase was really good. Like he couldn't breathe, but I don't know. I just got too impatient.
Yeah, like you forced his flash and TP, right? And then he was kind of in a bad situation.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, they would just kind of snowball on you.
Yeah, because with my lead, I could just take over the map and just farm everything, and I would just be Shobi that game. But it happens, you know. I guess.
As we look through, obviously these are Revenge's Jax highlights, but you talked about how Revenge kind of hard carried the last game as well on the Aatrox. Was this a pick that you guys have prepared? Because I was actually curious if we would see it on this patch, given the buffs he received, or was it just like Revenge was like, pick me this, it looks pretty good?
I mean, we knew Aatrox got buffed, but I mean, it was situational. Like that game, it was really good, and they blind picked Orange, so he was really confident. He's like, just give me Aatrox, so we just gave him Aatrox, and he did that. So yeah, it wasn't really prepared, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Unforgiven, I did want to point out, obviously, JoJo got first team All-Pro mid, but you got third team ADC. No, just like coming into the league, it feels like you felt like you had a lot to prove, right? Because you felt like you could have easily started last split, but were in Academy. So just how has that felt? And how would you evaluate your performance, not just in the series, but like across the split?
I think I've been performing like quite okay, but I feel like I could have like performed way better. And about the All Pro, like I'm not surprised I got it, to be honest.
Oh.
I mean, I expected like it to be a bit different, but I kind of knew I would get at least top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think in regular season especially, you played with a lot of pressure. I think that's something I liked from this series, from bot side from you guys. You guys seem to be okay, like handshaking, whereas I think you guys have more pressure if you want to. So I think going to next series, that would be probably my focus or my advice for you, because I know you can do really well. I think you're a good AD carry, so just gotta show it.
Good, I like that.
Yeah.
That was good. Good.
Yeah.
That was good.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna take a look at the playoff bracket before we sign off. So now that TSM have lost to you, they will drop down to the lower bracket and play their elimination match against Dignitas. And then tomorrow we have TL versus NRG, which I do want to get both of your opinion on it, just because both TL and NRG are such volatile teams. Who do you expect to come out on top?
I mean, I don't even know. Like, NRG, they just lose against the like when they lose lose so bad. It's kind of like us, and they also lose to the worst teams, but they beat the better teams. So, and TL, I don't know. I mean, I think they're not too good, but NRG's not too good either. But
So it's just 2 bad teams.
no, they're not bad, but they're not good. Like they're not like top. They're not like the best in the league, but they're not the worst. You know, they're like middle of the pack. So I think it's just whoever plays better on that day, whoever has better prep, honestly, will take it, in my opinion.
Who's the worst bot lane to face of the two? Between NRG
Who's
and
harder?
TL.
Oh, I was gonna say treats, but
What? But I'm already out, bro. We
In the bot
2-0'd
lane.
NRG, so.
I mean, like from the stage games, I feel like NRG spot lane is a bit harder to face.
Okay.
But I feel like the times I played against Yone bot lane, I know he's way better than what he's actually playing against us.
So he's just a choker?
He's
or
choking
what?
against you.
I don't know if
or-
he's choking, but maybe he's choking against us.
I think
or
you're
just
just
having
too
a bad
good,
day.
yeah.
But
He's just choking against you.
Like, I know this
Yeah.
is better.
Just get scared, maybe?
Yeah, I think that could be it.
But the thing with like FBI, like this guy can just get a pentakill randomly.
Yeah. You also have to get a pentakill then, like.
No, but he can lead bot lane and just get a pentakill and then.
Is that good, bro?
Yeah, he's the GOAT.
Indeed.
All right. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Good luck going forward. That is it for us today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific with TL versus NRG, like we said. See y'all.
Peace.
Yeah.
The entire 1-2-3 phase of pick and ban was. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, my team got first blood. I'm really happy. That's all I care about right now.
Yep. What a note to leave it on. Let's send it back to the casters as the action continues.
Really nice stuff there. Boogie getting active early.
And he's doing it again. The crash down after the shattering strike. It's such a powerful combination, and piercing light will pierce JoJo's Ari again.
That gold lead might actually be fightable.
Sanity being a point of escape there for Chime, as now Boogie's in the middle of everybody. He's gonna die before he can even use an ability, as Chime locks him down, and Haunter's gonna fire back to get a kill. Now Revenge stuck in the front of everybody, and Insanity's got the firepower to bring him down, making a 2-for-1 TSM. We call turrets standing gold on the map. Well, that tier 2 in mid and the tier 3 bottom are limping gold. If TSM hit them even a little, they're down. Now Boogie's gonna get locked up. This could be dangerous for TSM, but Chime is ready to follow up and engage in the enemy jungler, and Insanity immediately bursts him down. Halo with a massive flash into the pulverize. Whoa! But where's the extra damage? They don't have enough to kill anybody just yet. JoJo's gonna die. He gets the shutdown on Insanity, but he's traded, and the rest of TSM will absolutely bulldoze the remaining evil geniuses.
TSM can draw them in and look for an engage.
Shaden wants to use the Poppycopter to knock somebody away. He gets rid of Boogie. That's a critical target, but JoJo is already down. Insanity's killed him before the fight can even begin, but now he's got to try to get away from Ayla and Unforgiven, as Shaden's going to be focused by Turtle and Haunter across the river. An immediate re-engage from Boogie, who has rejoined the fight, sends Unforgiven heading for the hills, as Ayla at least gets a shutdown back on the Turtle. Both of the AD carries are dead on TSM, and Revenge is ready to run wild. Haunter and Boogie and Chime do not have the DPS. They got to get away from this Cassante. Revenge continuing to try to find the knockups here. Gets one, but over the wall comes the crash down. Boogie still looking for a chase. Now the Revenge doesn't have the damage. The Vamp, he can't escape, and Haunter takes the kill.
Top side, and that's why Revenge eventually got chased down there. They had no DPS to follow it up.
Ayla with the flash pull, and Turtle's in danger. Massive engage coming out from EG, but a bigger turnaround from TSM. EG don't have the damage, and TSM just got themselves a bear in hand delivered on a silver platter. As now that 5,000 lead is allowing TSM to try to force this Drake and an early Hex Soul. Shaden does not use the ulti, lets that one expire. It's gonna have the cooldown mostly refunded. Ornhorn summoned up. Revenge going in to try to disrupt it, but now JoJo's locked down. The Magnet Storm's bringing in multiple players from EG, and Boogie's got the first kill back onto the Poppy. Unforgiven drops Revenge right beside him. JoJo and Ayla have to run. TSM don't lose a man other than nobody at all. It's TSM all the way. Remember that turret from a couple of hours ago? Well, we're right back to it now, and they're finishing what they started.
TSM starting us out with a banger in playoffs. Steam rolling evil geniuses. We're just about to get to 25 minutes, and they've got Soul, they've got Baron coming inside the base.
Ayla, man, that ulti can't protect you. Not when it's 5v1. JoJo's gonna drop. That'll end it. TSM with a dominant win in game number 1. Shaden's not gonna slow this one down more than a second or two. It only took 25 minutes, and TSM slammed them.
Flash, it's kind of, you have no escape plan.
Meanwhile,
Insanity on the rotation to bottom. Unforgiven already had to pop both sums trying to get away. Ayla gets hooked! And man, Chime's gone fishing. Nicely done from TSM to pick that one up. But across the map, Shaden's helping out Revenge again. Haunter's got to try to get away from this one. Boogie's ready to back him up. Shattering strike for the stun, but Revenge has the flash to guarantee the kill. Now Boogie's got to crash down back to the safety of his own jungle. EG's keeping this one competitive.
you heard the interview with JoJo before the series started. He was like, yeah, we know how to take advantage and exploit Haunter. Now they're going mid, though.
Insanity getting locked down here, has to self-ult to buy a little bit more time. Boogie wants to follow it up. Insanity with a flashback underneath his own tier 1 turret, and Haunter's ready to come join these guys. Crash down into the Magnet Storm. Long-range equalizer ready to turn this fight around as Shaden and JoJo try to get away. But Haunter's got the flash. Evil geniuses disengage it too, and now they're ready to re-engage with the Jax Copter. He pushes in to try to get the stun, but he misses it. Revenge with a minor outplay is now going to find the killing spree, but instead it gets turned around by TSM. They'll come out on top in a 2-for-1.
Free Dragon, a charm does land.
Okay, Insanity, 3/4 HP, ready to go back in on Shaden though. Boogie leads the charge, not finding a very valuable target here at the start, but Magnet Storm keeps him in the equalizer. They want to turn it around back onto Insanity as a nice thresh hook on Unforgiven on the other side hits, but it's a shutdown for Revenge on the enemy mid. Insanity's out of the picture. Unforgiven dies to Turtle, but it's a 2-for-1 trade for the geniuses. Revenge still has a full health bar, but he ain't slowing down. The play won't matter. A double kill back over to JoJo. He'll see if he can find some more. Turtle and Haunter trying to kite it out, fight it out, but it won't work, man. Revenge and JoJo are finding the damage, and just lost all 5 men.
And the flash at the end there. Oh my goodness. goodness, Revenge playing on the edge of a knife with that Jax.
So for this Rift Herald fight, we need to see TSM go for the big wombo combo.
Shaden engaging onto Hanser immediately as JoJo's in the middle of the fight, but he's got to be careful. Unforgiven still free firing on the side, and Hanser's already been killed. Into the back goes Ayla with a nice knock up 1-2. TSM are already crushed, and EG aren't done. Turtle tries to kite it out, but he can't get excited. A triple kill over to Revenge as JoJo goes over the wall and Chime hooks a wolf. EG got another ace for nothing.
EG are on the Baron right now, so we'll see what TSM can do to counter this one.
TSM need to try to stop it. Maybe Boogie can go in for the Miracle Steal. The crash down, but it won't find it. The engage locks him down, but where's the follow-up damage? Unforgiven staying alive as JoJo can turn it right back around. Both enemy carries already dead. Boogie and Chime and Hanser running back to the mid lane, but Revenge don't want to let him. He's going to keep the chase up. Boogie's still in range. Shaden and Ayla still ready to follow these guys too all the way in. Boogie tries to crash down to escape, but they get the kill anyway. JoJo is dominating, and Evil Geniuses are making mincemeat out of TSM. Evil Geniuses absorb the engage. They still have plenty of health left. They're going to force him to the tier 3. Hanser flashes away to barely survive. Stun to Unforgiven. They shut him down, and Turtle's getting excited. Ayla and JoJo and Shaden are all on the run, but Turtle's ready to keep it going. Revenge wants to turn it around, but he doesn't have the damage just yet. He goes godlike, and now Turtle is gone. Revenge has found his moment, and a triple kill to go with it. Hanser trying to pick up any of these guys, but the Rumble ain't gonna get it done alone. The turret is about to fall. They'll force it down, and EG still win the fight. And trying to get some vision down is dangerous, because if EG's waiting, 12,000 gold is the point of the game where you are just gonna get smacked. As Boogie goes for the crash down here, smite onto Revenge to slow him down a bit. Chime can reinforce. Nice use of the hook. Revenge doesn't have a lot of mana to fight with. They really want to try to force this, but now Turtle's in the middle of everybody, and Evil Geniuses has reinforced their top laner. It's a 1-for-1 trade here at the start, but TSM's got to run. Shaden comes in over the side to lock down Insanity, who tries to take the claw away, but JoJo will not allow it. Evil Geniuses. It looked like it might have started out with a pick on Revenge, but they turn it right back around on its head, and Unforgiven picks Insanity. Evil Geniuses have the next wave coming in now to back them up as they lead off with Shaden's engage. The charm onto Chime locks him down, and Ayla goes golden to stop any sort of a counterattack. Shaden doing the same thing now. JoJo gets locked up. Bit of a problem here for EG so far, but Revenge arrives and fixes everything real quick. Revenge gets a triple. Revenge gets a quadra. Where's that pentakill for Jax? Somebody sound off.
Give it to him.
He won't give it to him. EG's got to chase it down. Revenge! Pentakill for Jax! Boom! Evil Geniuses ended in style. Both having the opportunity to potentially set something up here with some CC, but Boogie's coming back in. They're not just going to give the Drake away, but maybe they better think better of it. The nice engage coming out from Boogie, but there ain't enough follow-up damage. He has to be saved by the Lantern, and Unforgiven is bouncing the feathers around. The Dragon is taken by the Evil Geniuses, and now they're looking for more of a fight. A little bit of poke, not going to connect there from Wild Turtle, and a charm from JoJo pulls in Chime. He gets a play back, and it's support for nothing so far. Kaise to the back line with a killer instinct to at least make it a 1-for-1, but it's more TSM players dropping. Turtle falls to the Spirit Orb, and JoJo gets a triple kill.
Now EG are kind of in the same predicament as they were last game because they're winning. Sanity is caught.
Yeah.
He's just dead.
Yeah, there's nothing to even say about it, man. The teleport's right in front of him. The charm couldn't even be missed at that point. A Lantern to provide a save for Hanser. Chime and him, though, they're in some trouble. It's the sacrificial lamb roll from Thresh to try to get Ornn away.
Maybe there will be EG with a big mistake that they can get some kills back.
Hope is a dangerous thing, but it works right there. Wild Turtle picking up the kill on Ayla as Revenge teleports in immediately with a riposte as Evil Geniuses lock down Chime. Revenge has exploded. It's a double kill over to Wild Turtle.
Thing teleports out from TSM. Actually, it's already burned down. That thing is gonna poof.
The Baron at 3K. Teleport coming in from TSM as Boogie wants to challenge, but he's locked down before he can make his way into the pit. Hanser going after Unforgiven off to the side as TSM has Evil Geniuses trapped in the pit, but they got to be careful about JoJo here and now. Shaden's focused down. Chime picking up the kill on him as TSM continue their chase. They can't just settle for trading Baron for 2, but it looks like that's what it'll have to be. Nicely done there, but this could be even nicer. Flash out from JoJo, but he's still going to be locked down. He goes into the stasis. Ayla wants to buy him some time. TSM are going to get that bounty. TSM are coming back into the game. Chime rips Revenge out of the air from the blast cone. Void Seeker Seeker ain't gonna hit him. Revenge is still on the run. That time the hook won't find the mark. But TSM are clawing their way back into game 3. But the Baron is already secured. TSM were too slow, and now they've lost the objective, and they're losing the split push situation. Evil Genius is jumping in. JoJo's not gonna find the first charm, but he lands it onto Haunter instead, as Boogie's stuck in the front line. The burst comes through, and the jungler's already down for both sides. While Turtle has to flash away, he doesn't have the DPS uptime. Unforgiven lets the feathers fly over the wall. It's a double kill. It's everybody but Insanity dead, and TSM just lost the game off that one.
Copy. Shaden.
There it is. Steadfast presence means no way out for Insanity, and Evil Geniuses are first on the board.
Boogie is here. Revenge, no counter-strike.
Oh, nice ulti from Boogie over the wall. Revenge under pressure from 3 as Haunter has to get back away from the turret aggro. It's heated up. Insanity takes another turret shot. He'll get the shutdown and barely survive.
Down there, a lot of extra turret plate money for Unforgiven. Shaden here in the Raptor pit is seen by a ward.
Chains of Corruption lands onto him, and Chime's going to flail him in the wall, but Shaden can just tackle Turtle back the other way. JoJo jumps in, but he won't get the knock up there with a fate sealed. Shaden's still running all the way out, 200 HP left. His teammates body blocking for him, and JoJo finds the angle to turn it right back down onto Turtle. Evil Genius is up 1-0 in his 3v3, but JoJo ends up dropping, and it's a mean punch from Chime to take him. Shaden's going in for Turtle, knocking him up into the air with a point-blank uncharged Keeper's Verdict. JoJo's ready. Chime absorbs a lot with the Haymaker, and now JoJo's gonna burn. Haunter's in the mix, and he's mixing up Evil Geniuses. Insanity jumps in with the rockets, and a Vengeance is falling comrade. It's a 3-for-1 for TSM, and they rip the gold lead from EG. Nearly has the equalizer. The cooldown is just about to be ready now. There it is. Not quite what he needed to kill Ayla, but he's got the flash for the follow. JoJo drops 2, and TSM's gonna give him something to smile about. Drop top 16 minutes in. Haunter back in the mid lane underneath the tier 2, about to die to Unforgiven. He lives with the scrap shield for an extra second. Shaden barely gets away, but Boogie's gonna swoop in and pick him up, and Insanity jumps in with a mop and bucket at the ready to clean up the enemy AD carry. So if TSM want to, they can just try to take 2 open fights here on the inhibs. Haunter's under pressure from JoJo, but TSM wants to turn it around onto the rest of Evil Geniuses. The equalizer is dropped, and Boogie kills JoJo. Ayla's on the run, and Boogie's buying time with a stopwatch. Shaden has the bomb on his head. It's about to pop. Insanity gets the kill, and he's knocked away in the meantime. TSM get the fight. They get 2 kills. They get the inhib.
It could teleport behind.
Turtle did get chunked, but Boogie's already going in. Equalizer comes down, and they're trying to find the kill. They already got it. Shaden is down. Ayla is down. Revenge and Unforgiven trying to fight back as JoJo makes his entrance, but he's having to snap back. He's gonna die to Turtle. That'll do it. TSM can just march it in from here. Revenge and Unforgiven will not be able to survive the 5-man onslaught. TSM didn't lose anybody. TSM is gonna bring us to a game number 5, but they got some unfinished business first. Unforgiven and Revenge trying to battle back, forced back onto the fountain steps. Ladies and gentlemen, playoffs are starting with Silver Scrapes.
White-green gun's pretty good here for Unforgiven.
Yeah. Turtle and Chime are coming up, but they're about to get engaged on. I don't know what they're doing here alone like this. EG's taking the chance, jumping in. Chime is low. First blood back over to EG, and it's the Unforgiven getting the money. JoJo's down to 200. He's going to try to get away. TSM did not have the men. It was 2 walking up to 4. Haunter's at half HP. Another potential concern as Boogie and Chime want to go in. JoJo's the target. They immediately jump on him, and they burst him down to the Kingslayer. Haunter's coming in with a massive ulti over the top, and he gets the kill back on Ayla. The Ophelio Assault finds a lot of damage, but no kills just yet. Revenge taking up in the front line. The feathers fly, but Turtle's still alive. Unforgiven chases him down, and now EG's going to grab another. Haunter dives to a stab in the back. Revenge steps forward, but he might be a little bit too far, so he pops the World Ender, but he's gonna get stunned up now. The blade.
Oh, the kill!
Work! It's a kill back! Revenge is ready to win this game 5. He cuts Turtle down. Q2, Q3, easy money for Revenge, and Evil Genius is outplaying.
That's one of the ones where you didn't kill anybody, but you just demoralized their whole team. JoJo might kill someone.
JoJo in the middle of everybody uses Buster Shot to knock Insanity away, and then jumps right back in on him when he tries to re-enter with the rocket jump. Boogie's gonna go next. He's stuck in the middle of everyone. Turtle doesn't have the damage to punish EG as they continue pushing forward. Double kill back over to Revenge's Aatrox. Yeah, Haunter got a turret on the other side of the map, but EG ain't done yet. Shaden's coming in on the Sejuani. He's gonna be the one who wants to tank the turret. Throws out the ulti, whiffs it. Don't matter. Chime's gonna be the last one to die up here, and everybody not named Haunter now has a tombstone. Double kill of it a JoJo. EG's bulldozing them. They're summoning up that Herald here in the top lane. The tier 2's under pressure. Unforgiven and Ayla coming to join Revenge and Shaden. Haunter leads the charge, but he only finds Sejuani. That's not the right target. EG's gonna punish him for it. And again, they make them learn the hard way. He's gonna try to prevent this turret from going. Fires off the stolen Ornn ulti back into Haunter. A teleport's coming in from Revenge. TSM's gonna have at least 4 guys to win this 4v2. Revenge leading the way. Q3 onto Boogie. Throws down the Infernal Chains. Flash coming back out from the TSM jungler. Revenge trying to get himself away from the second part of the Ornn Horn. Q3's going to find all the targets. 4v2, and they're losing the fight. TSM has no damage, no chance, no hope left in this game. EG just massacred them, and they're going to take the series.
Well, well, well. Unforgiven gets to finish the game all alone at the Nexus. Pose for the selfie here.
Man, oh man, Evil Geniuses in what I'm pretty sure is the fastest game of the whole series, 17-2, takes down TSM in Game 5.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I had to talk to Revenge. How do I not after that series? All right, a lot happens. I want to go to the beginning a bit.
Okay.
When I saw you in the makeup room, I had the thought, this is different territory for Revenge, coming in, preparing for playoffs in the upper bracket. You were speaking a bit about kind of your night of sleep. Can you recap how you were feeling going into this particular series?
I mean, it's been a very long week. A lot happened. I feel like for me, I was really looking forward to this game because I felt like TSM would be a much easier opponent than C9, who we would verse after. So I wanted to see how our team looks in a BO5. And yeah, so like I felt really excited. I literally woke up from my sleep so excited to play. So yeah, I mean, that's how it felt.
You're waking up at 8 a.m. before that 2 p.m. start,
Yeah.
staying jazzed all day.
Yeah, basically.
We have some monster performances to get into, but I do want to first get your thoughts on coming into Game 1. Maybe it went a little bit unexpected. How did you bounce back from that going into Game 2?
I mean, they drafted some really weird stuff. I mean, honestly, the solution mid pick was really interesting. I feel like we didn't play well around it, mid and jungle, and that made the game hard. And then we just didn't team fight well, and it was kind of like, oh, we're shaking. But I felt going into Game 2, I was like, okay, it's gonna be fine. You know, we're gonna be red side, and I mean, honestly, I will say like on the red side games when I was playing Jax against Rumble, it was like pretty sus early game, but I mean, I'm glad we still won, and I'm glad I had some good performances.
Yeah, you had, I think, some more than good performances. In fact, Game 2 on Jax, 18 kills. That is most kills from a single player in a game for the LCS split, 3rd of all time. Wow. A pentakill to finish it off. That wasn't handed to you. He tried to flash away to deny. Oh yeah,
that was weird actually. I was like, come on, bro. Just give me it. Your Nexus is open. Like what?
Yeah, tell me a bit about what was kind of running through your mind at that point. Not just a victory from the game, but such a standout performance from you.
I felt just really happy because it felt like finally I was looking forward for this. Honestly, the whole split too. I really wanted a performance like this. I knew I was capable of it, and it's just I've just been waiting for it, you know? So it's just nice that it can happen in playoffs.
Yeah, on that note, I do feel like you as a player have been very in tune with the narratives around you, right? You've been outspoken about, I want to prove that I can perform on tanks as well as carries. I want to prove that I can be this great player and not just one that people talk about as, oh, he could be good. We'll see what he can do. Do you feel that the narrative has evolved now with the split on EG so far from the regular season? Where's your mind at in terms of the way people are talking about you and your individual performance?
You know, I had to work really hard on Immortals because we did not have, you know, we had a lot of shortcomings, and it felt like it was really hard to, I guess, prove I'm a good player in those splits. And I think toward the end, I finally started to get some recognition, and that felt good, but it was never enough for me. Like every year, my goal is to go to Worlds. Every year, my goal is to win LCS and do well in Worlds, you know? So those goals were never achieved, and I hope that people finally realize this year our team can do it. And everyone who keeps saying, oh, if we camp Jojo and put him down, this team's going to lose, can actually go themselves.
I do want to allow you to kind of bask in that energy for a moment, because it wasn't just the Jax game. It was Aatrox there in the end.
Yeah.
We were wondering what would come out on 13.14. Clearly, you're fired up about what you're able to do playing through this top side. In fact, you got player of the series because of it. So with kind of this pressure to prove yourself, what does that mean to you to be a standout as a top laner in this series in playoffs?
I think it means a lot, and I'm happy, but it's also like, I want to look at this series and look at our mistakes and hope that we can prepare well against C9, because they will be a much stronger opponent than TSM. And as much as these wins felt good, it's like, I hope this is like the wake-up call we needed to be improving even more for C9.
Do you feel that you're somebody that kind of is driven by like an anger in a good way or something? I feel like there's some fire behind you right now. It's happiness, but also that kind of just locked in laser focus going forward.
I mean, it's like, I've just been waiting for this, you know? And this is like my best chance. I want to make Worlds, and I want to play in New Jersey. So it just feels good to have the chance.
Any last words to the fans that have been cheering you on and are making sure to give you that energy to carry through the rest of the bracket to achieve your dreams?
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. But I heard the TSM chants, okay? I heard them a lot. I'll just say, hey, you know who you are. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
And thank you, Revenge, for joining me and your honesty here on the stage. What a performance from you and the squad today. And what a series for everybody that watched at home. 5 games at that. I'm sure the lounge has lots to say about it. So let's kick it on over towards them.
I don't know if we have a lot to say about it, but hopefully JoJo and Unforgiven have a lot to say about it. Thank you guys for joining us, and congratulations. JoJo, at the top of the day in your Player of the Week or interview, I have to bring it up. You said 3-0 unless we kind of poop ourselves. How would you rate that prediction now in light of the series?
I mean, it was true what I said. Like if we played normally, this would be a 3-0. But I think I played bad the first and fourth game. Like I played pretty bad, so we had to lose those games. So what I said was pretty true. Like if we play bad or I play bad, you know, if we don't play how we usually play, then it would be close. But if we play normal, how we usually play, it would be a stomp. So I guess today it wasn't a stomp. We played bad, but at least we still won, so it doesn't matter.
Would you agree with that assessment, Unforgiven?
Yeah, I agree. This guy did not play good at all. The dive was completely again.
The dive?
You played good at first game.
I know, I played great first game.
Yeah.
We're going to be running through some highlights as we go through. One thing that I did want to point out for this series is that you guys had the fastest best of 5 that's gone to a full 5 games, which means your wins were really quick, including the 21-minute game that closed out the series. But your losses were also really quick. So what do you think that says kind of about your team overall?
I mean, for sure, our losses, we could have stalled it out. I think in game 4, the Baron Cole is bad. And I think if we just kept playing how we usually play and we don't rush anything, I think we would have won later on for sure. We outscaled them and their comp was really bad. So I think I just tried rushing too hard that game. And the wins, they were like, that's how the game should go, you know? Like that's how the matchup of these teams should go. So it's like normal, I guess. But the losses, yeah, I guess we rushed too much.
Yeah, and when I was watching the games and also casting, I felt like patience was like the key for you guys. Yeah. When you guys were not patient, you guys just go for really aggro plays. And you could hear it in the comms as well. Like when Revenge was split pushing bot and you guys were like, oh, we're diving top, go. It's like, wait for me to take the tower. It was kind of like hectic. So when it looks like when you guys get it together, you guys play really good as a team.
Yeah, if we get it together. If we don't, then I mean, we look pretty broad.
Then it's a disaster, yeah.
But I guess we know it, right? If we know it right now, I mean, it's an easy fix, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you have to add, Unforgiven, on like any of this. How do you think like you performed today, and just what was your preparation going into the series against TSM?
My preparation, like, I didn't feel like I really had one personally, but
just play well.
Yeah, you have to play well, play good, and you hope you win.
Basically.
No, but like I felt like in the game, I just existed, like farming. Yeah, that's all I did. I felt like I didn't do anything.
I mean, I was thinking you guys could get a bigger lead on bot. I felt like a lot of the games you guys were just farming and then...
Bro, my ball is so scared, bro. They're on them. Like, just go 30 CS, bro.
Man, I was hoping for like plus 20 CS, at least 3 plates every game, but it didn't go that way. At least you guys had good team fights, I think. I remember your Zaya when you didn't ult Lissandra ult. I thought that was not very good.
Oh, at mid lane?
Yeah.
Bro, you should have heard the calls, bro. He was spazzing out for like 5 seconds. We couldn't focus after, but it happens.
Yeah.
It happens. But other than that, I mean, I think like besides our really obvious mistakes, really bad mistakes, we played well. If we just cut all that bad mistakes out, you know.
Only looking at the wins, you guys.
Only looking
at the
Smurfs, yeah.
Exactly. The player of the series, it's already been spoiled for you in teleprompter,
Well,
is
Revenge.
Revenge. Yep. So you both agree with this assessment as we look at some of Revenge's stats?
I mean, he did solo carry the last game, like, so, I mean, it has to go to him, you know, carrying game 5, and he played well the games we won, so, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was kind of between you and him, Jojo.
Yeah,
but you had your Yone game.
Nah, he doesn't
Then
deserve it.
the stocks went down completely after that, so it had to be Revenge.
After the first game,
Bro, I was winning so hard too, but I don't know. I just lost my mind. Like, I don't know. I need a ban, but it's fine. It's fine.
I feel like I have to ask about the Yone pick. That when that came through, like, I guess what was your mindset? Were you just like really feeling yourself? Because you guys had initially hovered the victor.
I mean, my mindset was the complete opposite how I played. I knew Insanity couldn't punish me in this matchup in lane, so I would just farm well and like just have Shobi CS and just have 3 items really early and just carry the game. But we just kept fighting way too much, and it was the opposite of how it came out because the laning phase was really good. Like, he couldn't breathe, but I don't know, I just got too impatient.
Yeah, like he forced his flash and TP, right? And then he was kind of in a bad situation.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, they would just kind of snowball on you.
Yeah, because with my lead, I could just take over the map and just farm everything, and I would just be Shobi that game, but it happens, you know, I guess.
As we look through, obviously these are Revenge's Jax highlights, but you talked about how Revenge kind of hard carried the last game as well on the Aatrox. Was this a pick that you guys have prepared? Because I was actually curious if we would see it on this patch, given the buffs he received, or was it just like Revenge was like, pick me this, it looks pretty good?
I mean, we knew Aatrox got buffed, but I mean, it was situational. Like, that game, it was really good, and they blind picked Orange, so he was really confident. He's like, just give me Aatrox, so we just gave him Aatrox, and he did that, so yeah. It wasn't really prepared, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Unforgiven, I did want to point out, obviously, Jojo got first team All-Pro mid, but you got third team ADC. No, just like coming into the league, it feels like you felt like you had a lot to prove, right? Because you felt like you could have easily started last split, but were in Academy. So just how has that felt? And how would you evaluate your performance, not just in the series, but like across the split?
I think I've been performing like quite okay, but I feel like I could have like performed way better. And about the All-Pro, like I'm not surprised I got it, to be honest.
Oh.
I mean, I expected like it to be a bit different, but I kind of knew I would get at least top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think in regular season especially, you played with a lot of pressure. I think that's something I liked from this series, from bot side from you guys. You guys seem to be okay, like handshaking, whereas I think you guys have more pressure if you want to. So I think going to next series, that would be probably my focus or my advice for you, because I know you can do really well. I think you're a good AD carry, so just gotta show it.
Good, I like that.
Yeah.
That was good, good.
Yeah?
That was good.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna take a look at the playoff bracket before we sign off. So now that TSM have lost to you, they will drop down to the lower bracket and play their elimination match against Dignitas. And then tomorrow we have TL versus NRG, which I do want to get both of your opinion on it, just because both TL and NRG are such volatile teams. Who do you expect to come out on top?
I mean, I don't even know. Like, NRG, they just lose against like, when they lose lose so bad, it's kind of like us. And they also lose to the worst teams, but they beat the better teams, so. And TL, I don't know. I mean, I think they're not too good, but NRG's not too good either. But
So it's just 2 bad teams.
no, they're not bad, but they're not good. Like, they're not like top, they're not like the best in the league, but they're not the worst, you know? They're like middle of the pack, so I think it's just whoever plays better on that day, whoever has better prep, honestly will take it, in my opinion.
Who's the worst bot lane to face of the two? Between NRG
Who's
and
harder?
TL.
Oh, I was gonna say treats, but
What? But I'm already out, bro. We
In the bot
2-0'd
lane.
NRG, so.
I mean, like from the stage games, I feel like NRG's bot lane is a bit harder to face.
Okay.
But I feel like the times I played against Yone bot lane, I know he's way better than what he's actually playing against us.
So he's just a choker?
He's
or
choking
what?
against you.
I don't know if
or-
he's choking, but maybe he's choking against us.
I think
or
you're
just
just
having
too
a bad
good,
day.
yeah.
But
He's just choking against you.
Like, I know this
Yeah.
is
Maybe
better.
just get scared, maybe?
Yeah, I think that could be it.
But the thing with like SPI, like this guy can just get a pentakill randomly.
Yeah. You also have to get a pentakill then, like.
No, but he can lead bot lane, just get a pentakill and then...
Is that good, bro?
Yeah, he's the GOAT.
Indeed.
All right. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Good luck going forward. That is it for us today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific with TL versus NRG, like we said. See y'all.
Peace.
Yeah.
Flash Pulve and Turtles in danger. Massive engage coming out from EG, but a bigger turnaround from TSM. EG don't have the damage, and TSM just got themselves a bear in hand delivered on a silver platter.
He's in bed.
Nice, guys. Good boys. Hey, don't get too cocky. Don't get too cocky. It's only one game.
A double kill back over to JoJo. He'll see if he can find some more. Turtle and Haunts are trying to kite it out, fight it out, but it won't work, man. Revenge and JoJo are finding the damage. And just lost all 5 men. Revenge gets a triple. Revenge gets a quadra. Where's that pentakill for Jax? Somebody sound off.
Give it to him.
He won't give it to him. EG's got to chase it down. Revenge. Boom! Evil Geniuses ended in style. Evil Genius is jumping in. JoJo's not going to find the first shot, but he lands it onto Haunter instead. As Boogie's stuck in the front line, the burst comes through, and the jungler's already down for both sides. While Turtle has to flash away, he doesn't have the DPS up top. Unforgiven lets the feathers fly over the wall. It's a double kill. It's everybody but Insanity dead. And TSM just lost the game off that one. JoJo's ready. Chime absorbs a lot with the haymaker, and now JoJo's going to burn. Haunter's in the mix, and he's mixing up Evil Geniuses. Insanity jumps in with the rockets, and a vengeance is falling comrade. It's a 3-for-1 for TSM. Haunter nearly has the equalizer. The cooldown is just about to be ready now. There it is. Not quite what he needed to kill Ayla, but he's got the flash for follow. JoJo drops 2, and TSM's gonna give him something to smile about. The TSM jungler Revenge trying to get himself away from the second part of the Ornhorn. Q3's gonna find all the targets. 4v2, and they're losing the fight. TSM has no damage, no chance, no hope left in this game. EG just massacred them, and they're gonna take the series.
Yeah, X-rated.
Welcome to Waiting Room, where we're getting an update on Raz's injured knee. And now we're
Stay off it, Raz.
we're going to get You're not following doctor's instructions.
Hey, whatever.
We're going to get into a little bit of a patch discussion by way of the fact that we saw Revenge pulling out the Aatrox our first day on 13-14 in EG's victory over TSM in Game 5. We kind of did very quietly mention Aatrox as a champion that could return given the buffs that he did receive. But yeah, Revenge absolutely popped off on the champ.
Expect to see it continue to grow in priority. The change that came through was specifically the Q working better both against minions with a reduced amount of scaling as you level up in terms of how much damage it's taking off versus minions, but also the base got taken down a little bit, but the ratio went up.
Yep. Yeah, so 100% AD.
Yeah, 100% AD, and then you're getting the bonus 50% on Q3. Yeah. It's pretty gross. You saw the Serildas being used, get that AD ratio up higher and higher. Yep. Yeah, and Revenge took over.
Azale described Aatrox Q3 as Zigzag.
Yes, he did, actually.
Which I think is actually a pretty apt description based on the way he one-shot Wild Turtle a couple times, so get out the way.
Wild Turtle definitely did not get out the way.
He went in the way sometimes.
This nice
So,
2v5 right here.
There's his
Yeah.
exalt. I mean,
Look at how satisfying that looks to play.
And that does change how you draft a lot now that you have an additional AD bruiser top lane that you can feed Sejuani into, or like a possible option into Rumble. You know, possible being the bolded word.
It is pretty hard to parse these patch notes, but essentially, it is a buff to the Q. The Q now does more damage.
Q feel good.
Q does more damage to champions and minions.
Especially the minion part, the damage one, again, there's a bit off the base, buff to that. But the big problem Aatrox had is like mid to late game is your push was pretty terrible. Like you actually had to auto creeps before. Now you can actually clear them with your Qs especially if you're sweet spotting. So big buff to Aatrox, especially in competitive where pushing and moving is a lot more important.
Yeah, and I think people, I don't think it's necessarily a Rumble answer, but top lane is kind of weird right now with people just trying to find answers to the push that Rumble gives, I think, so.
Best answer into Rumble, still banning the champion. Still banning the champion for now.
We'll see if TL or NRG decide to do that. But other nerfs, we had some Rel and Jax nerfs coming through. We'll take a look at Rel first. I don't know how much you guys think this affects her. Obviously, we saw Boogie playing the Rel yesterday. I thought Boogie actually had like a pretty good performance. I think this isn't necessarily going to affect her all that much in competitive given what she brings.
Yeah, she's still going to be a flex pick. She's still going to have the engage. She's just going to be a little bit more squishy. These are all durability-based changes. It's not changing her CC or her cooldown. So this is very much one of those things where like the design team says, let's just take down the win rate a little bit. But I think the fact that it's still a jungle support flex and there's not that many flex picks that are viable in the meta, it's going to continue to be high priority.
Yep. Engage, tank, that you can flex is always going to be strong. You saw it being picked yesterday. Another thing we saw being picked yesterday a lot still is the Jax. So I expect that will be one of the primary carry champions for people. Fiora a little bit out of revenge, but the Jax changes, just making him a little bit less quality of life. You know, your E takes a little bit longer to come back up. Your ult costs a little bit more mana. Very minor stuff. Obviously still very strong.
So these are things that are definitely changed for what people already play pretty heavily, being the Rel and the Jax. There are going to be a lot of other changes that it's really hard to parse through. So a great example would be like the Shyvana wholesale changes, which is like, okay, we're going to see Shyvana at all as a jungler or as a top laner. The attack speed given to her on her Q, larger damage overall. It's like, okay, if people want to pick her, then that's great. Blue buff being changed at least now to scale up. Like it gives less, but then you can get to 20 ability haste as the game goes on. I think it's pretty big. It doesn't really change much of what you want to pick, but I think it's great for in-game now. You're kind of prioritizing to pick it up before a fight. So it's always really nice. Zyra's an interesting one. I need to look into Zyra a little bit more because now the bonus magic damage you do to camps, you just clear it quickly. So if there's any experimenters out there that want to deal with a Rel, a lot of quality of life changes too, so you can flash while you're throwing your E, Strangle Thorns, or if you could just use your ultimate and max range pretty easily. So the quality of life changes are great. Also, just the overall changes into the jungle is nice. So if you want an answer versus Rel engage, guys, just throwing it out there.
Zyra jungle. All right.
Sounds like something that would get engaged on. By
It
just sounds like something I'm going to feast
just
on.
Just stay 30 miles in the opposite direction.
All right. That'll be it. Obviously, I think we'll touch upon some more changes, especially some of the itemization changes as well. But right now, we're going to take a look at our current playoff bracket because as we mentioned previously, EG took down TSM 3-2 yesterday. TSM dropped to the lower bracket. They will be facing Dignitas, and EG move on to face C9 next week. Then we have TL NRG today, the loser of which drops down to face 100 Thieves in another elimination match.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think before the playoffs started, I would have expected this game to be the closest series that we'd see this week.
Yeah.
We've already had the 5-game series, which I guess is maximum closeness. So
there's this stat called closeness, and I don't think that series
there's
was
a
actually
closeness stat.
There is.
You mean like major league, major deficit?
Yeah, but there's
a closeness stat.
When you're not in a major lead or in a major deficit, you're close. That stat exists. It's called closeness. That was not a close series by that stats metric. And I think by eyeballs as well. Every game was a blowout. It was just that there were different
But if
teams
you
were blowing.
aggregated, it would still be close.
No. No, that's not how closeness works. It was five stomps. It's not like the games became closer because they were stomping different directions.
3 stomps for one team and 2 stomps for the other, so a close series.
No, it's not how stats
It
work.
was.
This is the greatest conversation.
Series.
It
It's
was the
3-2.
least
It's a close series.
best
One game
of 5.
changes, a different team wins.
It was the least close best of 5 by timing. It was the fastest best of
doesn't make
5
it less close,
in
that
the
just makes it
LCS that's
fast.
gone to all 5
By the
games. You
statistical
lose fast
definition, it
and you
does.
win fast.
All I know is I heard Silver Scrapes was 1 game away. That's pretty close to me.
So for me,
Not
it
based
didn't,
off the stats
it
definition.
didn't
God.
feel close, but 3-2 makes it close.
Yes.
Like,
So you agree with the feeling and you agree with the stats definition.
I don't understand the stat.
All right,
It's so simple.
moving on. You know what else wasn't close?
What?
In some cases, close in others. All pro votes.
Yes. Very much
You
so.
like that segue? All right.
That's a great segue. That's a great segue.
So here we have, these are our, I guess, first team all snubs. So
fascinating.
essentially, production asked us to pick our kind of snubs, people that we thought could have come in third. I know, I will point out for mine, I did actually vote Revenge third all team.
So did I.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not our
yeah.
votes. This is what we saw come out of the All-Pro voting and
Correct.
who we would then put on or say was the next closest in line in our opinion.
None of these players actually qualified for All-Pro.
Right.
It's kind of like, which one do we
I voted for Insanity for All-Pro. He didn't make it, so then again, I put him on my all-snubs list.
Yep.
So I'm the only one with Insanity. I think Palafox had a really inconsistent split. I think he was the biggest individual carry on his team, and I can see that. But I also think that he was more inconsistent than Insanity. Insanity was just generally very good, and I thought was deserving of it, though. I had contracts as a bigger engine for NRG.
Raz, why are you cracking up?
I just love that they're actually snubs to you guys because you voted for them. All of my guys, I snubbed all of them. I didn't vote for any of one of them. They were my basically next in line.
Yeah.
Well,
that I thought did really
it's
well.
only Insanity I vote for. The other 4 I did not vote for. So
Okay.
I do think, Revenge, Contracts, Yon, and Chime all had good splits.
yeah, that's with me too. The only one I actually did vote for was Revenge. I think the other, so Revenge across the board and also Yon across the board.
Yeah.
Who was really difficult for me because we did talk a lot about like who is just out of the ADC contention.
Yeah.
But for me, it was pretty clear, and then Yon was just slightly below that. I do think he has had a very strong split though.
Yeah, well, something that's interesting to me, especially looking towards the matchup today, is the question you asked Unforgiven yesterday about who's the harder bot lane to play against.
I
you
was
look at
shocked at
Energy.
his answer.
And he actually said Energy, and none of us have, like, we have Energy players on this list. We have jungle mid, but FBI and Ignar do hold respect in certain pockets of the league.
Yeah, I think Ayla as well. I like your call up for someone who he actually had a pretty good series yesterday.
Yeah.
He gets swept under the radar, I think, because of JoJo and sometimes the soul laners, and even like what's going on in the jungle, like who's playing and stuff. And you don't really talk about Unforgiven and Ayla, but Ayla had a lot of good engages.
Yeah,
and oftentimes is the engager for this team.
To me, the Ayla pick is not necessarily about laning, but any time you look at a team and say, this team fights well.
Yeah.
It's very hard to not have a good support because the support, I think, is just so crucial to the function of a team fight, and Ayla is often the one engaging, as you said.
Yeah.
I think you could say this same thing for Chime as well. Like in terms of his performances yesterday and TSM's wins, and then additionally how we were kind of evaluating him in Turtle as a bot lane. We're definitely more thinking of him more as like, oh, he's gotten better at laning, but he's also really instrumental in some of TSM's team fights.
Yeah, I think that point's really important. I would say one snub to the all snub list that was voted actually quite a bit.
Snub to the snubs?
The snub to the snub list is actually Ignar. Ignar is a support, like to the point that you were making about like, oh, if you're team fighting well, a lot of the times you have to give credence to the support. He is one of, if you're looking historically in both LEC and LCS, one of the best engaging supports in the world a lot of the times. Obviously, there's been that period when he fell off, and people are still looking at him like, are you still doing that for your team? And when NRG plays really well and they're team fighting well, it's because of Ignar. And so when I look at the All-Pro Valet and I see a lot of third-team support picks for Ignar, that's players and coaches recognizing the strength that he brings for that team.
Something about Ignar.
Yeah.
This guy buys so many control wards.
He does.
And he just fires them all over the map.
Mm-hmm.
He is the most wasteful warder we have ever
LS's
seen.
least
Is that a new
support.
stat?
Yeah. Well, I don't
you're
know. Like,
coming
it's
up
so
with?
interesting because I feel like the classic Korean support was like all about vision control, and there's definitely been a little bit of an like almost like an evolution with not being able to hold as many control wards, with the support items just giving you free wards. Like you're not necessarily making purchase decisions around it, but Ignar like consistently wards more than literally everybody else.
Yeah.
So sometimes you're getting these like nice short-term wins because he's created so much vision, but if you don't act on it, it's just like it's waste. It's almost like he's ordering coffee every single day rather than having the like cold brew they have on tap.
That's pretty crazy.
Right? Like
That's a crazy thing to do.
That sounds like a targeted statement.
Yeah, I wonder who would
At
be.
one of our lounges.
Ignar's the guy who orders coffee every day.
You know Ignar that well, huh?
Throws it around.
Ignar, a new member of this NRG team, this split.
Yeah.
But the core of NRG, or this specific NRG squad from their CLG days, would definitely be Dokla, Contracts, Palafox. These are some of their season finishes across the past few splits, and I feel like we see them as like, oh, this team goes into, does really well against C9, but loses.
I mean, it's not even just about C9. They lost to EG. They got absolutely blasted by EG that then blew up later last spring. Like, it wasn't like, oh, they bump into the best team in the league and lose. They lose a lot of series. They lost to TL closely. They almost beat them, but then they didn't. They end up dropping. They get 5th, 6th in summer 2022. And I think that's something that I'm a little frustrated with this team about. Like, the regular season places are better than their postseason places. And I want them to finally actually show up in the postseason. And they've been this like NA talent super team that like a lot of fans have rallied around coming from that horrible 2022 spring season. They just put in Dokla and they become much better. And everyone was so excited for this team, but they haven't actually had the postseason success yet.
And man, even going into the last week of the regular season, we were looking, we're like, damn, look at they could get first place. Like Palafox wins Player of the Week, they're gonna do it.
They beat C9 twice.
And they just dropped 2 games seemingly out of nowhere to teams that they should be able to beat. So they've been so close to being for real so many times.
Those series that they're losing are 5-game series.
Yeah.
They just never actually clutch it out in the final moments.
Yeah, and even hearing from the players, they'll mention the fact that they're choking, like, acknowledge the fact that they're choking in those moments when it matters most. And hearing from them as well, it's like, oh, it should be different now. Like, they've made changes to the team where that should be the case. At least that will make their series more entertaining. The reality is just that, like, you're still seeing those moments in the regular season, to your point. So it's like, if it's still happening during the regular season, cleaning all that up and trying to be a more disciplined team during playoffs, it's hard when you haven't been doing it prior. So it's really tough. That's why I'm interested to see what the predictions are. I'm just throwing that out there. I know we have a while away to get there, but I'm making my call right now.
Yeah, I think the question is, how much do we think this new bot lane is going to help with that in the postseason? And then, again, we did highlight TL's bot lane. TL has an incredibly strong early game.
Yeah.
That's, like, unequivocally, I think, the best in the league still. And here are just some Yawn highlights, because I do want to reiterate what you brought up, Jat, from that interview that Unforgiven said. I thought it was really interesting that he said that the NRG bot lane is more difficult to face than the TL bot lane, given how well we have seen Yawn perform in TL's wins.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised by that. I would still say it's Yawn because I think he's going to be front runner for Rookie of the Year. That's going to be announced fairly soon. We'll see if that is the case.
Yeah.
His laning has been very strong, but then when there is the correct team fight setup, he's very good in team fights. It's just Team Liquid almost never has the correct team fight setup. But he has had some moments of shining throughout the split.
Yeah, Team Liquid is a team that's like their strengths all line up and their weaknesses all line up. So like, I don't think Yawn is an incredible team fighter, but neither is the rest of Team Liquid right now. And so it makes these moments where as an AD carry, you're out of position, you're getting jumped on and dying. But him and Core have had an incredible lane phase.
There's another thing that people ding him on, and it's hilarious that it was the most apparent versus NRG in the regular season, where you have the 10K goal lead, you're pressing on that tier 2 turret top lane, and you walk up too far up and you die. That will break your entire team's tempo. They all have to back away now. You have to try again on the bot side of the map. Like, there are times where he does get caught. He's called himself out that in the beginning of the split and being able to not make those mistakes. And I think those mistakes, personally, I think that's what costed him getting all pro, because he was an amazing laner. You're right. When he had those setups, he was a great team fighter. But a lot of the times it was the start and stop that would always happen with Team Liquid's late game that would either happen with Summit dying or him dying. But some dying a lot made it easier to forget that he died too.
Or Harry dying.
Or Harry dying.
Pyosik dying.
Or Pyosik dying. So that would make Summit the best teammate, honestly. But
wow.
So I think a lot of people are hoping that we see cleaner versions of these teams going into this series.
Yeah, and one thing that has been interesting is APA coming on to TL. I think, again, keep reiterating, APA works so well with Pyosik. They just want to go in, right? And this is an interesting thing that I had pulled. Shared champions between APA and Palafox since APA came into the league. So this is not covering his academy time, but just his time on TL and the LCS. Only shared champ is Tristana.
Yeah, APA is a classic control mage player at the moment, right? Yes, some of them are less meta picks, but they all have a bit of a similar large amount of teamfight damage style, whereas Palafox definitely plays a lot more champions that are more likely to take over the game by themselves or be the catalyst for action. So APA's champion pool, weirdly enough, does fit very well with the way Team Liquid is playing, and I think that's why it's felt so good to see him on this team.
Yeah, I think you can also see the sprinkling of the flex picks that NRG does like to occasionally run between their solo laners when they have the opportunity, depending on comp. Whereas, like you said, from APA, what we're looking for is a more standard control mage player who is just working really well with the team whenever they want to go in. Pyosik's going in, APA is going in as well.
Yeah, but we also have to remember they are playing against Team Liquid.
Yes.
And I have a story. I have a story that I think ties in Team Liquid fairly well. So
what is this?
As a child, 12-year-old child.
That's how you looked?
Yep.
Your head is huge.
This is a photo of me. I sent it in earlier.
I see stubble.
I was 12. Anyway, this is me. Let's get to the next slide. This is me with my dog.
Okay.
All right.
And then my family would go camping every summer, and sometimes I'd walk the dog around the campsite. And one year I had this idea that I could walk the dog faster if I tethered the dog to my bike.
Okay.
So this felt like a very good idea at the time. And when I started doing it, it was amazing. I could be going on my bike, the dog would love it, he'd be running right beside me, until fairly soon after, another dog barked.
Uh-oh.
And my dog turned, and so did my handlebars.
Oh.
And then I continued going. So the good idea turned into a disaster.
Right.
This is Team Liquid. The good ideas turn into disasters. Let's go to the first clip. Roll it right away. This play with Summit being 50 CS up and Core JJ finding a hook is a very good idea. Like, let's fight around Summit because we're gonna be able to win this. He gets the ultimate down. Yes, it's a little dicey, but they get a 2-for-1. But they just kind of keep doing it. And now the other team knows it's coming. They don't check the minimap beforehand. They try to overextend. Yes, they get one kill, but they haven't tracked the teleports properly. They kind of end up losing the game off this play, much like I lost some skin off of my head and knee when I fell off the bike.
Too much information.
So this is another play where Team Liquid, amazing, right? They get Baron. APA makes this amazing engage. They're able to reset against FlyQuest, push up the bottom wave. Everybody else gets gold. They very cleanly take 2 inhibitors. You feel like this team has really got it together. This is going to be the cleanest end to this game. They're going to run into playoffs with an incredibly consistent macro style. Look at this. FlyQuest doesn't contest them. They get 2 inhibitors. What should happen now is they should just reset or move the wave in bottom lane and go for the 3rd inhibitor. But what do? They say, let's just go faster on the bike because it's been working well so far. The bike was not meant to go that fast. It's a kid's bike. You're 12 years old. And they all die, making the game a lot more difficult. These are just a few examples of Team Liquid doing things that make it seem like it's a really good idea, but then overexerting themselves, which then makes it a bad idea.
So you died after your dog went to the forest.
I learned my lesson.
Okay.
We have yet to see that lesson from Team Liquid.
Okay, that's fair.
But you get the point.
I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Wear a helmet.
Good point of information. I did ride a bike to get here.
Okay, cool. So following
Forgot
up
the
on this idea of Team Liquid and NRG being inconsistent, we're going to play a little game where I will show you a goal graph the first 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just to illustrate why this series is so unpredictable, I will then ask you actually to predict what will happen for the rest of the game based off that first 15 minutes. I'll give you little nuggets of information. You'll go one at a time. Try and fill it out. I'll show you a clip then from the game as well as the final goal graph.
Okay.
Okay, so Jat, I think you're up first. Okay. This is a Team Liquid game.
Okay.
And we can pull the goal graph up on the screen or over there. I think is where it's going to be. But you're going to have the pad.
Do I get details about this?
You can ask me a couple questions.
Okay, who are they playing against?
I'm not going to answer that.
What?
Because you might remember the game. But this is with APA as the mid laner.
Okay.
It's a 38-minute game. And they are currently 4,000 gold in the lead at 15 minutes. Begin drawing what you think will happen, and you guys can contribute if you have thoughts.
4,000 gold, they probably win. 38. By 25 minutes, it's going to go like this. And a 38-minute game?
Yep, it's 38. So you predict a Team Liquid win, a little throw, but then they're going to close it out.
Said it's APA, so there's no...
Do I get to see a clip and then change my mind?
Nope, we will just play the clip and show you how the goal graph actually looks. Don't erase it because we'll overlay it afterwards. This is the game. It was versus TSM. If you remember, this is the Casio APA game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
I think I'm pretty good at this.
They're looking pretty good at this fight, right?
Oh, this is the Kaisa game.
It's
My
the
dip
Kaisa
was
game.
28.
The Kaisa game.
You remember? This is why I can't tell you the game.
This is the Kaisa game. No!
Look at that ult, though. Look at that. Look, he had a great ult.
Got a fat
Yeah, he did it. Summit, AP LeBlanc, that's totally a good late game pick.
Oh, no.
It's going to work.
not enough.
They lose this whole game, man!
They lose not just this fight, despite how well APA plays it. They lose the entire game.
They had a 4,000 goal lead.
Did you wipe it? Wait,
I didn't. I see it right now.
There you go.
Oh,
So you almost had it. You had it actually completely backwards.
Except they actually extended their lead even more.
So they extended, then you have it actually completely backwards. You failed the assignment. And also, TSM won with a goal deficit.
Yeah.
This is from Team Liquid's perspective.
That is almost an exact reflection of it.
This is a fun game.
Impressive.
It's also
All right,
awesome.
we'll go to the next one. We'll clear this. Raz, I think you're up next. We'll
got
get this next goal graph, first 15 minutes up on screen.
I can meta this.
All right, let's take a look.
Yeah.
This is an NRG game.
Oh, and they're in
Okay.
a deficit.
It's an NRG game. They're at around a 4K deficit. I think that's around 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
It is a 44-minute game.
Ooh.
I know who this is against. This is against Team Liquid.
Oh,
Is it?
I think I know this one.
Okay, well, if you know it, then go
Just
ahead.
go, just go, just
Try
go.
and predict
Is
it.
it
Can
the
I draw
last time
another
they
one on
played?
top of his?
No.
Can I play again?
No, you failed the assignment.
I want to play again.
You can help contribute. You can tell if you're going
what?
too much.
Raz, I think this is the
Raz.
Immortals game. And
What?
no gold graph can go backwards like that. It's a linear.
It is a Christopher
graph.
Nolan film.
Just think of it as
This is
a
Tenet?
steep decline.
It's a very steep decline, but then they rally. So you think they rally and win?
I think they rally and
They,
win.
go,
Wow.
they throw so
All right,
hard, they
let's
go
go
backwards
ahead and pull it
time.
up.
I'm thinking it's the last time they met TL.
It's actually a
Dignitas!
This game, look at that. There's 7 dragons, the most possible dragons you can have.
Yeah.
It's back and forth. And it looks kind of scary for energy, but Raz is
Close
right.
it out.
They're actually going
Yeah.
to punch it out. Yeah.
Oh my
Good job, Raz.
There he is. The moment I see
Well, let's
energy
see how
having
close
a
the graph
deficit.
is.
Let's
We gotta
see.
get the graph on
I
top.
don't think you got
Hey, in terms of assignments, you
General
got the right
feeling.
answer.
Yeah, you got the right answer.
Your work,
Good job.
Your work wasn't exactly correct, but you got the right answer. There
That's
was an extra throw or two in there.
That's when the
All right.
teacher looks at that and is like, you did.
Yeah.
That's not your work.
Can't have a graph going backwards in time.
That's
right.
also a problem. All
I
right,
thought Baron and they lost a lot of
What's this one
gold,
gonna
but
be?
this is the last one. This is also an NRG game.
NRG.
oh, look, that's very stable.
It's pretty close, so it's a little hard
This
to predict.
one's
This one's
It's a
going to be
41-minute
really
game.
hard. 41 minutes.
It's a 41-minute game.
Okay.
I'll give you a hint. At some point they do something good, and at some point they do something bad.
Oh, that's
That is
every
any-
animal.
That just means it has to go up and down.
Yeah, I feel like
Look, it's stable, okay?
maybe
Yeah, all right, pretty consistent.
whoa,
Wow,
whoa.
there's
that
going to be a
consistent.
dip.
Okay, so
It's
that's
like
a very
small,
gradual
steady
dip.
gold lead. All right,
Yeah, and then
wait.
they're going to. Oh, wait, no.
It was
What?
41.
It's
Wait, did I
early.
say 41?
Yeah, you did say
Okay, close
41.
enough. The
All right,
second line
close,
counts.
close enough.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look.
Ignore that
Let's pull
one.
it- pull
Two
the game.
realities.
This is the one Jat was thinking of earlier.
Oh, this game!
Oh.
Despite
I
the
knew you were going to have this on your
The
somewhere.
spike on the top is going to be higher.
So they're going to go way up
Yeah.
and then down to about even and then lose the game.
Yeah, the fact that they were even at 14, they ended up
Yeah.
having around a 10K gold lead. Then they end up losing this game, despite that fact that they, I think, had Nexus turrets down as well. Or
Yeah.
at least one
They had a
Nexus
15 kills Airy.
turret. Yeah. This is the game at the start of
Wow.
the year.
This is the one that made you believe in Immortals. Made me
True.
Yeah.
I had faith.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead, pull up the goal graph with Emily's
Oh,
overlay.
yeah, yep. Okay.
Oh, that graph.
Yeah.
So actually not bad. Shape-wise, that's good.
The times are pretty good. It's just you weren't extreme enough in your
I wasn't like, oh, woo, yeah, they're gonna go.
And that's why it's hard to predict this series.
Yes, it is.
It is. Let's see what we did.
I'm interested.
I have no idea.
go
3-2. Confidence. Split down the middle.
There's no way this is a 3-2. This is a sweep one way or the other.
No, I can see. You could tell me that this ended at any amount of outcomes for either team, and that would be great. We will see what happens on the other side of the show open, and then casters will take it away then.
See you guys.
Bienvenidos and welcome to day 2 of the first week of playoffs here in the LCS Summer Split. The year 2023, NRG are already arriving to the scene where they will be taking on their opponents in Team Liquid. And of course, with Team Liquid, they always got the special arrivals here. What do they got here, Isaac?
I don't know. This is a shop. They're deciding what to buy. Oh, it's arena mode. Oh, it's 2v2v. He's working on the target dummy.
That's awesome. And NRG are like, oh no, I don't want to be in there, guys. There's already rage quit. They AFK'd.
Oh, I actually love the little target dummy, like the boxing body or whatever. He's like going out shots on it.
It had no head either.
That is hilarious. That's actually pretty close to what the target dummies are. In arena mode.
Pretty good representation. I mean, TL are already going straight for the head of NRG in this game.
I gotta say, I love the intros. Love the TL's doing those every day. Those are a lot of fun. But we are gonna be straight on into it. 4th versus 5th. It's TL versus NRG in day 2 of the LCS playoffs here in 2023 summer. And I'm really curious to see what the adaptations are going to be, what the reads these two teams do have on each other will be. My assumption was the APA was not going to be getting Ziggs throughout this entire series. I do think a lot of people are looking towards him and saying, okay, if there's a weakness, it's that his champion pool is pretty different. Is he going to be as strong on meta picks, or can he move more towards off meta picks that he hasn't shown yet that will still work for him, right? Because when you look at his solo queue, you look through his most played champions, it's Cassio, it's Pantheon, it's Kled, it's champions that are not meta whatsoever. He has been showing the Ziggs. That has been working really well for him. But he has not impressed me as much on some of the kind of standard picks like an Azir or whatever. We haven't really seen a lot of that stuff from him.
Right.
So if some of these off-meta picks get taken away, what is he going to show us? That I think is a really big question for TL in this best of.
Well, so far for NRG, one of the picks that I would look at for Team Liquid that has not been taken off the table is Tristana. The Kai'Sa is the first one that they're going to look for instead. So NRG have a chance to swipe that one off. As we were looking in the pre-show, the Analyst Lounge had already showed us that Tristana was one of the few picks that not only Palafox and both APA share, but it's also something that could be flexed between Yawn as well on Team Liquid.
Yeah, will be interesting to see where they do want to take that, if they're going to be able to grab it. We've been seeing so much, and on 13-13, we saw so much of just first pick Kai'Sa, and then it goes Rel on the other side, and Sejuani and whatnot. Is those kind of pairings. I'm interested to see if that's going to change at all. Sejuani is, of course, banned out. Xayah has been really, really popular as an answer. There are a few different options here. But, yesterday's series, I think, looked pretty similar in draft to what we were seeing on the previous patch. Yeah. So I'm kind of expecting a lot of those similar things. Rakan plus Rel, really strong 1-2 combo there. That was something that I think a lot of people were looking at in yesterday's series and saying, okay, we need to break this combo up. It is too powerful as far as the initial engage, then the follow-up here. It does tip the hand that it should be jungle Rel. Rakan going to be going down to the support position here for Ignar. That's one of his signature picks. So will be interesting to see what the answers are. Maokai, pretty standard.
And it's a good way to break up the fight as well. With such heavy engage already locked in for NRG, you want some powerful disengage. Maokai ultimate, great at being able to break up the fight and buy some space. The one thing about Kai'Sa is until her Void Seekers come online with that additional AP later in the stages of the game, you are pretty short range, and wow, I love that sign. As the Jace is going to be locked in as well, this can still be flexed between APA or Summit if they choose to do so later in the draft.
And APA has not yet played a Kai'Sa game, so generally you would be saying, okay, that's going to be AP Kai'Sa mid. Yes, it could be going down to bot, but because APA hasn't played it, we're not so sure. I would expect it to be mid Jace because that has been much more common, but again, APA hasn't played that in the LCS. Summit hasn't played it this split, so we don't know exactly where things are going to go. We'll see if they are going to be looking to flex these around. Xayah, a pretty obvious third pick here for NRG, especially since they already got Rakan. We've been seeing that duo broken up quite a lot, but does give FBI the ability to kind of absorb any sort of engage that is coming in towards him. It's really tough to actually dive this champion.
Yeah.
And if you pair it alongside a lot of other champions that are pretty difficult to take down, it becomes really hard, I think, for TL to kind of find a target. And that's why I think that they may be moving more in towards a poke-based comp. I think Xayah can really struggle against that. If you just go AP Kai'Sa, if you have lethality Jace, you add in even a little bit more additional poke and you play something that's a little bit more non-committal, that's where I feel like Xayah can really start to struggle, because Xayah really succeeds when people are piling in towards her, stacking up on those feathers. You can get a really good pullback.
Yeah, and it puts the onus on NRG to get to objectives faster than Team Liquid, because if Team Liquid get the setup, you have to deal with Maokai saplings, you have to deal with Kai'Sa Void Seekers and the acceleration shock blast from Jace. As we're getting through the second round of picks and bans, getting rid of some of those extra additional engaged support picks, the Nautilus taken off the table and Ornn taken away from Summit as well. Sorry, Ornn guy from last week. We're not going to be getting Ornn today, at least in this game one. The Tristana still being taken off the table, as well as that Yone.
Yeah, Tristana going to be taken away. I do think Tristana has less power when it's not paired with the Kai'Sa, because you don't have that AP plus AD double marksman setup, but a lot of teams are still down to go towards double AD marksman. It is going to be Renekton in here on 4, so we're just waiting for Palafox's pick on 5. Malphite, would be kind of interesting. It's very much not a Summit pick. We'll see where he wants to go. Jax Renekton feels like something that could be the option. It is pretty skill-based matchup. A lot of people do prefer the Jax side because they feel it's somewhat skill-based, but then you have the ability to outscale, which kind of gives you a little bit of that edge. Summit has been so good in lane, but his weaknesses have kind of remained the same, where he tends to die in side lanes a tremendous amount, and he does lead the league in ISO deaths, and that is a problem for him. But it has to be stated that the lane advantage is massively towards Summit based on the regular season expectations. Summit, his CST at 10 was over plus 12.
Yeah.
Dokla was 10th in the league. He's on the very opposite end of the spectrum. He was negative over 8 CS at 10. So, a huge differential between these two players. And, with Summit on his kind of signature Gnar here, that is going to be really powerful. And this is interesting. So it should be support set here paired with the Kai'Sa bot. It should be Jace mid, Gnar top. And it's a bit of an aggressive look here. Some people have been talking about set into the Rakan, into the Rel, being able to kind of deny some of this engage. You can try as the Rel is coming forward, you can actually ult, buffer your ult, and just kind of take her out.
Yeah.
Pull her out of her Magnet Storm away from the rest of the team. So we'll see if he's gonna be able to find those good engages, but it has to be said, set engages are not exactly like the most reliable. Like, it really depends on your flash. If you don't have your flash, I feel like this champion can become so useless in a 5v5. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make things happen.
And before we load onto the Rift, I want you to all know, Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. I want to follow up on the point you were making about this set for the composition Team Liquid, because TSM, they were one of the first ones to run it throughout playoffs so far. Huhi, I think, is the only other person this split to run support set. The nice thing about this pickup is that NRG do have a lot of short-range champions outside of Azir, because for Xayah, she's one more of the relatively short-range marksmen in the pool right now, and it's a way to punish how NRG want to play out those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 melee champs essentially in there with the Rakan, the Rel, the Renekton, so you're going to be able to have some people to CC up, to slam together. You're going to be looking for those ult angles. It doesn't always have to be about the engage. It can be about the disengage or the counter engage. So, there are options to make this work, but I do think it can be difficult, and if set falls behind, you can become just kind of like a loot pinata. It's so easy to actually kill this guy off. You don't really have a lot of pick potential. You don't have a non-committal pick either.
All right, let's get ready for game 1 of our second playoff series between Team Liquid and NRG. As we take to the Rift here, no fancy level 1 evades quite just yet. It'll just be a 5-man defensive fan from both teams here.
So looking into it, this is actually APA's first ever game of Jace in competitive, not even just in LCS, in NACL as well. He doesn't have a single game played of it. So it is a bit of a step away, from what he normally plays. When you're looking through his champion pool, it's almost all AP champions. He does have a couple games of that Tristana in this split, but that is about it. He really plays mages. That is what he is known for. So I do think this is kind of like a big opportunity for himself to really be able to prove that he can play a different style of champion at this level. Because if you come out here with the Jace, if you fail with that, people are not going to have to respect in picks and bans. They're not going to have to worry about it going forward in this series. So I think it becomes a really important game 1 here for TL to establish that they have a little bit of flexibility, that you have to respect them in draft.
Yeah. Even off the top of my head, I was checking out APA's champion pool back in when he was playing at semi-pro through teams like Resolve and Barrage and even Maryville University on Collegiate. Now, there are some champions that I might be excited to see if he pulls them out, but Jace was definitely not one of them. But while we're still in the early parts of the game, we're going to toss the jet with an interview with Coach ThinkCard from NRG.
Thank you very much. I'm here with ThinkCard. Game 1 draft in the books. Surprising thing to me was the APA Jace. When it locked in, I immediately thought Summit. Did that throw you for a loop, or how do you feel like the draft went?
I mean, we were definitely thinking they could flex it, but he's been spamming it in solo queue, and they've been spamming set in solo queue. So we definitely know they've been playing these champions, and we just have to see how proficient they actually are at them.
All right, how do you feel about your team's win conditions coming into game 1?
We're definitely a little bit outranged, but we have a lot of engage, and we definitely have a lot of our comfort picks. And Rel, Zyra, Rakan is just a trio that's been kind of running rampage across all regions, so I'm pretty happy with it.
All right, thank you very much, ThinkCard, and good luck in the series.
All right, cool.
Yeah, always interesting to hear, how much teams are paying attention to those solo queue accounts. And that's a big reason why a lot of players, when they're starting to actually learn a new champion or trying to get something ready for stage, they'll play on a Smurf account, right?
Yeah.
So people can't track that as easily, but, hearing that both Core and APA kind of tipped their hands through their solo queue accounts, knew that they were practicing these and let NRG know what to expect here for game 1.
Gotta get those Smurf IGNs, Got to keep things under wraps. But for NRG so far, nothing too exciting in the early game. There's a little bit of a mix-up in the top side of the map where Pioshik and Contracts ran into each other and said, oh, okay, I'm going to go this way, and you're going to go that way. We're going to continue full clearing. As Pioshik seems to be playing more towards the top side of the map, but might want to reverse it and make sure that he ends up on the bottom side when Contracts is there, just to deflect any early games.
Yeah, we'll see if he is going to head down towards that. And I also think when you are playing some of these melee supports like Set, you want to be trading out your flash early. You want to be looking for aggressive plays. And pulling Pioshik down there to help enable you to do that or to follow up on any sort of play that you could make is going to be a big part of that. So, he's kind of doing this reverse clear. Started down on bot side, went up towards top, and now he's heading down towards those Krugs and could look for a play here, potentially on bot side when he gets there. Ignar had been chunked really low as we were actually listening to that coach interview. We saw that, but popped his potions. And when you do hit those Qs, the Gleaming Quill heal is actually pretty massive on Rakan, so you can sustain that back up. And Core, on this set, they're not going to have any ability to kind of apply consistent poke, right? It's going to be all about 100-0 play here. So we'll see if they can find that. Pioshik is hanging around, and it looks like they may want to try to look for a lane gank.
Either a lane gank or Pioshik is here just in case Contracts tries to force a dive. It looked like NRG was trying to stack up that wave and protect Contracts' entrance there in the river.
But I think if he's doing that, he should be starting his recall, right? So he's spending so much time down here. I think he was looking for the play.
Okay, Core JJ flashing around onto FBI. Ignar dashes back with the Battle Dance, and FBI had to burn both Summoner spells, and it's an overall Summoner advantage for Team Liquid bot lane.
Yep, so they do try to force the play down on bot side. Not going to be able to really get too much besides those traded sums. Pioshik doesn't really get involved, but this is going to mean double scuttle here for Contracts, who has just been clearing on the other side. APA going to be pushing out mid as Palafox is pretty much dead but Palafox is not TP'd back yet, so he's going to be just fine. Now going to be looking up towards this top side. This is actually pretty dicey. Doka has the rage, ready for the stun.
And Summit is still mini, so he's forced to flash away from the crash down. The Q stun still lands, but Summit is out of there, but he did have to burn the flash.
Yeah, he gets away, but he burns the flash and he loses the wave, which really sucks, right? Because he is known for his lane dominance. He's known from playing from ahead, and now he is down that full wave plus a little bit more, and he's going to be having to play with a bouncing wave and no flash. So this is always kind of that really dangerous situation as a top laner where you just got ganked, you spent your flash to survive, now the wave is in a bad spot, he's got to push it out, and he's not sure, is Contract still around? Is he still waiting here? Because if Renekton TP's back, you've got to crash that wave, but if Contract is behind him, you're probably dead.
Yeah. Big thing here, Summon is already taking preventive measures by warding that top river bush because he knows that Contract's top camps are still coming up on the next reset, so Contract could easily cycle those camps and then come back towards the top side and punish him without flash.
And I think that's why we're going to see Maokai just head up towards top. You know, I am expecting him to be out there. APA got really low off his ulti. He's dead.
He could flash. APA flashes out first. Palafox saves it, but that is Summoner advantage now for Palafox in the mid lane.
I'm actually so surprised that Palafox didn't flash follow. I feel like he could have maybe got him there. Maybe he was worried about someone being behind him or didn't quite have that Q cooldown. When I looked on the client I was in game on, it looked like the Q was maybe back up, but we can watch this one more time. Scoops him into the tower. You know, that tower shot, you know, does end up landing. His APA should have just walked it out. That I don't know if he didn't realize that the turret was on the cannon, because he didn't actually have to shoot back there, but he wanted to proc his phase rush, so he procs the phase rush, he runs through, but he does take a tower shot. And it would have been one more auto, one more Q, one more anything from Palafox for the solo kill. Didn't end up going for it. Maybe he wasn't sure that he could actually, you know, catch up to him and kill him. I think he could have. But what they're going to look for very likely is as soon as Palafox has his ulti back, they're going to look for that guaranteed kill where he can flash in, shuffle in APA. As long as Contracts is there to follow up, they should have that kill. But TL very clearly know that their mid laner is at risk, so they're going to be playing around him.
Yeah, they learned from that Golden Guardians game where River and Huhi gave him the Sora welcome to NA treatment as well for APA, or at least welcome to LCS, I should mean. Now, APA is going to be protected here. Contracts and Ignar spending some time there gets answered by Core JJ and Pyosik, so APA is still going to be safe here, but already you are seeing both of the solo laners from Team Liquid under heavy pressure from NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top lane, it was that gank from Contracts. You know, they went for this failed gank on bot side with Pyosik, and that is the cost of that, right? When you show on one side of the map, your laner on the other side of the map is going to be exposed to a counter gank, to a play on the other side, really. So Contracts, you know, was able to find something there. Then in the 1v1, Palafox has been getting the better of APA. He's up in farm. He had him pushed into his turret early. He made him take that early base for the TP. So then he was in this weird spot where he'd already used his TP early. Palafox was trading with him, then had the later TP. So he had to shove out the wave. That exposed him to the zero ult there, forces his flash. So it's kind of this little snowball effect of when you make a mistake in lane, when you're falling behind in lane, you can get put into a worse and worse and worse spot.
Right. And it's one thing, you know, if Dokla was given the advantage due to Contract coming up and burning the Summit's flash, but the fact that someone was already down CS from Dokla, and now his flash is gone, and Dokla is snowballing that CS lead, trying to snowball a lead, it kind of counterdicts what we thought Summit was going to be able to do coming into game one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit hard because the wave was stacked at his tower, right? So yes, there was a CS advantage when the gank came in, but at the same time, he probably would even out a lot of that, right? You know, as he does farm up that wave. But I hear you, you know, it has been a good early laning phase here for Dokla. You know, they're clearly trying to put emphasis on that. You know, getting this strong jungler in here with the Rel, grabbing a pick like the Renekton that can really set up ganks well. So there's a lot of CC. If you're in Mininar, there's so much CC between the Rel and the Renekton that you can get burst down, and, you know, they're trying to make things happen with that.
Team Liquid know that they are kind of outmatched, and APA no flash. They talked about it before. Contracts is waiting in the wings as well. APA is pinging for assist, but Pyosik is on the dragon. He would have to give up leashing it for it, and he just says, come towards me. I smote it down the dragon. I can provide disengage with my ultimate ability. APA just runs over to bot lane. Ignar is just going to collapse onto APA, and they get the charm down, and APA's got nowhere else to run. That's first blood for NRG. They're going to look for more into Pyosik, and he's caught with his pants down. NRG get a double kill for FBI.
Both bot lanes roam up, but it is the bot lane from NRG here that gets so much more. As FBI is able to come up there, gets first blood, gets a double kill. APA couldn't really contribute to that fight whatsoever, had got scooped under the tower, you know, was on a full-on retreat. Pyosik was also a little bit lower because he was actually soloing the dragon, so TL was in such a disadvantageous position. You know, look at the health bars. APA is never really going to be able to contribute here. Pyosik is in a tough spot as well. They try to look for the turn here. He looks to ult forward, but the problem is FBI just pops the ult, pops the cleanse, goes right through him, is able to pull back to the rest of the team. Yon and Core cannot follow up whatsoever. And FBI, feeling himself after that one, knows it's a big early play.
Core JJ, Hex flashing in, tries to catch FBI. He still has a flash to play with. Can Yon dump enough damage in with a killer instinct to find him? FBI almost makes the outplay, but Yon has the instant cleanse to get out of the feather root stun, and Ignar is able to escape, but Team Liquid answer back.
Yeah, that is really big. Getting the kill back right there is massive because he hadn't actually spent up his gold, right? So he was still just sitting on those tier 2 boots. He had a ton of gold to actually spend after that play. They're able to find the kill on him before he can actually get back to base there. It was Core flashing out from that brush that does find him. And they knew he had no ulti. He does blow the flash. He tries to look for that blade caller plus the flash play to try to turn it around on Jan, but couldn't quite find it. Now Summit could potentially be in trouble. He's about to mega out though.
Contracts hasn't shown himself. Pioshik is over the wall. Contracts goes in, tries to ward off Summit before he can look for the engage. He knew that they were not going to be favored in that 2v2 with the ultimate up for Pioshik as well. So Contracts being able to show early, make sure that Dokla gets out.
Yeah, that was weird though, because Pioshik just hit the wave, and so I guess they're just going to move away from the wave now, but like, he goes top and he kind of hits the wave, and then Summit's in this spot where now it's like, do you know for sure that Contract's based? You don't really.
Yeah.
He still needs to push out the wave. He's assuming that Contract's based. So he is going to be fine because he did in fact do it, but you can see he's still having to respect the fact that the jungler could be there, and that's why he's running away, and the wave's now frozen on him. So I feel like Pioshik kind of griefed him a little bit.
Not the best setup for top lane, but alas for Pioshik, he had to go towards the middle side since it seemed things were about to get volatile, as both NRG's jungler and support were there preying on APA.
Yeah, now that they know where Contracts is, you know, it is fine. He should be able to push out that wave. He should be able to play it a little bit more aggressively, but Summit definitely not playing this lane the way he would have wanted. Kind of has been on the back foot ever since that early gank. You know, went out in some of those trades, but has never really been able to kind of establish much of an advantage. And now Jan here on that bottom side, gonna get one solo plate to himself, gonna be feeling really good about that. Has the much earlier first item, you know, has that shift completed despite the kills to FBI, because FBI went for tier 2 boots. So he did go for a bit of a different build here. You know, he's going towards that Kraken's lair, and as a result, you know, has himself kind of down in power right now.
And one of the things that Jan has been able to do so far this split has been able to free up himself in the laning phase, while Core JJ has been able to look for roams. The fact that Jan can kind of handle himself in the 1v2, while Pioshik is still here to help guard him. It has been shown in multiple games when Team Liquid get ahead through bot lane, Jan has been able to get himself fine, but APA is in a tough spot, dodges the Q stun, but the crackdown in the Magna Storm should be enough CC for Palafox to clean up the kill. Summit is here, but he's only on mini form, so it's got to be all ranged auto attacks, and Contract should just be able to speed on out.
Yeah, remounts. Is he going to be able to get out of there? No problem. APA getting preyed on so far. They're attacking him on this Jace. Palafox has been doing really well in the 1v1, have been able to force out that flash in the 1v1 solo, so then you know NRG is going to be calling in the reinforcements here, looking to take down this Jace, put him into the dirt, and they're accelerating Palafox. He's now up, you know, good 20 CS, plus he has the kill, plus he has 2 assists. Things are looking a little bit dire for TL, who is a team that is so reliant on their super powerful early game. You know, this is a team that is dominated in the early game, one of the most dominating early games in the entire league, and often plays from such an advantage. Even with that advantage, they do struggle to sometimes close out games because their mid game, their late game is not that clean. NRG also, you know, they were showing it in the lounge with these kind of gold graphs. They're a team that is very up and down. Sometimes they're going to come out, they're incredibly dominant, they look so good, they're taking out top teams in the league. Other days they come out, they're throwing massive advantages, they're losing to bottom teams. You know, you don't really know what you're going to get with them, but it is concerning for TL, who is a team that often loses even with a massive advantage, to be down 1.5k early on against NRG.
Yeah, which is why this series is so interesting, because as you already mentioned, NRG sometimes can have these massive advantages, but then if they don't respect their opponents in a team fighting situation, sometimes those throws have occurred in the summer split. Team Liquid is not necessarily known for their ability to be able to make a comeback in the late game, but if there's a day to change that narrative, it would be against NRG today.
Absolutely, and just look at the opposite kind of priorities here. Look at all this vision invested in the top side, this area for TL to try to enable Summit, and then on the bot side, it's all of these red wards here from NRG. They're trying to cover that bottom quadrant of the map, prove that they want to play around Dragon, and TL is depending on Summit to get advantages in the 1v1. That's why they're putting so many wards up there, so he can play aggressive, so he knows that the jungler is on the top side, because they're expecting him to beat Dokla in that 1v1, but so far it is not happening. He has not been able to establish that advantage, did get pressured early, and Dokla has done a good job of maintaining a slight lead here, and really kind of just stopping one of the main advantages that I was expecting TL to have.
Yeah. And right now, all of Team Liquid's hopes kind of rest on Jan, who does have the highest gold in the game so far. And with something like Static Shiv, he can accelerate that gold lead even further and further. And he's going to be a threat the later the game goes on. But Team Liquid are going to want to have some of that immediate power more sooner. Because otherwise, NRG, the way that Palafox is set up right now, he's very powerful. He has the crown, so he has a little bit more defensive power so that he doesn't get exploded by the members of Team Liquid. And then Dokla's already kind of a menace for Team Liquid to deal with.
It's going to be a fight here. Dokla's going to have to TP in. Contracts has gotten caught.
He pops the Magnastorm. He's tanky for a bit, but he's separated completely from his damage dealers before Palafox and FBI are able to escort him out. Summit is not Mega yet, so he doesn't have a lot of threat onto the members of NRG quite yet, but now he's building up that rage because the rest of NRG backed off.
And Dokla's not wanting to TP, so it feels like NRG, we're setting up, maybe trying to see, okay, can we get a pick? Can we make something happen in a 4v5? But they're not actually going to move multiple members over. There is no TP to answer Dokla, so now they're going to come in.
4,000 HP. Ignar pops the quickness, looks for the backline, but doesn't quite make it with the grand entrance. Pioshik with the W goes all the way to Ignar. Now he's separated from the rest of the team. Can Team Liquid burn down the Rift Herald? But now they don't have smite advantage, so that should easily go over to NRG, and they take it with ease.
Yeah, Contracts, I think, didn't have smite either because I think he used it for the kill there. But NRG at the end of the day are going to be able to grab that Herald as Ignar just pulled Pioshik back so far. When you press W, when you hit that twisted advance, you're going for the ride no matter how far it takes you. And it was not an expected ride here as Ignar went in on the initial engage, pops the quickness, flashes forward, misses the grand entrance there on Jan, but then Battle Dance back to FBI. You have that additional range when you are playing the Zyra Khan, and that meant Pioshik got pulled so far back, they collapsed on him. On the other side, TL tried to take out the Azir. They weren't able to do it as he had that crown. He flashed out to safety. And so then at that point, they are in a 4v5. They're down their jungler, and they know they've got to disengage.
And the fact that NRG were able to, despite coming back to the Rift Herald on the second entrance late, they brute forced their way in before Team Liquid got a chance to set up their poke, because that is what this composition, as you already said at the beginning of the draft, is really structured on. You want to get to those objectives first. You want to poke with JCQs. You want to poke with Jan Void Seekers and make sure that NRG don't get a chance to walk in healthy.
Yeah. And I mean, you could see, some of the difficulties that they are going to have with this composition as well. It's like they were the first ones there, but at the end of the day, they couldn't find a clean turn, right? Was Dokla coming late? They were first to set up. They're the ones who you would think would be able to kind of snap grab someone and make something happen. Ignar kind of failed his engage, to be honest, with the ulti flash, wasn't able to catch on Jan, but then Teal didn't have that instant turn to be able to lock someone down and burst someone down that they would have wanted. And unfortunately for them, it meant, despite the fact that they kind of had the better setup, they did lose out at the end of the day. And TL now trying to get down to bot side to try to defend these turrets. But it's APA kind of playing from this pretty disadvantageous position, down 30 CS to the Azir. It's going to be a Nashor's second here, with that Conqueror build for Palafox to be able to deal with this 3 melee core front line that is going to be fairly tanky. And he is going to be a bit of a menace. FBI also incredibly strong. Yes, you can rely a bit on that poke, but I don't know if you can rely purely on the poke to really kind of save the day here.
Yeah, you're going to also need some type of flanking threats from Team Liquid, and if Summit is not able to find a teleport angle where he can get access to the backline in Mega Form, then Palafox is going to be undeterred when he's just putting out soldiers and just attacking the front line ruthlessly at Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the TL needs something to kind of break up the map a little bit to try to pull someone apart, and that's why they're trying to play through side lanes. Jason R is a good 1-3-1, but it has been Summit getting pressured and has been APA playing from behind, so they just don't really have any pressure in these side lanes like they would want. Summit playing forward pretty aggressively, but his turret is going to be gone no matter what. We'll be able to stop a charge coming down on that tier 2, and you can see people moving up the river a little bit, so potentially some action to come out, but doesn't look like it's going to end up happening.
And it's just going to get scarier for Team Liquid because NRG, if they have the winning side lanes at the moment between Dokla and Palafox, they're going to be able to collapse in. Once the T1 turrets are taken out, they can go in through the mid lane, through the jungle, and then you lose safety even with that tier 1 turret in the mid lane as you're trying to set up that strong point with Jan, who is still the only person that's ahead. And Summit, I mean, you're just too far out, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. He gets the flash away, but Contracts and Palafox clean it up easily.
Yeah, League Leader and ISO Deaths is going to add another one, unfortunately, to the column there. From Summit, they will trade a tower on the other side. They're going to be able to get a dragon as well. So TL are getting something from this. It's not just, a completely useless death. So they will be happy to at least take some objectives on the other side. But that is one of the things that, you know, when you start getting a reputation like this, teams will attack you more than the average player because they start to look towards you as someone who can be preyed on, who can give up those easy deaths. And that is why NRG, you know, TP up Palafox. The tier 1 was already gone. Summit stayed around, so they TP him up. He comes in behind, and there's no way out for Summit, who has been attacked and who has been put down. You know, it is now 20 minutes in, and Dokla still maintaining that advantage. And NRG looking like they're in a really good spot. We'll see if they can continue to take some of these dragons away. You know, the only kind of edge right now for TL is that they do have that 1 dragon lead.
Right. It is 20 minutes into the game, so Baron is alive for the taking. And when you have something like an Azir, once Palafox completes the Master's Tooth, I imagine it should be super easy for both him and FBI to burn it down, even if they don't have all 5 members. So that Baron pressure becomes even more looming for Team Liquid to deal with. As Summit is now on the bottom side of the map, he has teleport to be able to respond, but the fact that Dokla is waiting here in Fog in this bottom jungle makes things really difficult for Team Liquid if they overstep themselves here in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It does become pretty difficult, you know, if you get a little bit too aggressive. There are a lot of ways to start fights here, you know, for NRG, so you're gonna have to be pretty careful about it. You know, if they can get into the backline, especially APA is gonna be the target in most of these fights. You know, Yon is gonna be a little bit more slippery there with the cleanse, with the ulti, but APA is gonna be preyed on, and if they can find him at the beginning of these fights, it will be tough for TL to win out. Contract's trying to play with vision. You can see that TL at least wants to maintain vision around the Baron. They know when you're going up against a Azir, plus a high DPS marksman like that Xayah, that Baron can get shredded in a hurry. So you always have to keep eyes on it, and TL are playing pretty heavily around this area to try to at least maintain some vision.
NRG's game plan right now, get to mid-wave, touch it, be able to shove it in, and then go back into the river and look to take control of vision. The fact that there's still some saplings and some wards from Team Liquid prevents NRG from being able to threaten Baron right away, and as long as Team Liquid can continue maintaining some sort of vision there, they can stall it out until the next dragon, which will be the next objective for NRG and Team Liquid to play for.
Yep, unless NRG are just willing to straight up flip it. But then that becomes really difficult because that's where the Kai'Sa, that's where the Jace can really kind of have an open season on you in that pit. You know, shooting fish in a barrel, just continue hitting you with that poke, continue poking and prodding away, and making that pretty difficult. It is not going to be an AP variant for the Maokai, so the poke won't be doing that much. But Dokla, you can see, forced to ulti as Summit had a red buff and was actually chasing him down there in that bot lane. So they force out that ulti defensively. It's a slight win, but Contract's looking like he's going to fight.
They're engaging, and Dokla doesn't get the TP first. Summit has Mega Form. He's right onto the back line here. FBI is stunned up. He gets the wall down, but Summit takes a lot of damage, so he jumps right into the front line. Dokla teleports in, but he's still alive. He's able to sustain up with the Gore Drink, and he gets out, and the rest of NRG can reposition for this fight. They look for Yon. They know that Yon is the big target for them. Big root onto the back line as well. Yon is caught out. He's forced to flash. JJ handling everyone as he can, but he gets taken up by Palafox over the wall! That's a huge pickup for NRG! And with 4 members up, they can't go for the Baron because Contracts is dead and no jungler on their side, but they're gonna look to push down to the mid lane.
3 for 1 at the end of the day, a very close fight on both sides. It looked like it was gonna be a good angle here for TL because Summit had Mega ready and he had just forced out the Dominus from Dokla on the other side, but Dokla arrives, they burst down Summit, he barely survives with that Gore Drinker, and APA now has got to try to stop this Baron. Nice shock blast on the Palafox. He's got to try to go for it, I feel like. You can't just give this up.
APA is going to look for an angle.
Impossible.
He has flash, but it's just too difficult for him to get in there. Dokla is also bodyguarding, making sure that Palafox doesn't give up the shutdown, doesn't go down, and he can just slice and dice over the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? You know, maybe you want to just flip it, flash in there and hammer for him, but I guess he thinks, hey, I'm just going to get stunned up. I'm just going to get locked down and end up dying. So here's the play one more time. Again, it was about this TP coming in from Summit right here. Dokla does look for an answer right on that ward. He comes out without Dominus, though, when he's already low, so you're thinking, this guy's got to be dead for sure, right? But wrong! They can't actually finish him off. He's able to barely survive. Not enough damage was actually put down on him. And unfortunately, he gets that Gore Drinker off. He gets that little bit of healing off, and TL start to fall apart here as FBI takes down Pioshik. Yon is pushed back, and the soldiers over the wall from Palafox are able to get another kill. You know, Core had a nice angle for a turn, but they just didn't have enough damage there to actually make anything happen from it. And now NRG has exploded the gold advantage here. And you can see picking up some of these defensive items as well. Palafox already has a stopwatch. FBI just grabbed a Hex Drinker, which seems a little bit weird to me. I'm not going to lie, because it is just the Kai'Sa, but You know, I feel like lifesteal probably would have made a lot more sense to just be able to sustain through it, but I guess maybe he feels the only way he can die is to the Kaisa, so we'll see if that works out. Either way, is going to be the Dragon here for NRG, so evening up the Dragons, opening up a massive gold lead. Tier 1 tower bot is dead for sure. It's just a question of how many can you get with this Baron buff.
Yeah, Pioshik and Core JJ are kind of looming here. Ignar looking for the play. Nice interrupt from Pioshik, but he's still got the quickness, so Pioshik is going to be locked down. Thankfully, he's a tank. He sustains a lot of damage, is able to walk away with half of his HP still available, but NRG got the turret that they want.
Yeah, they're going to get the tower. They're just trying to buy time, basically, though, for APA, who's splitting on that top side. And if you can trade evenly, you are trading up when you are down and when you are against this Baron buff. But it's going to be about the siege here on the tier 2. NRG moving forward, trying to get more from this. Dokla's gone back, so he's going to get to the tier 2 top. Does not have teleport, so as APA backs off, NRG will have to be a little bit careful about a potential TP flank from APA. And that is why Dokla's pushing forward, trying to track this Jace. They know they can't give him that angle, but it will dissuade them from pushing any further. So thus far, it's just a trade of towers during the Baron buff. So not too much really gained here from NRG after the initial take.
And there's only 30 seconds left, so
Yeah,
NRG don't have much time to really get anything else more. So from the side of Team Liquid, it could have been worse. It's still a 5,000 gold deficit that they have to climb against, but they still have scaling on their side. APA's finally completed the Muramana, so his poke is actually going to at least feel impactful. And Jan, once he completes that third item, then the Void Seekers will start the back punch.
Yeah, he is going to be looking for those Ludens. He's even playing Ingenious Hunter for the item CDR, you know, for more Ludens procs and things like that. So the poke will be ramping up, but the question is, can you find those angles? As Ignar going to look for a bit of an engage on the summit, can't find it, but they do knock down another tower there. So 6.2k is the gold lead now. It's actually a full maw for FBI, so I'm a little bit surprised about that. Well, actually a lot surprised about that, to be honest with you, but we'll see how it does work out for him. You know, generally you only see people go into things like Maw instead of lifesteal when it is like 100 to 0 burst potential from a mage, right? When it's something like a LeBlanc or maybe like a Syndra or whatever. So this is definitely atypical, but you know, if he feels the only thing that could ever kill him is Kaisa, you know, ulting into the backline and one-shotting him, then hey, more power to you. We'll see if it works out. But I do feel like in a lot of situations, he may wish that he had some lifesteal, because if you can hit him with a Shock Blast and a Void Seeker or two, he's not going to have much lifesteal in that kit with his current build. So may be able to kind of just dissuade fights by landing a little bit of poke onto him. Whereas normally people these days are just going third item Bloodthirster, and that's enough to kind of just heal up off one camp, one wave, whatever.
Even with the Maw, that was one Void Seeker of damage to the FBI, and now that the Ludens has been completed, so FBI is going to have to be careful and play a little better dodgeball as they get ready for the next Dragon objective. Dokla has already taken the time to push up this top tower, so someone will have to respond. And meanwhile, it's the battle for vision once again, but this time on the bottom side of the map as NRG start to push Team Liquid away from the safety of their jungle.
Yep, trying to push them out. It's just going to be playing about objectives here. You know, TL not under a tremendous amount of pressure right this minute. But it is going to be about when this Baron does spawn here. That is really the next thing on the list for NRG. In 120, we're going to see them moving up, starting to create vision around that area. For now, they're just playing down through bot lane. They're looking to see if there's an option to get this tier 2. They're trying to get a little bit more gold, and they're going to look for APA.
APA flashes away. The Palafox ulti doesn't quite connect, but the turret might be the prize for NRG if they can just get a couple more hits in. The rest of Team Liquid don't want to re-engage on this one. The turret falls down. NRG go back into the safety of the jungle.
Yeah, nicely done by NRG. They get down there, they get the flash of APA. Palafox, I don't think, would have had a scoop that would have killed him anyway, but you just see the animation coming out and you have to flash or it's going to be too late. So does end up using that flash. This buys enough time, though, for NRG to get that gold, get back to base. They're going to fully spend up, and now we're going to see them move out towards this Baron and start getting vision around it. You can see some pinks have been picked up. You can see a lot of these luxury items are done. Palafox is actually closing in on a death cap as well. So this is going to be pretty scary stuff here. As a BT, you know, likely on the way for FBI as well, and they're going to be kind of answering TL at all turns.
Yeah, Palafox has just been that guy this game ever since being able to dominate APA in lane, call over contracts to punish his lack of summoner spells in the early stages of the game, and being able to play so well in team fights, even while down almost on critical HP, is able to survive. The early investment into the crown has paid off well, and he's maintained that high shutdown bounty as he looks to be one of the main teamfight carries as we get into the Baron.
I mean, it's all up to APA and Jan from this position. They have got to land poke. The bear on the Baron, you've got to soften them up. You can't take them in a straight 100-0 fight, so it's got to be about landing enough poke, but the Baron is going down fast. FP is already at half health, though.
Summon is trying to look over the wall. 3,000 HP. Nature's Grasp locks them all down. Summon is into the pit, but will he expire? Oh, but Pyosik steals the Baron! It was an early smite from Contracts! Pyosik is able to get the Baron for Team Liquid, and now can they clean up the fight? I say it's Team Liquid, you just get out of there. You've got the Baron already!
Yeah, they get the Baron. It's just going to cost them 2 lives here. We'll see how much energy can get with this. But TL could maybe even just rush straight towards the Dragon and get that as well. That is a massive steal here from Pyosik, as NRG just try to finish it in their face. They don't get that smite secure. Taylor on the Dragon, but a TP is coming through here from Dokla. It's just him. Now a second TP coming in, but they should be able to get this and get out.
Wait, someone hit it! Wait, someone hit it!
Oh.
Okay, CoreJJ gets him with the face smack. CoreJJ is going to go down for that price. It looks like he wanted to Hex Flash over the wall and get out, but he had to sacrifice his life to ensure that they got the Dragon. Dokla flashing on top of APA to make sure he doesn't get out alive. Jan doesn't have any more mana, so he can't really save him, but he gets the Blast Cone out, and APA and Jan walk away.
Yeah, nicely timed there by Jan. They got to be a little bit careful, though, because Ignar could go over the wall.
Ah, right over the wall, as you called it. Palafox is able to sweep on over, and Pyosik is just a tank. He can't do anything against this guy. He has to wait for Jan to look for the damage. Palafox might be exposed. He flashes, but he can't get back over the wall. He uses the stasis to block out Maokai's ulti as well, and Jan is caught out. And NRG, they have the damage dealers. Team Liquid don't. Summon goes to the Mega Fort, but he cannot approach this wave, as NRG will look to push into the base of Team Liquid.
This could be the game, potentially. We'll see how much NRG wants to go for. There are some low health bars here, but it's 30 seconds on APA, and they're going for it.
It's just pretty much all tanks, and Summon has gone mini, so he's even squishier. CoreJJ throws his life in there for the cause. Facebreaker doesn't do anything. NRG are undeterred. They're ready to take game 1 into their own hands, but Ignar's taking a lot of damage for the turret shots. Dokla's stairs is popped. Ignar goes down the Summon. Oh my god, it's a Clown Fiesta. Summon and Pyosik are going to defend this with the rest of their lives, and they just might get away with it.
Oh my god, Ignar walked up in the tier 3 tower up in top lane, got hit by it on the exit, gets taken down. Getting a little bit fast and loose here in this one. As we can see, NRG one more time committing to the Baron. TL looking for that play. Look at Contracts. He actually went over the wall, got rooted up, and then I think, you know, it's all the CC on him, but he's not in the pit either. Pyosik just flashes past him. Contracts is not even in the pit. You're trying to keep out the enemy jungler. You kept yourself out. That was a horrible play from Contracts. You know, rewatching that is like, that's not even a steal. That's a donation from Contracts. That was really, really bad. So he gives over the Baron to TL. And then down here for this Dragon, I think the read was that the Q from Jan was going to finish this off, but it doesn't quite do it. So CoreJJ realizes, I got to Hex Flash back towards the Dragon. Thankfully, at least he did get it. But then we saw this long extended play where a lazy recall was eventually punished here in the base. You know, Jan got caught over the wall. But pretty messy stuff. And then NRG trying to finish the game, but didn't end up having the minions. Ignar gives up a freebie on the way out. And Summit now in the area. He's looking.
And he's out of there. A Blast Cone back to safety. Pyosik gets engaged on by Palafox.
What is he doing there?
Throws out the ulti, roots him up. Hey, Palafox doesn't have flash from before. Maybe CoreJJ can lock him up, and Jan is just dumping damage into Palafox's back. The killer instinct was so easy and so free. Summit is able to get a shutdown on top of that as well. And they find Ignar in the back half of it thanks to APA.
Oh my god, NRG have got to settle down here a little bit. They have a massive lead, but they are starting to make me nervous that they might actually be throwing this game here. TL starting to have some signs of life, finding picks, finding plays, punishing some of the mistakes here from NRG. And now that tier 2 tower is gone, Palafox is gone, so you could even maybe take more. Someone's pushing out topside, and APA and Jan are really starting to ramp up this poke damage here. You know, APA has been put down pretty heavily in this game, but he's now on 3.5 items. The death cap is complete on the other side, but they're becoming a legitimate threat, and Summit actually going Hullbreaker, so he wants to commit to playing through that side lane.
Oh boy.
And we'll see if he can actually create an advantage in that side lane, because hey man, like, they're not actually that far away. You know, one more bad play from NRG, and this is a very winnable game from TL, because they are now one Dragon here from Soul. You give them the Soul, it starts to become a real problem in a game that was looking pretty much wrapped up.
And death timers are so long at this point that NRG, even if they lose some of their frontline members, it's just so hard for them to actually prevent Team Liquid from just walking up and destroying towers. Things like Jace, Kai'Sa, and Gnar all just destroy them in a matter of seconds.
The BT now finally completed though for FBI, and now things are going to get more difficult for TL because now it's not really that viable of a poke target, you know, to hit FBI. You know, if he doesn't have minions around, sure, you can poke him out around objectives, but if there's a minion, if there's a jungle camp, he's going to be healing right back up to full over and over. You can see Summit with that Hullbreaker pushing up on top side, has that empowered cannon, which is going to be a lot more difficult to take down, but Dokla fancies this fight, man. He's going to look for it.
He's got a GA, so he's willing to trade at least 1 life for 1 life if Summit goes down, and he has FBI in his back pocket for reinforcement. Summit is on the run now. He has flash, but he knows that there's no chance unless he gets the flash out, and FBI thunderstormed into the wall, and he couldn't take him out!
Oh, he couldn't get him. Didn't want to commit the flash to follow. Summit barely survives there. Is able to get away. I think he would have had the win in the 1v1, but knew someone was coming, was very far up and very, very close to actually going down and getting punished here once more. Summit, though, won't have flash, won't have mega, so he's got to start charging this up because it's going to be a fight for this dragon. TL really wants to get Soul here. They are first in the area, and they're just rushing it. They're going straight onto it, and NRG are showing up late, and look at them. They're getting poked so heavily as they walk in.
It's so hard for them to be able to brute force their way through. And Summit is building up his mega form as well. Dokla is already half HP. His Hysterics gauge is already popped. Contract goes through the engage, but he whiffs on everyone. Core JJ, middle to the back line, forcing FBI and Powerbox to reposition into the right flank. Summit is taking up damage. 30,000 HP on the Dragon. 3.8k. It resets. Pyosik gets forced off. Forced to flash. They go right back on the Summit now that he's mini farmed. Ignar is able to find him with a knockup, and Powerbox is able to take him out. Pyosik still has a smite, but he is out of this one. The Dragon goes over to NRG, and Team Liquid now have to run. Dokla is looking for the chase. He doesn't have flash, but they can look for the re-engage and cut them off. The mid lane is going to be a dicey one to walk through. They have to walk through the left side of the jungle.
Yeah, they're going to try to move towards Baron because they don't have minions here, but Dokla's in trouble.
Killer Instinct! Dokla takes too much poke! That's one isolated pick to the side of Team Liquid, and now the poke is starting to hammer in even further. APA was kept down early in the game, but he's been able to farm up and keep his cool, and now he's doing some real damage.
Yeah, TL are fighting back here in this one. NRG getting a little bit split up. Dokla was kind of left behind there a bit, and maybe he wanted to hold the mid wave, but he gets tagged by some of that poke, and then the Killer Instinct is there to actually push him out, and now Pyosik is just kind of out there by himself.
And NRG knew that
he's just dead for free. Now they get Baron. Like, what is that?
Dios mío, Isaiah, I don't know what's happening.
Oh my God.
This is una locura if I've ever seen one for sure. NRG, man, they now have 7,000 HP. They're burning down the Baron. There is no smite available from the side of Team Liquid, so that should be an easy one. No donation from the side of NRG, but now they have to walk out because the poke is back. Yawn is looking for more with the Void Seekers. Magnetstorm is already popped by Contracts, and they're keeping them on the run. The slow from the Sorelda's Grudge off of APA Shock Blast is keeping them in firing range, and Team Liquid are just trying to keep them there for even more poke and deter them from being able to reset.
Yeah, they're trying to keep them involved in this fight. You know, they like their chances in it. Without flashes and without a lot of those big hard engage cooldowns, it's tough for NRG at this point of the game to actually get a good fight, right? Because if you try to hard engage forward, you don't have the flashes, you don't have those abilities to actually lock down APA and Yawn, they're gonna destroy you with the amount of poke that they have. Shojin's already done, so you can get the 2 accelerated shock blasts per gate now at this point of the game for APA. And the Void Staff now completed for Yawn as well. I assume he's gonna be working towards a Death Cap last item, which is gonna be really powerful, but Pyosik, he really wanted to check the Baron, but the problem is you have to think ahead to the point where it's like, okay, if they're doing Baron, what can you do with no teammates around you? And the answer is nothing, right? And that's why you just can't be in that kind of situation. So him going down gives over a free Baron to NRG. His team tries to kind of fight their way out of that spot and get something from it, but not able to do it. You know, and both teams definitely playing pretty sloppy here in this game number 1, but it's still TL down 8k gold. And NRG are just 1 fight away from closing out this game, taking game number 1 of the series.
NRG gets some vision inside the base of Team Liquid as they push out on this top side of the map. The Baron buff still available to them for the next minute and a half. Summit is forced to recall back to make sure that he is here for a defense if NRG push all the way through the Nexus turrets. This should be a free inhibitor as there's no response from Team Liquid. The minions do enough damage. Ignar is chunked out to half HP, and they're looking for the engage. Void Seekers from Yawn are firing onto the backline and landing their mark. Last one misses as Contracts leaping forward, wanting to look for the engage. Nothing is found. NRG get with the inhibitor, though, and walk away.
NRG get the inhibitor. They will back off. But again, it's another Baron. Not able to get much. Ignar's maybe going to go down.
Void Seeker, Ignar, does he have the quickness? Does he have anything to get out the grand entrance over the wall? Core JJ looks for the face breaker. It still doesn't do enough damage. Ignar is alive. Core JJ goes down. It looks like Team Liquid had the pick, but Ignar baited them in, and now they have the man advantage.
Yeah, Core flashed in to try to make something happen there, but Jan, wasn't able to get the kill, and he just had to flash out, so Core ends up going down. Ignar gets out with the thanks to that stopwatch, staying alive. Summit trying to charge up his Mega. It is just going to be another inhib going down, though. But this is yet another Baron. We're 40 minutes into the game. NRG has been so far ahead for so long, and they still have not been able to close this one out. It's not like an Elder is even going to be available for them to kind of get that game-winning objective to guarantee it. So the game will continue. And yes, there is a massive gold lead for NRG, but that has not changed for the last, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it seems like at this stage of the game, an 8,000 gold lead does not mean as much as it would have 20 minutes ago when NRG were seemingly in sole possession of just taking and closing this game. But the fact that Team Liquid have been able to, off the mistakes of NRG and failing to close out or being able to pick off members, AP and Jan, the poke that they have been able to land and just cause so much chaos in NRG's backline. The fact that Team Liquid are still in this game is just off the back of these two.
Absolutely, but we do have to point out, Jan spent his flash there, and there's going to be flash for Contracts, there's going to be flash for Ignar, and they are going to be looking for this TLAD. They're going to try to burst them down. That's why he grabbed the stopwatch here, to try to stay safe. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Both teams looking like they want to fight for this soul point. We're going to Dragon number 7 here, so it's the maximum, and both teams are going to be looking for it. We'll see if TL can find their way in, though, because it is NRG controlling this area, and Core JJ could be in some trouble.
And for NRG, they don't necessarily need to start up the Dragon. They can wait for the top wave to build up with Super Minions since the inhibitor is down.
Has to force.
But they're burning down the Dragon as well, trying to force Team Liquid to come in. Summon is Mega. As you called it out, it's about to expire soon if he doesn't jump in and commit, but if there's not a good angle, then it's not safe for him to go for it. And NRG are going to secure the Cloud Soul for themselves. Nothing that Team Liquid could do. And now, if Team Liquid are caught out here, there's a giant minion wave building up on the top side of the map through the top wave. They have to recall, they have to defend.
Yeah, Summit had to flash out of there. Dokla was chasing him down. Oh, with that Cloud Soul moving quickly, they're going to send Summit up towards that top wave, try to clear that out. The other 4 from TL will stay down towards bot. And now TL are just kind of relegated to staying into the base, waiting until another objective comes up here where they can try to move out and contest. And NRG, though, they're completing their full build. So if TL can somehow hold on for a while, the gold lead is going to kind of stop mattering at a certain point. But it is triple inhibs now down. The mid and the top inhib will be back relatively soon, so it won't be too many waves that they have to deal with that for, but it is going to be a very difficult task in these next couple minutes here for TL.
Dokla popping the Dominus, ready to launch into Team Liquid's front line and start battling. But the Dominus is going to expire. Maybe it was just to show maybe some aggression, but it might have been popped too early here from NRG.
I mean, it's all about these waves that we see coming in. Double super wave, double super wave, double super wave, all moving out on the map. So once those arrive, it becomes so hard to even clear those out that as long as the enemy team just kind of stays around and makes you deal with them, it's so tough to have that split focus where you're having to clear out 6 supers at a time plus deal with your opponents, and that's where it can really just get impossible. You can start to get run over. But TL are trying to stop NRG from basing. They know that they have them chunked out, so they don't want them to get back to base and reset before this Baron.
Yeah.
They want to keep them here, and they want to keep them low on health. So they have their solo lanes out towards top, out towards bot. They have Jan here out on the map trying to just poke them constantly and trying to keep them involved. But this is scary stuff for TL because they are alone in this 5v3 for now. Palafox is going back to base. He's going to be able to TP back to the team. And now Jace is going to have to TP up here as well. But look at Dokla getting that rage bar channeled up, and he's going to be looking for a flank.
And he's in fog right now, and so is Palafox until he steps into the river. The Dokla can just pop
Baron's
on over
gone.
to APA. There's no way that they can answer. 4,000 HP on the Baron. It is taken, secured by NRG. And Team Liquid now, we're going to have to rely on potentially this last base defense.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. It is going to be inhibitors coming back pretty soon, so this is the last wave of double supers, but double supers plus Baron is so hard to actually wave clear, even if there's not a lot of enemies around, and all 5 of NRG are here. We'll see if they can make it happen. It's all up to the poke. It's got to be APA. It's got to be Jan hitting this poke non-stop, and we'll see if they can make it happen.
Void Seeker will connect. It connects onto Doko at the front line. They want to look for FBI and Palafox and try to chunk out the damage dealers out. Nexus turret 1 falls. Summit is below 50% HP. Has to go back to the fountain before he can engage on Mega Form. He's built half of his Rage Form up. APA fires 1 more Shock Blast into Palafox. He's trucking it off. Summit is going in. Tokla pops the Dominus. Nature's Grasp. It's Contract right onto the backline, stopping APA from being able to fight back. Yawn is retreating right behind the base, so he can't really do any damage. So that means FBI just gets the free fire into the front line of Team Liquid. Yawn is forced to both use Flash Cleanse and Killer Instinct already on top of it. NRG have the numbers advantage, and they should just be able to walk this one in. FBI flashing forward, has the GN inside, so he has all the confidence to be able to take out Yawn and to be able to take out Team Liquid. Yawn is in the fountain. He goes golden, but all for naught, as Summit is the last one standing outside of the fountain, and NRG, Pocomps be damned, they will take game 1.
Nicely done. NRG gonna be able to grab game number 1. 45 minutes it took them to close this one out. Was a pretty big lead for quite a long time, but they did struggle to finish. TL definitely made them work for it. And I have to say, this is kind of what we signed up for when we saw these two teams in playoffs. We knew it was going to be messy. We knew it was going to be kind of wild, back and forth, really difficult to predict. Both teams having some really good moments, both teams having some really bad moments. And it's just going to be about the adjustments going into game 2. I mean, there's so much you can talk about from this one. The things that feel like they are most kind of impactful on the series to me are the things that happen early on in the game, right? You know, there's so much you can talk about in mid game and late game as far as mistakes and what they should have done, but like that's not stuff you're going to fix between game 1 and game 2. So to me, I'm thinking about, do you want to run back APA on a champion like Jace? Because he was really taken advantage of in the early lane. You know, Palafox did really well in the 1v1. They were able to punish him. They were able to get some kills on him. And, you know, are we happy with this kind of matchup on the top side, or do we need to ban Renekton? Is that going to be an issue? Are we going to move to red side and look for counterpick to Summit? You know, what exactly is going to be the answer for TL? Because they want Summit to dominate Dokkan in the 1v1. That, I think, based on preseason expectations, was expected. And it didn't happen at all in this one. It really just took the one gank from Contracts, and then Dokkan was fine on his own. And it wasn't even that kill. It was just a denial of CS. It was the force of the flash. But Dokkan did great in the 1v1. He held up completely fine. So I think, you know, a couple kind of question marks there in the soul lanes for TL. And on the other side for NRG, I mean, what can you really say? I think they played a great early game, and they just struggled to close.
Yeah, Palafox on his most played champion of the split so far, the Azir, able to pretty much manhandle Jace, APA's Jace in the mid lane. But that's going to break it down for game 1, so we're going to head over to LCS Lounge to review that one for us.
Nah, Rafa, we're not done breaking that one down. Just send us the gold graph. I need to see the gold graph.
This is why, if you missed the pre-show, we were guessing gold graphs.
Energy.
Let me see it.
Look, that looks surprisingly clean for how shenanigans-filled that game was.
You can see all the dips, though. Like, right around 30. We got the other one, like, between, at what, like 37 minutes or something? That little, like, whoop.
The game should have ended at 31 with that first massive dip, but then it did not. And then there were a total of 7 dragons taking this game, the maximum amount of dragons you could possibly have.
8 if you count the Elder.
Baron steals. It was insane.
Welcome to Team Liquid vs.
45 minutes.
Where the players are made up and the goalies don't matter.
My brain was broken. I'm not lying. There were multiple points in the game where I was like, is NRG actually going to lose with a gold advantage?
Zoomed in.
Yeah.
Looks completely normal, was not completely normal.
Like, if you took the trend, it's smooth. But when you actually look at it,
it felt like there was some comeback stuff, but I guess.
Well, I think going from a 9,000 gold lead to a 6,000 gold lead is a
pretty rough.
Yeah.
3,000.
And the fact that it's 45 minutes long. Like, how many games?
It was looking pretty dicey when you're like, okay, TL can use their poke. It's gonna be great, guys.
Yep. Hey.
It was not great.
There was, when we did that whole gold swinging segment, there was a game where you lost with a gold advantage, and it felt like that was happening when there was one point where Renekton literally got picked on mid lane, and you're like, that's a 55-second death timer.
Yeah.
That's a game-ending death timer. So let's start talking about the top lane. We want to talk about top lane coming into the series, our expectations on that one. How about you guys? What was your thoughts?
Okay, so this was something we were focusing on before the series. So these are stats from 2023 LCS Summer. And the way this worked, Summit was incredibly dominant in lane, but then at the bottom you see his ISO deaths, literally the highest of anyone. He dies isolated more than anybody else in the league, definitely amongst top laners. And then Dokla didn't have good laning stats, but also didn't really die on his own that much. That's what these stats mean to say.
Their KDAs are surprisingly similar, too.
They die about an equal amount in aggregate.
Well, and it's not like Summit has 10 times more kills and assists either. It's actually relatively even in that. It's just that Summit has an insane lane phase. But this game, they actually did a great job targeting him. The Gnar pick was not super effective in lane. Actually, Dokla was up CS with the help of a gank that came in early. And so this is one of the big advantages people were worried about that did not come through at all for Team Liquid in this game. I think one of the reasons they fell behind in gold, actually.
Yeah, and I think Contracts did do a good job to path top after, I believe, getting double scuttle to try to like set it up, right? It's like, okay, Dokla, you're on this Renekton. We are going to give you some attention. So, and the more... something that piggybacks off of that is we're used to seeing TL have these massive early game gold leads, right? This game, that was NRG. NRG had like a 1.4, kind of a steady 1.4 gold lead at 14 over TL, which is surprising because I think they're in season. 1900.
Boom.
So that was a massive difference this game.
Yeah, I think while the game took a while to close out and it was scrappy, they had the lead the whole time. To be fair to NRG, the game actually never really slipped away from them. Team Liquid was never pushing into their base, and this was the fight that kind of won it for them.
Yeah, just even before getting into this fight, I just wanted to make a big call out to Palafox, who dominated his lane.
Yes, he crapped on AP.
He
dumpstered AP.
Had a heroic game, basically. And I love the fact that you mentioned the draft, because the drafting thing from Team Liquid side, I love the interview that you had, Jat, with ThinkCard. Because it's like, we saw them practicing it, and it felt like the whole gambit was, we need to see if Jace is flexible on our team. Clearly, it is not. The early laning phase went far too poorly for APA, and I think they will try and pivot from that, because Palafox gave them the lead, it bled into the jungle, and then they started to control the game really well up until the back and forth throws. So I really want to see what the changes are going to look like going into game 2, but as we head to a break, let's take a look at the story of NRG's mid laner, Palafox, in this upcoming video. Peace.
Palafox is a very ambitious player. I think there will almost never be a time as a team where he will not have a say on what's going on. It's really fun to work with a player like that. He very much knows what he wants, and he's not afraid to say what he wants. He really thrives when he has resources. Whenever you get him gold or get him a lead, you feel like you're going to win the game.
Dignitas, they're trying to take the fight. Dokla has joined up, but is it the wombo combo from your dreams? But it's NRG who find 2 for Palafox.
Well, I think spring of 2023, we rode a really big high going into playoffs. We finished 4th on a team that probably most people would think would be like around 8th.
At the end of the split, everything was like starting to come together, and I think that like usually for me, I'm the type of player that like ramps up.
Receiver to the fight, going on in, getting the shutdown, the action of Palafox, zone up, and all the way on the wayside. C9 falling 1-by-1. CLG, a triple for Palafox, and the ace for the team.
I just remember the general vibes against C9, and we're like, you know, we went 1-3 against them, but like we actually like played like pretty well. We could have won. And I guess going into the game against EG, I was like 9-1 or something as Jace. And like I just could have carried because like I was feeling really confident in Jace at the time.
Luger is low and they take him out, but FBI is going to be traded back. Now Inspired's killed second. Jojo wants to get away, but Palafox puts a bullet in his back.
I was just like the only person that could like I felt like could push the game forward.
Finally, he drops, but he takes Palafox with him. EG will take that.
Once we got to the big matches, there was a bit of pressure that we weren't expecting, and at the playoff matches, like I would say, we kind of choked.
Evil geniuses are just making easy work out of them. CLG has lost the game. They have lost the series.
I kind of messed up. I was definitely like upset, and other people were also upset. After our issues got like so glaringly obvious, like we just talked about it.
I see myself and Palafox as actually kind of opposite players. I think what Christian excels in is what maybe was the hardest thing for me to excel in when I was a player, which is like playing for himself, getting himself strong. Whereas when I was a pro player, a lot of my success was off the back of helping my teammates and like facilitating a lot more rather than being that guy. I actually think the dynamic between me and Palafox is really great because I'm able to like help open his eyes to how he can impact the team game versus just him being great as an individual.
Compared to last playoffs, like I think I do a lot outside of the game to make sure that everybody's like comfortable. I really think it's about everybody building each other up instead of just leaving everybody like on an island to do their thing.
NRG wants to prevent this second Herald charge. They jump in immediately, just kill Someday.
I think Christian's always been very outspoken about the game. I think over the last 2 years, what he's improved on a lot is just like his consistency. So now I feel like when he has stuff to say, it's a lot more impactful than it was.
In the beginning of the split, I wasn't as clear about what I wanted from my teammates. There was like a changing point in the middle of the split where I was like, I will either do this or like I'll tell my teammates very clearly what I want from them.
Sit down.
IW. I'm talking enemy ID.
Hitting touch.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Turn. Oh my god, it's a heist.
Oh, nah, fucking ending. Oh my gosh.
He's recognized what it means to like be more of a team player, and like he shows it in and out of game.
I think that it has to do with everybody on NRG. I think there's just like a lot of trust in the team right now, like engages, peeling. I think like everybody's kind of just like leveled up. For me, there's also the aspect of like just hyping up my teammates and making it so like we're playing like confident, we're playing like we're gonna kill them if they walk here, not being scared and just like play with confidence.
For Divide, they're gonna have to go in. NRG won it though. Look at Palafox. He finds Tomo on the back, and NRG, they're doing it! And it's all she wrote for Dignitas.
What I'm gonna do to make sure that I play the best I can, making sure that like I'm the best version of myself that I can be before playoffs, because I know that we can take playoffs 100%.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Winning a championship would be all my work paying off. You know, I've been playing pro for coming up on like 6 years, I think. So for me personally, it would give me just so much confidence in myself. Just a culmination of all that effort. This is what like every pro player wants, you know, just to win and do the best and be the best. So anything's possible. Kevin Garnett.
NRG are looking for more. Dokla's all out.
That was a huge ulti from Dokla.
Dokla with the flash to the skies to try to bring him down. Who's gonna bring them back? It's a double kill back over to Dokla.
Make sure to use LCS Summer for $10 off your order of $15 or more for new diners until the end of the split. Terms apply.
Welcome back, y'all. We have game 2 between NRG and Team Liquid. And that first one, I mean, it was super back and forth. Yeah, after the Baron steal, I don't know what was happening in that game, Azale.
Yeah, it was a crazy one. It was TL versus NRG, I think, personified in that game. These two teams are really unpredictable. You know, have really high highs, have really low lows. You know, they're very up and down, honestly. So I'm going to be excited to see, you know, how the second game goes here. It is TL choosing blue side, so not going to be swapping up, staying on the blue side here. The adjustment so far is the Xayah ban here, so they're going to take away the Xayah, identifying that as one of the key issues. That does make me wonder, are they going to go more heavily towards a dive comp here? You know, is NRG going to reactively ban something else out? So the Rakan now banned on red side, so they're targeting the Rakan as something that may have been, you know, higher priority for TL because of that Xayah ban. So pretty interesting, but I think it's going to be Kai'Sa first pick, pretty much guaranteed. Rel is up, so I think it's going to be Rel as the response, pretty much guaranteed. And then we kind of have to see where we want to go from there.
Curious to see. Oh, I love that. That's awesome. That's an awesome
beating up on those turrets.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Ziggs is banned by NRG so far, and as you already noted in game 1, Azale, I would imagine that NRG are never going to let APA have that champion this series. They're going to be challenging his champion pool. So far, game 1 with the Jace, Palafox was able to pretty much, you know, destroy him in lane. And while APA was a menace later in the game went on, the early game was almost irrecoverable for him.
Yeah, I think it was definitely tough. They dug themselves a pretty big hole. They almost were able to get out of it at a few moments. You started thinking, hey, maybe the gold lead doesn't matter. Maybe TL can come back, but it didn't quite happen. I think there is angles from which, you know, NRG could stop banning Ziggs, but it was not game 1, right? You know, if he comes out here and he starts stomping on a few different champions, they might say, all right, maybe we should drop the Zigg ban. We got to ban this. Let's try something else, right? But he has got to come out and really look strong, I think, to be able to create those opportunities. It is looking like a little bit more of a dive angle here, potentially with the Kennen coming through. First pick Renekton grabbed there by NRG on their side. Of course, second pick overall in the draft. That is going to be paired with the Rel as expected. It is going to be APA Trist here. It should be Yon again on the Kai side. I don't think we're going to see that flex around. And Summit will be playing the Kennen into this Renekton. So NRG cannot have complete parity throughout the draft. They have to choose which role do you want to match. And the Syndra would be an interesting look here from Palafox. Can be a tough one for the Tristana. You know, this is kind of one of those champions that was the bane of a lot of these AD carries in the past, you know, being able to kind of 100 to 0 you with the full combo. Syndra is more of that scaling pick these days, but, you know, it still can be really, really dangerous as the Tristana. If you're not able to dodge some of these skill shots, the scatters can be deadly. You can get actually scattered out of your rocket jump as well. So it's going to be a lot about those skill shots and seeing, you know, who's going to be able to come out on top.
And for APA, timing on that rocket jump buffer is going to be crucial. If you do it a little too early and then Syndra clips you in midair, then you're a dead Yordle caught. And NRG now looking to see the fact that Pyosik didn't lock in his jungle champion before the first round of pick and bans.
That's a good sign.
The Vi is going to be taken off the table of his most played for Pyosik this summer splits so far. As Azeri is the other pick that Team Liquid were thinking that FBI would go to, and they're not going to let him have a chance at it.
Yeah, I think if you want to continue banning ADs, it's probably like a Felios or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And when I think about what FBI does like to play a lot of, it is mostly about these team fighting AD carries. Felios is the most played. Kai'Sa's already been taken away. Zeri's been banned out. There's Jinx. Xayah's been banned out. So I think he's playing a Felios or Jinx. And maybe they're saying, who cares? They're kind of both the same. So, you know, if that is the read, then you don't need to ban that second. Instead, they're going to ban away the Sejuani. Because, of course, the Rel could be flexed to support, and then the Sejuani Renekton as a duo could become really problematic here, potentially. This is not an angle I was expecting. So it is the Ezreal. First time this split from FBI. Ezreal has been played a little bit, but definitely not a lot. And also not at all, really, I feel like, with these types of compositions. Generally, when Ezreal comes out, we're seeing it alongside multiple forms of poke, and we're seeing people try to put it over the top with that poke. So instead, it is looking like his read is, okay, you guys are going to dive. I'm going to play safe. I'm going to play far back. I can play on this Ezreal and contribute in that way. And maybe Ignar is going to go for a heavy roam pick here.
It's the Trundle lock-in. I've been talking to a few junglers in the LCS and asking, like, hey, if there's a bunch of tank junglers running around, you know, don't you think that Trundle should be a good answer?
Yeah.
You know, half of them are like, yeah, but I really don't want to play Trundle. But
it came out in LEC today as well.
It did, you know, and LEC has been actually playing a few bit more Trundle than we've had. I think there's only been one pickup by us in the LCS, and that was Armeo a couple weeks ago. Now, the only thing here that NRG could counter-respond with, this Rel could still go towards the bottom side of the map. I don't know if that's the best pairing with Ezreal, but if you really want to exploit the counter matchup of this Trundle that's trying to subjugate your one tank, you could go for something that can go against the Trundle in a farm matchup if you want to go for something like the Lilia. But if NRG, they just want to double down on tanks and saying, okay, well, if you subjugate one of the tanks, at least we'll still have another one to play with in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is he's probably only ever going to use it on the Poppy. I guess you could go like Sunder or Poppy, you could go the AD build. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could do that if you wanted. So we'll see exactly what the answer is going to be as we go into the game.
Yeah, and as we go into the game, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and the 20th. So head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now, claim your spot. NRG, 2 tanks for themselves, the run back of the Renekton for Dokla, and a new look for both Palafox and FBI, and 2 new carries that, you know, as you said, they kind of play differently than what each other really want to do. Ezreal wants to be able to poke them down with Mystic shots, and Syndra is really looking to see if she can find a pick with the Scatter of the Week into an all-in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of just try to fish with some of these skill shots, you know, throw out Scatter, see if you can poke them down in that way, but it is definitely a little bit of a different style. We'll see how TL is going to be able to make it work, or if NRG can take a stranglehold in this series, move themselves to an early match point.
And on the flip side, Team Liquid down 0-1. Even though there's 3 of these guys that are no strangers to playoffs and season and full-on series, this is the first time that Yon and APA have played in an LCS playoffs best of 5. Game 1 already kind of shaky. Let's see if they can recover against NRG as we head into the Rift for Game 2.
Yeah, it's been such a cool journey for APA, you know, coming from he was in college, I think it was 8 months ago, and NACL, you know, a couple months ago, and now he is playing in the LCS, playing in his first LCS playoff series. So a bit of a meteoric rise for him, has been making it work. Alongside, honestly, a lot of really good NA players kind of have been stepping up, I feel like, in this split, which has been fun for a lot of people to see.
Yeah.
I know in the playoff series yesterday, there was like only a couple imports at all. So people are seeing that, hey, there is obviously incredible amounts of talent all around the world. You can import some of those best players, but also there's talent here at home. And I think it's good that is being recognized here. APA will be on his Tristana. That is, I think, the champion he made his debut on.
Yep.
Didn't have a great laning phase, but did have a really good rest of the game. But Raz here is ready with TL Coach Rain over for an interview.
Yeah, I got Rain over here from Team Liquid. First question is actually just any takeaways you had from Game 1?
I don't want to really say like too much because playoff is still going, but basically the approach is we kind of play like a slow comp, but then, you know, NRG punished us pretty well, so we're approaching a little bit more to like fast-paced game.
That makes sense. And now we have a Trundle here. First, a new pick I've seen from Piosik going into the comp from NRG. Any goal with that in mind?
I mean, similar thought, just strong early game, just fight them because NRG likes fighting.
Sounds good. All right, thanks a lot.
All right.
Simple and efficient from Rain.
Pick early,
there.
just fight them.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, listen,
easy.
We don't need to wait and scale and come online. We just need to bring the fight to them if NRG are going to be aggressive towards us in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and then we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I mean, Kennen obviously has a very strong early laning phase. Triss is going to be hard shoving through mid. You know, I do think they should have push down here on bot side as well. So, you know, they have drafted some pushing lanes, but it is thus far looking like it is NRG that have to push down on bot side. APA does have push through mid though, and Trundle is going to be winning out, you know, in these duels against Contracts. So clearly that is going to be the game plan. We'll see if they'll be able to make it work for themselves. Obviously, I think Rainover playing it a little bit close to the chest, you know, doesn't want to reveal too much.
Rainover is also just a man of simple words as well, which is, I think, why Team Liquid have been able to change so much ever since the coaching changes going into Summer Split as well. We take a look at the threefold split. Pyosik completing 3 camps, trying to get some information on where Contracts was. He full cleared his top side, and there's wards in the river. One's about to expire for Team Liquid, but the one is still available from NRG. So Contracts knows he has to bail Dokla out here. He's gonna wide his time and wait for the angle as he slams Summon into the wall. Dokla should be traded right on back for Pyosik, but getting first blood was crucial for NRG.
Yeah, that is really big, and it is gonna be the kill going to Dokla as well. So Summit doesn't really get much from that at the end of the day, but the wave is still a little bit awkward. I will say, I'm kind of surprised how Pyosik actually approached that. We're going to have a fight on bot side.
Poor JJ right onto FBI. Yon looking for the all-in, but not enough damage as he's forced to use the cleanse. Poor JJ still trying to battle with him with Leona as they get the stun from Ignar. They walk both on out. Cleanse is burned for both AD carries.
Yeah, really close on both sides. Cleanse and Ignite used from both teams. Both supports having Flash, so there is potential for an engage here. You know, if you can find that Flash stun, your AD can follow up. You might just be able to burst them down and make a winning play. APA gonna have to rocket jump to safety as he sees Contracts coming in. But yeah, they had that ward tracked. Like, you could see the TL ping on the ward that was tracking the ward from NRG outside of the tri-brush. So I thought he would just wrap around, but instead he actually just ran straight over it. And I don't know if it would have been a different play, you know, had he gone the other way, because Contracts did immediately go as soon as they saw him. So, you know, maybe they would have played it slower and it would have gone a little bit different. Hard to say, honestly.
It's just unfortunate for Pyosik. He was not able to help Summit get first blood. Just props to Contracts, able to get the jump. As Pyosik is now trying to invade, he knows he has the advantageous 1v1, so Contracts has to be careful about this buff.
And this is what Rainover was talking about. Hey, we're going Trundle, it's strong early, we're just gonna kind of walk at them, right? And this is him making good on that game plan. He did 3 camps, invaded topside, didn't find anyone, so look for a gank. Was that 1-for-1 that ended up happening? But they are going to have to retreat as Kai'Sa is not here. They do reset the blue buff though, and APA now has the move. So again, they can re-invade with Kai'Sa pushing through bot. Someone is going to have to go answer Kai'Sa, or you're going to give up all of these minions. So that means FBI has to go down there now to pick up this farm, and TL at the very least will have even numbers and should end up with them getting the blue buff. As we can see, Contracts had to go back because they had mid lane push, they had bot lane push. They can't contest there without giving up way too much. So they have to just take the L and give up the blue buff.
And just nice patience from Team Liquid as well. One of the tricky things about invades is you can never fully force on commit if NRG's bot lane is fully collapsing as well. You have to wait out. You need to force them to wait for all the minions being crashing into the turrets. It's like, okay, are you going to just stare at us and dance with us, or are you going to actually lose all these minions here?
And as we saw on top side, Summit actually just had pushed out Dokla, and Dokla's already used his TP, and that wave is screwed. So that is a horrible, horrible, horrible wave for Dokla. Summit is not basing just yet, though, because I think he thought it was too much of a wave that would actually crash, and he would start to lose some himself. But this is going to be the entire wave denied. The cannon's going to be gone as well, which is going to put, you know, at least a 2 full wave advantage at the end of the day for Summit, as long as he actually does farm this out well. For now here also, I don't think you can go for this, though. This is too scary with him at level 6. If you dive into that tower as a level 3 Leona, you are just going to give over a freebie. But Summit now, you know, even though it was Dokla who got first blood in that earlier situation, wins out in the trading after that and has put himself in a really good spot. If he picks up this whole wave, he's going to be up anywhere from 12 to 15 CS, I would guess, on top side, and that's going to be really, really nice.
Oh, he dodged to scatter the weak stun. Palafox is forced to flash. Palafox has nowhere else to run because APA had the reset jump. That's the solo kill for APA.
That is huge for TL, being able to get that kill, and he doesn't even have to use his flash. Gets the flash, doesn't spend his own. The scatter missed there from Palafox as APA was able to sidestep it. Really nicely done. Gets the early solo kill here, and now the push is going to be on for APA. It's going to be so difficult. When you fall behind against Tristana, you're going to be relentlessly shoved into your turret. And also, Dokla had to come mid to cover. So now this means that Summit, who is already in a really good position top, gets a free base on top side. This wave is going to deny, bounce back to him. He's plus 20 CS. Everything is going TL's way in this early game.
Ignite back onto Yon, but they burned the cleanse off of FBI once again. Yon is chunked out here. He's got to back off for now. Contracts is looming towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to be over a ward, so Team Liquid will have information and be able to prepare in case they want to look to dive, but they might be forced off this turret for now until Pyosik can come back.
Yeah, Pyosik is coming back. They do see that Palafox is moving as well, so it does get a little bit dicey here. APA is not matching the roam. He actually wanted to catch the mid wave, but I think they should be fine. Looks like the wave has been thinned out enough, so it's not going to be a problem, but Dokla is going to be in for a bit of a world of hurt, I think, on that top side, because Summit was able to get his base, was plus 20 CS, now potentially in a really good spot. We'll see how this does shake out in that 1v1, but Summit, known for that laning prowess, has a good advantage. We'll see if he can continue to extend that. That is the tweet I was talking about, as APA 8 months ago still in college, 3 months ago still in NACL, and today now in his first ever LCS playoffs.
And Stearns, ladies and gentlemen. And this guy's been grinding his butt off in semi-pro for even longer than that. Since I started casting back in 2018 and 2019, I first heard of an Aurelion Sol one trick that was jumping around on a bunch of sub teams. I remember the first time I saw him was on Fruition Esports in 2019, and then being able to bounce around to other more established teams until finding his way through the Proving Ground circuit, whether it was through Barrage, through Resolve, finally finding his way onto Maryville University in Seawolf, and then being given a chance in scouting rounds where he was picked up by Team Liquid, where Spawn said, if I'm going to have you on my team, you're going to play the champions I tell you to. And APA has just been a stellar student under Spawn, and this is why he's playing in the LCS team right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, the guy is known as a solo queue grinder as well. He actually was finishing first overall in Champions queue, for all last year. He got the Champions queue helmet to prove it, which is pretty cool. So it's one of those stories that this is kind of, he did everything you're supposed to do, right? He worked hard. He went up through the system from collegiate to NACL all the way to LCS, and that is the system working. An example of it. It doesn't always work, but it's cool to see when someone kind of does everything right, so to speak. It's fun to see them get rewarded.
So far, APA with that first blood doesn't have a huge CS lead over Palafox at the moment, but he's going to be able to hit that first item faster. And then once Tristana comes online, it almost feels unbearable to play against from NRG's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I was pretty wrong about bot lane. I thought that Core and Yam were going to be able to have the push. But it has been FBI and Ignar largely pushing in. Yes, there has been some jungle pressure and some interference down there, but 2 plates already taken by FBI is a bit problematic.
Contracts is in trouble, but being able to heroic slam APA to dodge away from that pillar, as Pyosik could have potentially locked him down.
Absolutely, and he does have phase rush, which makes it a lot harder for Trundle. You're so reliant on the slows to actually hold someone in place. Trundle doesn't have any hard CC. So when you are playing against Trundle, almost always you'll see the enemy jungles go phase rush, and that's why, yes, you pillar him in, but then he just hits 3 times, pops the phase rush, he's gonna run straight out.
Yep. So far, the pressure has been a different story here for Team Liquid. APA being able to match Palafox this time around on the Tristana. The top side, you've already mentioned it before, Summit 20 CS over Dokla. But the fact that bot lane is not going the way that we expected, they're able to snowball that into the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting the first dragon of the game, and it's just a slight lead for TL as far as the gold is concerned, despite the fact that both solo lanes are going a lot better. It is just that slight gold lead because the first blood obviously went to NRG, and because these 2 plates down on bot side were taken, as well as a nice little CS advantage there for FBI. So Ezreal working out well. The Shiv already completed here for Yon, and Summit just continuing to try to harass away. This is kind of the reason that a lot of people love these range and melee matchups up on top side, is that you can harass them so heavily every time they're going for these range minions. You don't have to harass as much about the melees, but when they step off the turret, that's half the wave that they need to farm up, and they're going to get punished every single time they look to do that. So APA has taken the bad end of a couple trades, but now Pyosik invading, and that is a risky move.
Yeah, they have the push from bottom side of the map, so Ignar has a free roam, and Pyosik is just caught way too far forward, already burned the flash. APA can't do anything to save him. That's a kill for Palafox.
Yeah, that is Pyosik going a little bit too far there. They didn't actually have full shove. APA did not have first move because he had been chunked out a little bit. Yes, he had been largely pushing in, but they didn't have eyes on where Ignar was. Ignar had actually went for a base. He took that timer to go towards mid. You can see the FBI even throw out his ulti on that play. And Pyosik gets caught on the invade, getting a little bit too aggressive, and now it's going to pour over onto the rest of the map.
Summit is looking for the all-in on Dokla, but he's also below 50% HP. If Contracts finds this angle, if Dokla is able to push it in, they can make a safe dive happen. Summit still has a flash, but he doesn't have Slicing Maelstrom available. Hex Flash doesn't find the mark onto the tower, and Contracts doesn't have a flash available. Summit is forced to flash. Pyosik is coming, and Dokla might have been overextended for this one. He still has a flash to play around with. The pillar is going to get the slowdown. Smite from Pyosik. He flashes away, but the Chomp gets one more slowdown. The stun, it's not enough. Pyosik looks for him. Now Contracts, he doesn't have have a flash. He gets the chomp down, and he might be able to lock Contracts down as well. Summon is TPing in, and he knows that he doesn't want to give any local assist gold, so he just has to run into the tower and give it to Pioshik.
Yeah, Contracts didn't have his phase rush. He'd already procced it on that previous play, so it's not there to escape from Pioshik. So as soon as Pioshik actually catches back up to him, he's dead to rights, and that play went so bad. Well played by Summit, holding the wave off his turret for quite a long time, then flashing early before Dokla could actually follow with a flash to lock him down. And yeah, the Herald is there, so bad goes to worse. 2 kills to Trundle. Trundle is one of the best turret killers in the game as well. With the frozen domain, increasing your attack speed, the Q damage working, and the auto attack reset working as well, you will crush turrets if you're given alone time. And now, out of nowhere, yeah, Pioshik gives over a freebie, but he gets 2 kills right off the back of it. They take the first tower, and he is going to be rich.
Summit being able to complete his first item off the back of that. Pioshik will be able to complete his Divine Sunder as well as we take a look back at the fight under the tower. Yeah,
just Contracts couldn't quite find the angle there. Really quick reaction from Summit. So he'll just pop that E very, very early. Then he sees Dokla coming forward here. He was worried about the flash. And the Spectre Client shows it on cooldown. It was not in live. That is why he early flashed there. As you can see, he actually just flashed now while it was showing on cooldown. Spectre Client things. Pioshik able to chase him down, gets 1 kill, and then again, Contracts had already procced the phase rush on Summit, so there's nowhere for him to go. He doesn't want to give the kill over to Summit, so he just runs back into the tower and takes the L on that one. But it is Divine Sunder now complete here early on for Pioshik. He's going to be really tough to deal with on the map.
And check this out, Azale. First item's completed for almost every single member of Team Liquid, but APA, he doesn't have another reset jump. He's already jumped way too far, and now he's forced to flash. I don't think he's going to get another Buster jump in time. Oh, boy. A little too far on that one. Dokla's able to punish.
Yeah, good punish there. Shouldn't have even flashed, honestly. You kind of just have to accept that you're going to die in that situation. The scatter missed from Palafox, so he goes forward for that aggressive trade. But Palafox just backs straight off, so he's never going to be able to actually get that 4th auto, that final auto, to be able to actually proc the explosive shot. And now looking on bot side here.
Contracts with the Nimbus Cloak from the Hex Flash, gets the movement speed, looks for Yon with the Keeper's Verdict. He's forced to use the Killer Instinct to dodge away from the rest of the damage, but CoreJJ was forced to flash. And a nice emo game from Yon, but NRG putting the pressure down onto the bot lane.
Yeah, nicely done. That pressure is just kind of spilling around the map, right? When they make a mistake in one lane, NRG is going to look for fights. They're going to move around the map. They're going to try to find something else on another area of the map. So they get that kill through mid. They know they're going to have pressure, so Contracts just go straight down towards bot, and they look to continue ramping up that pressure. And now Palafox in some trouble, potentially.
He still has Flash to play with, and because APA wasn't quite in range, he's not in danger to force to use the Summoner spell immediately after. But all the pressure on the bottom side of the map, while CoreJJ had to look for the roam timer, means that this turret goes down to FBI. And now the rest of NRG making sure that Palafox is safe in the mid lane, but the second Rift Herald is available, and that's where Team Liquid's eyes are.
Yep, I think Palafox is doing a pretty good job withstanding the pressure, you know, in all of those trades. He didn't have having to use his flash. TL, though, will get the Herald on top side. No chance at a challenge here. Contracts, though, has already helped to secure that turret on bot side for FBI, who already had the Triforce completed, going to be working towards that Muramana, and just trying to take away some of these camps here if he can as well. Getting back as much as possible. NRG obviously has that first dragon. Second is about to spawn, and we'll see if they do want to move towards it. Because at least the resets are pretty late from Contracts if they are going to try to move towards that dragon. If he resets now, there would be an angle for TL to potentially go for it.
Someone face checking into Dokla, but he's still fine because he still has quite the advantage over him in the side lane. The thing that Team Liquid might be looking for is whether they get a chance to jump at this dragon or not. NRG have to be conscious about giving up mid-prio since they have the Rift Herald in their hands. So if they let that go, I mean, they're already pressuring it.
Yeah, Pioshik just drops it over the wall, wants to make sure it's guaranteed, gonna get a charge. Saw a lot of members were around, and does just decide to let it rip. There's no plates, so honestly not super high value. And dropping it like that means that it's answered so quickly that it didn't even really get them the inside track on the dragon, so I don't love it. You know, I prefer if your team kind of just groups up mid, you start pushing it out, you drop it mid, and then you kind of walk it up to the turret and you force them to respond. Then you can use that pressure to move in through river. In this case, doesn't go for that. Yes, you got some turret damage down, but I think NRG have enough wave clear here to hold this, and it is going to be a fight.
Oh, flash from Ignar, and they might have caught out CoreJJ here, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to force to bounce out CoreJJ, but he almost died, so he just got a free escape out, and APS still cakes out Ignar, but Dokla finds CoreJJ on the back. He TP'd in, and now they have to deal with the Crocodile behind their flank. They're on top of a ward. Dokla is sitting in fog, and he looks like he's just going to try to run through in between the turrets. Isn't going to get out alive. And he just might, because Team Liquid have to not cede pressure or else they give up the Dragon for free.
Yeah, Douglas should be able to get out of there, just kind of taking them for the long run. TL knows they can't continue chasing, and now Pioshik has been spotted, but Dokla, I think Dokla just killed himself.
Unfortunately, Dokla went over the wrong wall. Didn't expect Pioshik to be there, I guess. So that's a dead crocodile there. Second Dragon goes over the NRG at the very least.
Yeah, he just goes in. I mean, he could have just continued walking out towards top. Maybe thought he was being a little bit sneaky there, but unfortunately gets caught. And then again, it's the flash. Oh. It's the flash on top that just makes it feel so much worse, right? Because Renekton without flash in a team fight is worth so much less. So you just have to accept when you are dead in these situations. But you know, you can easily get into that mindset of, oh, I made a mistake. I got to get out of there. I got to make up for it. So he tries to use flash, ends up going down without even forcing a summoner. So another freebie given over there to TL. TL now pushing up through topside, and TL have started to open up a really solid gold advantage here. 2.2k, 18 minutes in, looking pretty damn good for them, with APA and Pioshik taking the brunt of the gold.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in a really good spot here to potentially carry, you know, Summit. I don't think he's going to be dominating through side lane or anything. He's playing AP Cannon, but he's in a great spot as well to be able to pressure. And we can watch this one more time. It was about the initial engage onto Core JJ. You can see the contracts decides, okay, this is a losing fight. I'm going to use the ulti to disengage, but ends up, you know, just knocking Core JJ to safety. I think he was trying to time it on the TP, but he just mistimed it ever so slightly. He wanted to kind of get that 2-for-1, and then we see Core JJ knocked away. Dokla had TP'd in, slice in, chops him up, does get that kill, but unfortunately ended up going down in the long run.
We're about 2 minutes away from Baron. Team Liquid do have decent amount of damage to be able to shred down the Baron if they want to look for it, but I imagine that more of their play is trying to shift around APA on these side lanes. There's still some standing turrets and therefore standing gold for Team Liquid to pick up, and I mean, we know how deadly Tristana can be once she just gets a chance to stick on those turrets and just rip them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. If you give her that free time, we'll be able to be in a great spot. But yeah, playing double marksman, you have the Trundle. Maybe feeling comfortable just kind of take it late, but I do think Ezreal and Syndra are really strong later on in the game, so you're gonna have to be at least somewhat aware of that. If you play too slow, could be somewhat problematic, as you're giving Syndra just more and more time to kind of farm up those splinters, get the upgrades on all the abilities, and Ezreal can be a menace later on. Very difficult to lock down, very difficult to take out, but TL, I think, feeling pretty confident with their spot thus far.
Do they want to engage this? APA is coming in down for the flank already. Summit from over the wall with a flash slicing Maelstrom. Douglas got nowhere to go because he burned flash on the prior escape route. Contracts is forced off. FBI is forced off. Ignor's got nowhere to run and no flash available. That's another easy pickup for Team Liquid.
They can go straight to Baron. Baron's about to spawn here in 5 seconds. NRG looks for a fight around the TL jungle. Get absolutely nothing. Now they're going to lose the Baron off the back of this pretty much for sure. As TL are moving forward, they have double marks and they have more than enough damage to make this happen. We'll see. Can Contracts get out here in time to do anything about it? FBI gonna look for the poke, tags Yawn, and whoa, flash forward.
Flash forward, looking for the Scatter Bleed stun and only hits Summit. Yawn is down 50% HP as well. They're trying to focus it down. Contracts is coming, and Team Liquid, it's just too scary for them to go and take the full brunt of the damage. But APA flashes in, Buster Shot in sec! He gives up his life, but they take out Palafox. The Baron is still denied by NRG. Oh, things are getting dicey.
Yeah, that was a flashy play, you know, to give him the flash, to give up his life. Gets one back, though, for Palafox, you know, went for that big Trist sec play. Ends up being a trade 1-for-1 here. As Palafox, this replay is starting right after he had flashed in, so, you know, wanted to try to find a multi-man scatter, see if they could find a play. Core looks for the flash, Zenith Blade, couldn't find it. And they can't commit to the play here. Buster Shot, though, he flashes over the top after the rocket jump, knocks him back into the team. But it is a shutdown given to FBI, so I'm going to call not worth on that, honestly.
It looked cool.
It did look cool, but you spent your flash to go 1-for-1 and give a shutdown to the enemy AD at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
And it is, again, it's one of these things where in these kind of tense moments, you really have to be precious with your summoners. They can matter so much. TL are in a good position, but that does now put FBI on 2 completed items here at that kind of dreaded 2-item power spike for Ezreal, where he is really going to have the run of the map. He's going to be very difficult to deal with. If he's on point with these skill shots, he's going to be the strongest member in the game right now.
Yeah. Every time one of these Qs connects, it's a potential reason for Team Liquid to not engage into a fight. As NRG is still maintaining mid-control, this turret has still not been felled by Team Liquid so far. They have not gotten a chance to really follow up on it.
And that's the thing with Ezreal, though. It's so up and down, right? You know, if you hit everything, you're a god. If you hit nothing, you're worthless. So we'll see. His contract is going aggressive here.
Force the flash. Slicing Maelstrom response from Summit. It forces the flash out of FBI, but he still has a cleanse to work with, so he's not completely defenseless if he ever gets caught up again. But he has to be precarious with his arcane shift timings the next time he's in a fight.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful for sure. You know, probably not going to be shifting aggressively without that flash, but NRG at the end of the day, I do think come out better off of that exchange because they got the ulti off of Summit, which with that teamfight tool, I don't know if TL want to take a 5v5 here at the Dragon. But clearly they don't want to give up the third dragon for free, so they're going to move in.
JJ moving on to Dokla. FBI is stuck under the tower for now, so he can't really contribute damage. They force them off through the river entrance, and now Dragon is spawned. They're going to try to burst this down as fast as they can. There's still Keeper's Verdict available. All summoners available for Ignar, Palafox, and Dokla, but it's the same thing for Pioshik, APA, and Yon, and Core JJ. Keeper's Verdict looking for the windup. He bunts out Pioshik, and they can just look for the Dragon Steal. That just seemed easy for NRG.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get McCore's trying to fight anyway.
Big fast presence blocks Core JJ. He gets stiffed on the engage. Yonlo going with the killer instinct as well. Summit doesn't have slicing maelstrom. He can't really contribute that much damage. Pioshik is trying to get in there. Bites down FBI, punishing the flash. APS in the middle of all three. He gets blown up. But Yon and Summit, do they have the damage to follow up? Palafox no flash, and he gets chopped down by Team Liquid, and they force them off. Do they have enough damage to look for the Baron? It might just be the turn and look for a reset instead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the turrets. They're going to try to look for more, though. Pioshik charging on in, and Contracts, I don't think he has... Okay, he does have phase rush, so he's going to be able to get out, but Ignar has to be a little bit careful here, getting dicey. As the initial play went really well for NRG, I kind of want to go back and see where FBI used his shift, because he did end up getting piled in onto at the end of the fight, and that's what actually ended up taking him down. He had no E to get over the wall. The initial knockout here from Contracts is great, and I was actually really surprised that TL even tried to re-engage, because look at APA. APA's over here, the rest of the team's over here. Pioshik has been completely knocked out, but in goes Core, dies almost right away, and then I guess there was the shift as he tried to shift in onto APA. FBI did, but APA still had his rocket jump, so he just rocket jumps back towards safety, and FBI, without that E, gave up his life. It meant that they were able to pile in on him, take him down. If he didn't use that E, he could have just E'd back over the wall, probably continued firing, and I think NRG don't lose that fight. But, you know, he was missing that flash from earlier, and I think he thought he had caught out at APA. He thought that they had an opportunity to make something happen there, but got punished big time, and that has been one of the criticisms about FBI. You know, when you look at the stats, he's a really solid player. He usually puts out a lot of DPM. He farms well. You know, he does a lot of things right that you would want from an AD. But one of the main criticisms of him has been when he is in these really advantageous positions, he has a tendency to give up that advantage, and that is something he's really got to watch out for.
Can't afford to do that again. Core JJ looking for the engage on the Palafox. He's stunned up, but no damage follow-up available because the Keeper's Verdict punted away Yon in that fight. So Team Liquid just lose out on their support for free.
The Core is taking some really risky engages here, you know, trying to kind of set up for his team on these one-way engages, but ends up going down. FBI looking for the poke. They're going to be able to push up and at least take this tower here as Contracts is tanking it up, but not quite able to get it. Yeah, as the back door did kick back in and makes the turret a little bit too tanky to be able to knock down for them. But NRG now on the precipice here of taking Soul 230 away from that potential Soul here. And yes, they are down 3.8k, but you give them an Ocean Soul, and that becomes really problematic.
APA found the angle once again, able to sidestep that Scatter the Weak Stun, and Palafox recognizing from past actions that he needed to flash immediately on site. This Baron is melting super fast. Contracts only has Hex Flash. They need to get in over the wall. 6,000 HP. Yon and APA backing off the Baron for now, looking for the turn. It's all off the Pillar. Pillar just zones NRG's members away, but not really a time for engage.
I mean, TL is just really trying to push the pace. You can see that they want to fight at all turns here. They're trying to force the hand of NRG, trying to find these angles to create action, to create fights. You know, they're saying, okay, you want to back off? We're just going to start the Baron. And they're actually looking to do it again. APA is just hanging out here, so they're going to start up the Baron once again here. Contracts is in the area. FBI immediately spots it. APA is ridiculously low. They're TPing back in. This is getting risky. Will they commit to it? I don't think so.
They got the TP out from Palafox. Team Liquid can be at least happy with that. Burning a summoner spell off of one of the solo laners of NRG. You can tell that just as you already called out, the pace of the game from Team Liquid has changed night and day from game 1 to game 2. It goes back to what Rainover was said. It's like, hey, game 1, we tried to play a slower game. It didn't work out. This time, we're trying to be more aggressive. We're trying to be more proactive.
And it also makes me feel like their read is we don't win late. You don't have to play this aggressive if you think that you can win in the later stages. So clearly there's some concerns about what the late game will look like for TL. You know, they are trying to really make things happen now to cement their advantage and be able to clean out this game. And you also always have to be worried about looking for a 50-50 against Poppy, right? Because if Poppy shows up and actually ejects your jungler, well, they get soul for free.
Yeah.
But Contracts needs to get down to bot side because this dragon is spawning in 40. Dopa is already taking a lot of damage, and that could kind of put a wrench in the gears here of NRG's plans. Feels like they don't even care about going for soul, which I think is a little bit weird. Like, yes, they are going to get this top lane tower, but it's 25 seconds until the dragon is spawning. Contracts is going to be late, and all the vision is going to be on the TL side.
Summit is able to pick up that last wave. Palafox clips up that wave as well. Oh, APA looking for the solo kill. Diving Dunkle under the tower. Gets stunned up by the Ruthless Predator, but it's not enough. Buster jump. Rocket jumping forward. He now has to deal with minions, but he's got Pioshik there. Contracts, does he have flash? No, he just dies to the minions anyway. So now Team Liquid, they took out a solo laner, but they lost their mid laner as well. And now this dragon becomes even more difficult to take easily.
I think it's a pretty good trade for NRG at the end of the day because they get that kill onto APA and he used his flash. Dokla did not. We'll see though. As NRG are moving in, it's a lot of pressure on Yon now to have a good fight. Summit's on the flank
Slicing
here.
Maelstrom. This flank is going to be huge. It's on Fog. He comes in for the back line. Slicing Maelstrom right on top of all of them. FBI is forced to flash to the left side. Pioshik trying to lock him down with the arcane shift. He has the safety. One more chomp and arcane shift. He's still alive. FBI survives. And NRG turned the fight around on the Team Liquid's heads.
Summit's ult was good, but Contract's ult was better. Knocks Summit away as he comes in with the slicing Maelstrom there. Contracts ejects him from the fight. FBI barely survived, kiting back. Looked like the Trundle ulti was even on him, ticking away, and now they're going to try to take this Baron, or excuse me, this Dragon Force Soul here. Would be an Ocean Soul, and that would be massive for them. TL don't really have an angle to contest. They're just going to try to look for a steal over the wall, but it's not going to happen, and now the challenge becomes very, very difficult here for TL. You can see APA was trying to see if FBI would walk up, and he would try to look for a jump over the wall to try to find that kill. But the poke from Yon is going to be largely shrugged off. You know, he's going in towards the Rage Blade. It's not going to be a Luden's game, as there is quite a bit of frontline. But you've got Poppy to deal with, you've got Renekton to deal with, you've got Rel to deal with. It's going to be really, really hard. This TP was looking like this could be a game-changing play. He's looking for this angle, but eyes on Contracts. Watch Contracts. As soon as he sees him coming in, immediately channeling up that ulti. There was the flash, the cleanse from FBI, and then he just gets knocked over the top. Almost took him down. And you can see Pioshik flashed in, trying to take down FBI. Couldn't quite do it. FBI barely survives, as even the Kennen ult was ticking on him as he was going over him in the air. And his Hex Trigger, I don't know if it was a Maw already completed, but that actually proc barely kept him alive. You can see he got out the most damage done in the fight. But a great ulti from Contracts. That's back-to-back Dragons where he had really game-changing ultis. The previous one knocked out Pioshik, guaranteed in third dragon. This one knocks out Summit, guarantees they win the fight, guarantees they get the soul. Contracts is having a great game on the Poppy.
In a flashback to game 1 where both teams back and forth were just kind of all over the place. Contracts really trying to destabilize and the composition here for NRG. Just making sure that they can be so safe in these fights because there's so many flanking threats this time around. It's a change of pace, but Contracts has adapted beautifully in this game too as CoreJJ finds a massive stun onto Palafox. Can they lock him down for the damage? But he still has a flash to play with, and Contracts once again with the Keeper's Verdict punts out one of the damage dealers in APA, so they just deal away with CoreJJ like he's a fly on the wall. NRG are able to push this one into the mid lane.
Yeah, really well played there. They're able to eject APA on one side, and Dokla just pushes Summit away. If Summit uses his ulti in the 1v1 against Dokla, it's completely useless at this point of the game. He's got to get in onto FBI, but FBI is being protected so well on both sides, and now NRG with the Ocean Soul, they don't care about this poke. It's Ignar threatening the flank, and it's them onto the Baron. APA trying to look to chase him down, but not going to be able to find him. Summit still has his ulti, doesn't have a flash, but maybe they can find an angle to get in here.
No Keeper's Verdict this time around. Summit goes in with the Proto Belt, tries to look for Palafox. Yon onto the backline, finds Stokely as well, but FBI is still safe. And if FBI doesn't go down, then NRG will not die. AP APA and Pioshik are the last one standing on Team Liquid's side. NRG are now looking to try to burn down the bear, but APA is doing a ton of damage. He bursts out Ignar, but Rocket jumps back. He's safe. Back. Looking for Core JJ as well to lead the engage. Spearhead the charge here. Palafox with the scatter, the weak stun. The steadfast presses from Contract stops Core JJ in his tracks. Pioshik looks for the subjugate. Contract is now going to be a squishy. He's looking for the pillar, but AP is chunked out by Palafox and FBI, and FBI is able to arcade shift forward, and NRG are able to respond back with just more damage.
FBI is popping off on these fights, hitting so many Mystic shots onto APA as he's trying to step up to follow up on the engage here from TL. Core and Pioshik are trying to create space, but FBI was just shooting Mystic shot after Mystic shot into the back line there, chunking out APA, and we can see the engage one more time. It's all about the flank here. Summit comes in. Look at Dokla though, immediately flashes in on him, stuns him up, then Contracts tackles him off of his carries. So FBI doesn't have all that burst landing on him. There's an immediate stopwatch from Palafox. There's so much time bought and such a clear focus on stopping that flank from coming through. That APA found a really good pick there onto Ignar, was able to kill him off, and you start to think, hey, maybe they can make this happen. But look at the damage coming through from FBI. He was able to get an auto. There was a Q that landed earlier, and then FBI steps out to the side, nails another Q. All of a sudden, APA has got no health. He's got to run, and that means the TL frontliners are absolutely dead to rights. You can see the NRG coaching staff. They know they're in a really good spot in this one, and this will put them up 2-0 in this series. TL, hilariously enough, is still ahead in gold, but look at the damage from FBI. Over 7,000 in that fight. He is going off.
With the draft that came out in game 2, we had questions about, wow, this is not what we expected from FBI, but he has shown up and he's delivered. There's been times where things got really, really close to comfort, but FBI being able to live out on the majority of those situations thanks to the protection of his teammates, keeping him alive. He has now stood and delivered on the damage in these fights.
Absolutely. I mean, FBI only has the one death, that one arcane shift that you can criticize. He has played a hell of a game, though, has been really on point with his skill shots. The team has had very clear comms about how to play out these fights. It's all about peeling Summit, because if they can peel Summit off of FBI, he can deal with everyone else. And you can see he is hitting that point of the game where he has so much CDR, you can start really shifting aggressively constantly. I mean, he's almost level 18 as the AD carry here. It's a pretty ridiculous advantage. Summit is trying to look for that flank, does have flash, has level 3 ulti. But even if he finds it, there's a stopwatch, there's a Maw, there's so many tools, there's a Zonius on Palafox, there's an Ocean Soul. It's going to be incredibly hard to really think up a fight where they could burst this guy down without, honestly, I feel like APA has to get in the backline, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And it's just so difficult. It's so scary for Yawn and APA to risk their lives to assassinate the backlines when they are just as squishy and just as vulnerable to the members of NRG. The fact that they have so many defensive tools just makes this problem for Team Liquid almost an unsolvable one.
I mean, it's incredibly difficult, right? If you just try to just send it, both your ADs try to jump into the back line, you might just get hit by a W from Contract, stunned up, instantly die, and lose the game. And now it is going to be a fight for Elder here at 35 minutes. TL cannot give this up, no matter what they do. So it is all going to be about finding that perfect entrance to the fight. But look at the poke already from FBI. APA missing a third of his health and doesn't have access to a minion wave to actually heal back up. So that is not going to be recovered here very easily whatsoever. Somebody's trying to play on this angle, trying to threaten the flank, but they're going to start marketing him. They're going to be paying attention to exactly where he's going.
Flash is available for Summit. Yawn has available to all of his summoner spells. FBI also has his summoner spells available. Dokla now looking for the flank, trying to pincer around a Team Liquid. NRG are increasing their pace forward. Yawn is on the other side of this wall, so he has to rejoin with the rest of his team before he gets marked off. Pioshik is going to be able to scout out Dokla with the sweepers. Contracts looking for the engage forward, and now members of the front line are disengaged from Team Liquid's backside. Dokla going for it with the Dominus. True Shot Barrage gets some damage down. There's a building minion wave on the bottom side of the map, but it looks like some Team Liquid members are trying to recall and go back and recall, but Contracts gets a little bit of damage, and now they're forcing Team Liquid to their side of the map. Both teams have traded sides. They're running towards the base of NRG instead because they've got nowhere else to run.
Well, and it's the Ocean Soul. Even if you chunk out Contracts, he just has to hit a minion, hit a jungle creep, hit anything, and the Ocean Soul will trigger. And they're just going to keep healing back up. FBI has chunked out, APA chunked out Summit, and they want this fight. They're not going to let you escape. They're just going to continue chasing after them. Summit trying to get out of there.
Summon is a sacrificial lamb. He still has flash to play with. Does he want to burn it just to keep himself alive? He doesn't have teleport to rejoin the fight, but he might just get out of there. Wait, Team Liquid, they've been able to chase themselves into the base of NRG, and now NRG, they have to decide, do they want to take the Elder Dragon, or do they want to stop this base push from Team Liquid?
They absolutely need to kill
They
them.
have the numbers advantage right now. Yon has already burned the cleanse. API gets popped by FBI, and Yon has got nowhere to run. Killer Instinct over the wall. He's able to get through it, but he's got nowhere else to go. FBI flashing forward. Yon gets the flash out as well, and there's nothing else that Yon can do. It just hope that FBI's Arcane Shift comes up, but Dokla's gonna teleport into the base. There's no members there from Team Liquid left to defend. Dokla can just end the game by himself. Pyosik is trying to... He can't recall. He's got nowhere to run. And Contrast is keeping vision on Yon, so he can't get a safe recall either. This should be game 2 in the bag for NRG.
What a game from NRG. FBI coming up massive for the team. Shifts over the wall, gets the kill by his damn self, uses the stopwatch there to stay alive. They chase TL across the map from the Dragon to their base all the way to the enemy nexus. NRG gonna take game number 2 and move us to match point here.
You take a look at the faces of Team Liquid's members. They're trying to remain calm and trying to hold that composure. But you know that this game, the fact that they changed up their game plan, tried to play more aggressive, and there are some things early on, it looked good. APA finally had the lead on Palafox, but Palafox was able to withstand the pressure. And even the pressure from topside on Summon and Dokla didn't really surmount too much, because every time someone looked for the flank, it was Contract's Keeper Verdict.
Yeah.
It was stasis from Palafox and FBI keeping themselves alive. And now their backs are against the wall with match point.
I mean, it's tough, right? You know, you said it. I think a lot of things did work really well for TL in the early game. Summit had a great early laning phase. He was up 20 plus CS. APA solo killed the enemy mid laner. You know, a lot of things were working for them, but the NRG bot lane did really well in the 2v2. They took early plates, and it was so problematic to deal with FBI in the late game. Ezreal is such a late game monster. You know, Rainover talked about it in the interview. They wanted to go early. They wanted to force fights. They wanted to play faster than in that game number 1. They did accomplish that. They created an early advantage, but it didn't really snowball into anything else. NRG was always taking dragons. They played heavily towards that. And at the end of the day, there was no real threat onto FBI. So they just kind of played this slow game out where he's fishing for poke, and every time Summit's going in, he's going to get ejected out by Contracts. He's going to get marked by Dokla. And who else is going to do anything to FBI at that point?
Yeah. It's a tough question that Team Liquid have to solve, and now they are running out of time and how many games they can afford to lose on that. But for us, that's game 2 in the books. We're going to head over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
All right, thank you guys very much. As you can see, we are decked out in some merchandise that you can only get if you attend finals. So make sure you grab your tickets to show up. These are going to be exclusively sold at the LCS Championships in New Jersey. So go click the code on your screen, or you can't click that. Scan that code, and then go grab your tickets. We're going to go ahead and break down this game. Hopefully, we can roll this, because right before this started, I lost the ability to click the play button. It was very interesting how this decided to do this. I can also try and relog in the meantime. You guys fill.
Yeah, this was another Team Liquid game.
Yeah.
Like, it just really felt like a real Team Liquid game. 5,000 gold lead at their peak, and then it all ended up going wrong. But the early game, at least, was top lane focused, as we thought this series needed to kind of hinge on. Like, Dokla needs to not lose lane hard against Summit for them to have a chance.
That is why I am wondering if they're going to consider taking away the Renekton pick, since he's looked fairly comfortable, and Contracts has been going topside, just like we saw there.
This was unfortunate. He didn't get the pushback.
This is a big play by APA, though.
Yeah, it was a nice kill. Couldn't get the pushback on Syndra, which is why he picked the matchup. So he ends up getting at least a little early advantage off that one. Didn't keep it for long. I wanted to make a small mention for Pyosik's early pathing to get the top lane to begin with on the early kill. I went red, Gromp, blue, found that pick top lane. He continued to win top. This is where he ends up getting his huge advantage in 3 kills.
To be fair, this was mostly Summit outplaying a 2v1, where he chunks out Dokla before the dive comes in, survives the dive from Contracts, and Pyosik gets to play Trundle, right-click the enemy carry.
Yeah, and maybe a little unfortunate in the long run as well, because Pyosik wasn't able to really use any of his Trundle gold later in the game, whereas Summit, maybe with flanks, having another 600 gold might have made a bit of a difference. This was the alley-oop. It felt like a mistake in the moment.
Yeah.
But look at where Dokla is. I mean, It's a
Dr.
long
J!
alley-oop.
Off the
It's a
backboard.
long alley-oop.
It's a slow-mo alley-oop, but
Yep.
serves it up to Dokulu, slams it home.
There are a lot of those moments. APA here is playing on the left side of his team, so he can't really do too much, and then Core JJ engages before Trundle rejoins. That actually happened a few times where I felt like Core JJ engaged too quickly. There was a fight that happened around red side, Grom. This one's great.
That was a really nice Malphite ult to slow down for the extra kills there. But to that point, I think you could see the team fighting was still not super clean out of Team Liquid, and it really came to bite them in the next Dragon because they never had a good Dragon setup. They kept losing Dragons, and this is the sole point where Summit, you find a nice flank, everyone's kind of going in, but APA had died right before this when they could have just been burning the Dragon down.
Yeah, and here's also where you see the power of the Poppy pick and rotating Rel bot. I also want to give credit to FBI, something that we didn't, I know he almost ties here, but like something we didn't see early on is that they actually had push and lane for a lot of it. We're on tower, and the Ezreal pick, which I did not initially believe in, ended up working out really well. That is a sick gold graph.
Up here, and that's the experience. And sometimes. But also, like, so weirdly enough, even though NRG had a couple throws early on in the season, in the aggregate, from 15 minutes, they had a lot of comebacks. They actually had, I think, the most comebacks from actually being down like 2,000 to 5,000 gold of other teams in the LCS. They had like 4 wins when they were down 4,000 gold. Yeah. Another one of them here. Like they actually do have, with the continuity of their top side being together for so long, a good ability to come back in games. And FBI was a very reliable late game carry this game.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 lead now for NRG, 2 games on blue side, so we'll have to see what Team Liquid wants to do heading into Game 3. As we go there, though, let's take a look behind the scenes of how Samsung powers the LCS. The NVMe 990 Pro SSDs enable our graphics team to work on the fly and deliver cutting-edge graphics to the LCS stage.
Hi, I'm Anthony from the LCS graphics team. We design and animate all the graphics you see on an LCS game day. So we need drives that can handle all that media at the speed of a live show. That's why we trust the Samsung NVMe SSD 990 Pro. These blazing fast SSDs allow us to quickly create fresh new graphics whenever the show calls for them. We generate huge graphics files for every show, so we need drives with a lot of storage space. And that's exactly what the Samsung 990 Pro gives us.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
They can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta
I mean, I don't think anyone is worse than me at drawing, so. Jin, Lucian. Those minions? I'm lost. Come on, give me something, give me something.
I don't know how to help you.
I'll pass.
Maybe I need to exaggerate it, but
Stand behind Brom. Brom is here.
I don't know how to do this better. Nah, this one, easy.
Fountain. Base. Nexus.
Yeah, alright, we got one.
Oh, I'm stressed.
Person like I drew. Tom Kench. TSM. Is it a player on TSM? Let's see. Monster. Boogie. Phoenix. Turtle.
There you go.
Turtle.
There you go.
Alright. Timo? Is that Timo? Mushrooms? Trees? Trees, Maokai, Ivern? Bro, I don't know what that is, man. You gotta do better than that. Nature. LCS and Nature Fly Quest?
Yes.
Alright. What the f is that?
That's a tree. That's a tree.
That's not a tree, bro. What is that? Keep making. I'll let you cook. Is that a toast, bro? A Spellbook Rise? Karthus? 4th place, Team Liquid?
Yeah. There you go.
Dude, what is this?
That was like a jug of water, you know? Like liquid.
Oh my god. That is a jug of water. Bro, give me that straw of water like that.
There's a cup. There's a cup.
That's a cup?
Yeah, that's a cup.
What is this?
I was thinking. I was doing advice to think.
What is he doing?
Welcome back to
looks-
the LCS Lounge.
That looks like a Pop-Tart.
I have so many questions, not just about FBI's drawing, but about how he sees the world.
Well, even his answers to Dokla were terrible. Thank God he's good at League of Legends, because that was scary.
Dokla was trying his hardest. Like, the pentakill, that was good.
I don't know about you guys. I did not see a tree on that one.
I did not see a tree. I did not see water. I saw burnt toast. And then for TSM, he just drew anyone.
Those are very hairy trees.
Figure, and then, like, the tree.
It could be any TSM member.
Just draw a turtle.
Do you want to see what his turtle looks like after how he can't even draw water? He just drew straight lines.
Oh, that was beautiful.
My God.
That was insane.
Amazing.
At least they're 2-0 up in the series.
Honestly, I've been waiting to see how players would like attack a Pictionary game because I've wanted to do it with them because I'm killer at Pictionary. I feel confident in my ability after watching that.
We should play that game, Gartic
I think you
Phone.
crush it. Team Liquid, Team Liquid, though, all smiles. I wonder if this will be the NRG Pictionary curse because they are actually down 2-0. They had the 5,000 gold lead last game. Their team fighting continues to be questionable, but they are still able to have big pop-off moments in lane. Summit was up 30 CS that game. AP had a solo kill Trish versus Syndra.
And as we go into this draft, I'm actually curious to see what you guys think because I feel like, for example, their game 1 draft, I liked it. If they just played it differently, they win that game, right? So like, what do you think they can change in draft after continuing on blue side?
The annoying thing is I actually thought their draft was pretty easy to play. It's just a lot of the choking that's happening within the game that really hurts. And the mechanics of their team fighting is burning them in ways that it didn't in the regular season. As much as we make fun of their team fighting, I feel like this one is specifically worse. So I like the fact that their mental's good. You have to keep it strong.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're covering draft as an analyst desk, and you just asked what can they do in draft, but it's not a draft problem. Both games, their drafts were fine.
Yeah.
One game they lost because it was just a snowball the whole way for NRG, even if there were some hiccups by NRG. And the second time they lose with a 5,000 gold lead. So you're losing games no matter the game state, no matter what advantages you have. I don't think they're playing super cleanly. And they're staying on blue side, I think, as a reflection of that. They're not like, ooh, if we just did this switch up, or if we just took this pick away, like, I don't think that's the right way to think about it. So I'm happy they're still on blue. And what they really need to do is improve how they're playing out these mid-to-late game situations.
One thing that I think can aid in that, though, Mark, is just simpler stuff. Jace mid-top flex is complicated. It's hard to play.
Game 2, Triss mid is their bread and butter.
But it had bad engage, and they didn't have Rel. So I just think they first pick Rel, it's up, they make a straightforward control mage mid, core or Pyosicon and engager.
Leona is an engager.
I was gonna say one thing.
Rel's a better engager.
They lock in the Kai'Sa, I think.
And our NRG has played 2 good Rel games as well, so it's a now pick 2.
I am kind of curious if they don't want to not first pick Kai'Sa because they know it will be a flex. And I don't think it's a flex for them because I don't see APA picking Kai'Sa mid. I'm not really sure. But they're keeping their Kai'Sa prio, and NRG is keeping their Renekton Rel prio.
And now that we're going up against Rel, and it's likely to be a jungler, though Ignar has played it just literally in this series, I'm thinking Kindred. Because if you are Pyosik, and you just got out of 2 games as Maokai, where mid was doomed, and you kind of got dragged into it, and a Trundle game where you were fed, but there's not much you can do to actually make use of your gold, put resources on me and let me to carry, please. Because it feels like, because if you're getting frustrated at how the rest of the map is going, I think it's on you at that point, at least to be the most vocal person in the room. So I'm interested to see if there's any changes. So far, Tristana being picked, once again, is the comfort fit pick for APA. He just needs to play better in this series. So I'm looking forward to 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a solo kill, but the mid to late game stuff was not great. The Nautilus is technically a flex in some ways because you can. We've seen Pyosik play it. It also pairs very well with Kai'Sa in the lane.
Yeah.
It can go either way. I don't mind if they had just slammed the Kindred and said screw the flexes because it might get banned now in the second phase.
I just also don't think they can pick Kindred now. Like, Kindred, Kai'Sa, Tristana is not a comp.
Yeah,
it isn't.
They should pick Ornn 4-5, and they should put Pyosik on
the Summit Ornn, baby.
Yeah. I do think it's interesting that they prioed the Nautilus here, just because it has been banned on 4-5 by NRG in both the games. And then on the opposite side, you see NRG being like, Ezreal was so important to our team composition last game. We think they might ban it on 4-5. We're taking it 3rd.
It's also kind of a vibe champ. Like, Ezreal relies a lot on skill shots. A lot of confidence. You can shift forward if you're playing the game well. And FBI had an incredible game last game. So I like, that's probably him saying, I admit, I don't want this ban again. Make sure we actually step up and get me this champion.
I want to see a Sylas ban right here from Team Liquid as well. I think Palafox would slam that if it's available.
I like that point, because I was going to go into mid lane. We come into this series, it seems like we were heavily talking about the mid lane champion pool, and it feels like, we just got out of a game with the Syndra getting picked. And yes, you're right, Dedic got solo killed in a way that Palafox wanted to take back. But in the team fights, he was pretty pivotal. And so champion pool is pretty large. I agree, the Sylas ban you want to see, but it makes sense for Palafox to go into 4-5 and have that counter pick versus Tristana.
Yeah, Emily called out the Ornn ban. I think that's a good ban by NRG. That would have been like a Summit fallback. They haven't been winning games through Summit carrying, so they actually have won 2 games of Summit playing Ornn, and it's decent into Renekton, so I like the ban.
And
that's good too.
The Poppy.
They want to see Syndra.
The Poppy ban, I really like that because obviously I think that made a massive difference in NRG's draft last game.
And also, if they do go with the Syndra, I'll be honest and say I'm on the other side. I didn't think it was that impactful in the game overall. I think lane phase didn't go great. It got solo killed.
Because of his mistake,
Yeah, it was his mistake. He can clean that up. But even in the mid to late game, it felt like it was a lot more about the front line of NRG as well as the Ezreal pelting. and the Dragon stacking much more than the Syndra. So I'm actually kind of happy they didn't go back to the Syndra.
They still get good poke. I would say those two champions make it pretty difficult for Kai'Sa Trist to approach.
Yes.
Right? Like if they ever want to stand and fire, they're going to be getting consistently outranged by Jace Ezreal.
And the same for the Trundle within that game, but yeah, it made it harder for the back line. This game, actually we saw the video piece from Palafox talking about like how confident he was on Jace at the time. And even though he's a slow starter, when he ramps up, he feels like he's in flow. In this game, he started the series already playing well, so I want to see if that Jace comes to good use this game.
Sejuani coming through.
What's Summit cooking?
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Him and Piosik are chatting it up.
Jax.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right.
Camp my lane. Come up here.
Is the Maokai going to come through, or is Contracts?
Give me the Maokai.
Or?
Contracts is a Shyvana lover, by the way. In Academy, he played that thing. He made the champ look great.
Kobe's in the green room right now.
His palms are sweaty, but it has to be a Maokai.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's Shyvana, especially since a lot of people I know were saying that like it's more Shyvana top angle with the buffs that came through and less Shyvana jungle. So there it is, like you said, the Maokai.
Yeah, little Mao.
I mean, obviously,
Maokai.
we've seen how potent these poke comps can be with Maokai to set it up. So I really like that.
I like the NRG team comp a lot. They're going to go Demonic Embrace on Maokai to give him a little magic damage poke.
Be some beefcakes.
Yep.
It's tough. It's tough for Team Liquid, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see what our casters think as we go to them and the third game of our series.
Muchas gracias, Emily, and the rest of the LCS Lounge. NRG, match point on the line for them. A potential 3-0 sweep. Team Liquid, if they want any chances, they're going to have to start the long grind here and work their way backwards. 3 wins in a row. But NRG, they have everything on their side to be able to just clean this series out.
Yeah, we'll see if TL can start to claw their way back in this one. I do think it's going to be tough, right? You know, I think that they have a strong draft. I know the Lounge was talking about, favoring NRG's draft. I think TL's draft is actually really, really good as well. I think Jax is really strong into all of the damage dealers, on the NRG side. The Counter-Strike is going to be extremely effective against both Jace as well as the Ezreal, also the Renekton. Yes, there can be some AP damage coming through from contracts, like he can go Demonic Embrace, but honestly, who cares? It doesn't really do that much anymore.
Yeah.
So you can have a Sejuani that's stacking armor. You can have, Nautilus that's getting a little bit of armor. Even the Jax can go towards something like Death Dance Tabbies if he wanted. So I do think there's efficiencies that can be gained there. My concern is not with the draft, it's with the play, right? I do believe that we've seen a lot of times where TL have been able to create really strong top lane advantages with drafting a strong 2v2 like this. And I think that's what they're going to look for this game. It's just, what will that mean for you going forward, right? I think back to a game we were talking about in the green room earlier today where they were playing Fiora. I can't even remember if it was against NRG, but where they had a massive lead with Sejuani Fiora, playing through topside and, even went Hullbreaker. And then they decided at a certain point to just hard force 5v5s and started losing all the 5v5s instead of just split pushing where they were already kind of cleaning out the game. And so it's these late game decisions, these mid game decisions that really plague TL that honestly has been a problem for them for the last, I want to say like 2 years at least, that they haven't really been able to solve. So that is the big question for me, is like, can they actually, transition an early game lead, an early game plan into a victory? Because I do think that they have the tools to win games. Like if you're looking at this, if Jax gets ahead, no one's going to be able to really answer Jax through side. I think Jax can also group pretty effectively if you go something like Sterrick second and look for 5v5.
Sure.
You have, multiple types of damage with, mixed damage from your top lane, you have physical damage from mid, magic damage from Yon. So I think that they have like a really solid team comp. You have good engage with Nautilus as well as the Sejuani. So it's not such an easy game here for FBI. And he's also not playing Cleanse, so the ability to lock him down is there. Like they have lots of tools to be able to win, but the question is, will they be able to do it?
Early all-in from Ignar and FBI as they burn the Ignite down on the core JJ. Not going to burn the Flash, though. No Summer Spells burned from either of them. But he has to base because he is way too low on HP, and he doesn't want to use his only pot this early.
Yeah, I'm not going to be spending up all his potions. So it's just going to kind of take a bit of a loss on that, and we'll end up going back. It is that Ignite used, of course. Part of the issue is that it's going to be missed experience here for Core. We'll see how much of the CS as well Yon misses without anyone to actually help him grab it. APA, though, early push here through mid lane. Of course, there is that backdoor protection or the early game protection, whatever you want to call it, that is there until 5 minutes. So even with that hard early shove, not going to be able to get too much damage down on that tower, but every little bit of chip does help quite a lot. Grasp here, picked for Summit, is very strong for the laning phase. And in a lot of these kind of matchups for Jax, your late game is so strong that you just want to prioritize getting through lane and being able to kind of survive in that lane. A lot of people do look at this as a pretty heavily skill-based matchup. It's so much about how you utilize the Counter-Strike. Can you actually be able to immune that stun coming through from the Renekton? So there's lots of, at the highest level, these little mini games that people are playing where they're actually trying to fake animations and cancel auto attacks and do things like that. Pop W, but not actually auto attack right away, so that they then look for the Counter-Strike, then you stun them after, things like that. So there's all kinds of little things that they're trying to do to be able to kind of trick out each other. So it becomes a bit of a mind game, and I think it's really fun to watch.
That top lane and then super volatile. It's going to be a test for Summit to see if he can not only, as you go back to what you said, find that lead as he did in Game 2, and for most of the Summer Split games that he's been in for this roster, but actually find a way to use that lead to snowball the rest of the game into a conclusive win for this squad.
Oh, ouch.
Getting pushed in here. He has Pyosik on his side for the top side of the map. Dokla might just face check it in. It's going to take... Actually, Pyosik just dipped out there. My mistake.
Yeah, the wave was too big. So basically, at first, Summit, I think, was trying to contest the wave a little bit to hold it, but he used that Counter-Strike for that initial trade. And then Dokla kind of just walked up. And when you get stunned up in the face of a fat mini wave like that, you're going to take so much damage. So I think the read was then, all right, there's no more gank to happen, right? And if you try to run past the wave and actually make that gank happen anyway, and then you lose that wave and don't get the kill, well, then you're really screwed. Yeah. So, they end up playing it a little bit slow, but Pyosik is back here, and Dokla didn't respect it.
Yeah, well, he gets the double slice and dice, but does he flash away? Pyosik doesn't land the second cast of W, but they still have the mobility to lock him down. That's Summit first blood, and he still has flash advantage on top of Dokla.
Yeah, that is massive. Pyosik, was a little bit slow there with the flash on that W to try to redirect it, but at the end of the day, who cares? You got the first blood. It went to Jax. Yes, some of the CS is going to be farmed up here by Dokla, so that will equalize a little bit, but Summit is going to have such a better buy on this first base here. And he goes back with an additional 600 gold to spend, so gets a Sheen, gets boots, gets a Ruby Crystal, still has potions in pocket. He is going to be feeling really, really good about his position in this lane. And now it is about, can he make more of this? Can he continue to push this forward?
On the other side of the map, NRG, the fact that FBI and Ignar were able to get that early chunk onto Core JJ meant that they had a majority of the push. I'm curious to see if they're going to continue having that push to set up for an early dragon stacking, because that is what was one of the surprising win conditions that NRG got in that second game. The fact that they were able to actually win that pushing war got them a lot of those early dragons. The Pyosik is going to find contracts here in the jungle. He's going to W right on in. Palafox first has collapse. AP is going to jump in and try to get as much damage as he can, but now it's in a 1v2. He gets one more rocket jump, but he would have the flash to commit for the all-in, and he's just not going to do that. Contracts gets out alive.
Yeah, APA is not level 6, unfortunately. Palafox was. If APA was 6, I think he maybe looks for the flash follow, knowing that he just needs to land probably like one more auto and then go for the ulti, or maybe 2 autos then the ulti. But without that, it's not really worth looking for that follow there. So a nice punch back on the bottom side from Contracts and Palafox. Contracts, of course, was up in farm because of the time spent up towards that top side from Pyosik, and is able to run into the enemy jungler. He's up a level, he starts scrapping, and Palafox was able to get over there a lot more quickly than APA. So nicely done by NRG, evening things out quite a lot.
It's good information to know for the rest of the map as well. No flashes on either of these junglers, so if they show up in your lane, they will not have a flash to be able to close the distance here. Dokla is looking, has no flash available.
But it was actually so important that he was spotted there by Pyosik. If Pyosik wasn't there at that moment, I don't know if APA is actually playing so carefully, and maybe he actually gets a kill off that roam. So a nice little attempt from Dokla. And also, Palafox was low on mana, so he wanted to roam to actually cover him. There is a cost to this, though. He's going to lose probably 2 melees, and he loses a plate to someone who's already ahead. So definitely not a free roam by any means. At the end of the day, lost the 2 melees, lost experience off none of the range, but did lose one of those as a CS. So it's going to put someone in an even better spot here. It's also interesting that Palafox is going first strike on the Jace. In this matchup, we've been seeing like a lot of people do even like phase rush and things like that, where, if the Tristana jumps in, they'll just actually proc their phase rush, knock them away, and then just kind of run back, so you can't continue hitting those auto attacks with the E up as Tristana, but is going for more kind of like a poke focused late game style build. They have contracts, obviously, first strike. He has red smite. He's going to be going demonic, as the lounge did talk about. So he will be kind of that sole source of AP, which definitely makes the saplings annoying, especially if they are hitting on squishy targets. But if they're hitting on a tank, you have some MR in your mythic. You don't really need more than that. As long as you have a little bit of health, you can just stack armor against this composition that NRG has built. And I think Sejuani, as long as Pyosik is getting a lot of gold, is going to be pretty tough to actually punch through for NRG.
Yeah. It just puts the onus on Team Liquid to make sure that it's always Core JJ and Pyosik first into the river, base checking for saplings, because if APA or Yon ever gets chunked by one of those and then a Shock Blast follows up or a Mystic Shot over the wall, suddenly you cannot fight the team fight that you want to take anymore as the objective. Rift Herald is available. Contracts is here to collapse onto Pyosik. Summit does have first collapse, but Ignar is here once again for the first roam. And that's going to make things a little difficult for Pyosik to just start soloing it down. NRG back off for now.
You also have to remember, Ezreal is actually making the move, and he can assist with his ulti cross map. So NRG are going to have the extra members there, but TL are still kind of playing with the idea of challenging here.
Oh, the smite was early, but Contract still gets it. And they just force the front line to back away into the jungle quadrant. Core JJ finds a two-man stun, but they already lost Summit and Pyosik, so APA, what can he do? He's not going to be able to reset on any of these guys. It's all 5 members here from NRG, the 5-man unit committing, and Dokla gets a triple kill on top of it.
TL just making a baffling decision to actually try to fight that. Summit and Pyosik were kind of just messing around with them on the top side, but if you're not going to commit to the play to actually try to go for the Herald, which you're obviously not because Yon is not moving, why are you still staying there? It just doesn't make sense. The risk versus reward is horrible. So Pyosik at the end of the day goes forward with this ulti, but it's like no one's there to follow up. This is just a total int. I mean, Summit is kind of playing with fire a bit. Like he's trying to say, okay, is there an option here? He steps forward with the counter strike, gets a little bit of poke. But then why is Pyosik going in? I just don't get it. Like, why are you committing the ulti there? Summit has already used his counter-strike, is moving backwards. APA is late to the play. You already see the Ezreal in mid lane. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And this is where you really have to question, like, what are the comps on TL? Like, who is calling for this play? Because NRG are going to punish you 10 times out of 10. You can see the reaction there from APA. A little bit of frustration. They had an advantage on top side. Well, guess what? Now it's all completely gone. It's more than gone. And Renekton just got a triple kill for free and is going to be way ahead early on.
Yeah, I would love to see what the gold lead looks like. APA is going to jump onto Palafox's face, but it looks like it's just, standard trading here from APA, trying to be able to win that mid lane prio at the moment, as Pyosik might look at the Dragon as the next objective on the table, but Demonic Embrace being completed off of the advantageous skirmish there from NRG means that these saplings are going to start hurting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dokla's up just 300, 400 gold, something like that, up on the top side. A little bit over 400, actually close to 500 now. But it's an over 1,000 gold lead for Contracts. So, that is where a lot of the gold difference is. He has a lot more farm. He has the kill. He has a couple assists. And that got him to that early Demonic Embrace here. So, TL definitely not out of it by any means. But it's their decision-making that really is just this thorn in the side for this team. They can't seem to solve those problems, and NRG is a team that is aggressive, that is willing to scrap with you at all terms, and I think that kind of works against TL because TL kind of never see a fight that they don't like, even the ones that they shouldn't.
I mean, in game one, they tried to take things slow, maybe, as a response of what some of the weaknesses that people were pinning onto Team Liquid and trying to figure out how they were playing. It doesn't work for them to go slow, so they try to up the things in the pace in game two. You saw how that one went, and now Pyosik is going to try to catch out Dokla. He still has a flash, but he would have to slice and dice through 2 people. He's not going to burn it. It's a huge shutdown. It does go over to Pyosik, which is not the greatest thing in the world if you wanted that gold bounty to go to a carry. As a mid lane, all in from Palafox, able to answer back and gets the solo on APA.
Palafox getting one back, as you say. It's been APA who got that solo kill in the last game. You could see a big reaction on the player cam there from APA, frustrated that he ended up getting taken down in that situation, as Palafox is now going to be pretty far ahead, and Tristana from behind really starts to struggle, as people will play aggressively on you. And just by nature of having explosive shot, you are going to push whether you want to or not. So you can't hold that wave and play safe. You're pushing whether you like it or not. And that exposes you very heavily to these difficult situations. And now the Herald's going to drop. Didn't look like Palafox got a share of the gold, unfortunately, for him, but some more gold in the pockets there of Contracts. Thankfully, TL did get something back on top side. A shutdown for Pyosik gets him back in the game as far as the gold lead is concerned, and Divine Sunder now completed for Summit off the plates that he was able to take there. Dokla is basically, what's happening here is this looks a little bit silly. He's kind of holding everything. He's trying to get Pyosik to use his ult before he flashes so he can reactively flash and get away. And Pyosik is saying, nope, I'm just going to auto you because you're going to die. He's not going to use the ulti until he flashes. And then in this situation, APA needed to flash as soon as his opponent flashed. And that's the reaction I'm talking about, because that rocket jump is very delayed, right? And that is one of the weaknesses of it. That allows you to buffer out of some weird situations. But as soon as he goes flashes in for the hammer form, you basically have to reactively cancel your rocket jump and flash out of it to be able to disjoint the damage that's going to come through from that melee form Q. And that's the only way you're going to survive in that situation, which feels really weird and counterintuitive. But in those spots, you have to be able to do it because it's just too slow.
Yeah.
The hammer form damage is always going to land before that rocket jump completes.
And for APA, this is a player that has been through in the semi-pro and the challenger series through many tough series. He's been able to reverse sweep a couple of them and has been able to just bounce back. But seeing that look of frustration, you know that this is really starting to get to him, where a lot of this LCS stage games, even when things were looking shaky, he held his composure. This is where the pressure's starting to really get to him.
Well, and that's playoffs, right? You know, all the players talk about it. You watch the promo for playoffs. It just means more to them, right? These games are more important, just point blank, period. It matters more. You know, they have to win these. They know that their season ends if they do not. The goal for so many of these players is winning that championship, getting to play on a big stage, getting to go to New Jersey and play in the stadium. That is a lifelong goal, lifelong dream for so many of these guys. And every game that you lose, you can start to feel that slipping away. So it can change the way that you play. It can change your tendencies, and often not for the better. And it's also going to make any sort of defeat feel that much worse. So, you know, TL has been in some great spots throughout this series. Have not been able to claim a game just yet. But at the end of the day, you know, another couple moves up towards topside. Pyosik, yes, they failed that play around Herald. They gave 3 kills over, but he goes back up top. They get a kill, they get a shutdown, they get a turret, and he's just repeating over and over and over towards Dokla. That let them get the tower. Now it's going to get a flash.
And this might be good here for NRG because now they have reinforcements coming. All 5 members sinking into the top side of Team Liquid. Pyosik already flashing away at one Arctic Assault, but Contrax is there with the twisted advance, and Pyosik's got nowhere to run. Summon is just jumping in with the counter strike, but he's got no more mana to play with. Poor JJ is there just as a meat shield. And so Pyosik will fall. It looks like APA will try to bounce back with turret destruction in the mid lane and be able to trade one back.
Honestly, it's still pretty good for TL at the end of the day because they did get the top lane tier 1. They pushed back Dokla. And when this big response comes through with Palfox TPing, you get a tier 1 in mid lane. Yes, they will lose the Herald, but TL, from a pretty bad spot, have done an okay job of problem solving it. You know, just because some things have gone wrong around top lane, if that was your game plan, if that was your win condition, you got to keep going for it, right? You've got to get Summit into this power position that they really wanted him in. And they have been able to reclaim the gold lead back on top side. He's up a good 500 and nearing 600 gold there in top lane, despite that triple kill that went over to Dokla around Herald. So Summit does have the ability to try to take things over in that side lane, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. They send him down towards bot now, so they want to continue having him work on the split push, focusing on these towers, pulling NRG across the map and trying to create space for Yawn and APA to get as much farm as possible, work on towers. And I mean, this turret's gone too. So now Dokla's got to be a little bit careful.
Core JJ is in Summit's left flank here. Looks like Contrax is farming up this blue buff. Dokla taking a lot of damage, trying to catch him. He does! The counter-strike clipped him on the back end of that slice and dice with a well-timed flash, and Summit is able to get the solo kill.
That is huge for TL and their chances in this series. Goes forward with the counter-strike, and Dokla was kind of playing with fire. I mean, the turret was clearly going to die. He stayed around, thought he could kind of, you know, trade back and forth with him a little bit. But at the end of the day, Summit flashes forward, catches him with the stun before Dokla could get his ulti off, so he doesn't have that HP increase, ends up going down. And now that it's back-to-back turrets, he's working on the tier 2.
Oh, Palafox was looking for the all-in on APA, but he gets the bunch of shot out before Palafox is able to look for the all-in, so he's out of there. But the things are getting so close here, Azale, as you can already see that the solo laners of NRG wanting to push the pace, wanting to put the pressure on, whereas the solo laners of Team Liquid doing everything they can to not buckle under it.
Summit is the richest man in the game now by quite a lot here, and he is almost 1,500 gold up on Dokla. He just took both the tier 1 towers, then got a kill, and now Summit looking for the flank here. NRG are going for an engage, but Summit's behind them. This could go bad.
Yeah, Pyosik already threw out the Glacial Prison. Yawn onto Killer Instinct, forcing FBI to flash. APA needs to find a target. He's only hitting Ignar right now, but they collapse onto the front line, and they force the back line of NRG off, so nothing that the front line of NRG could do to handle Team Liquid's comp. That's a win for Team Liquid.
TL destroy Energy as they try to move in for the Dragon there. If they did not have eyes on Summit, he already has 2 items so early on. Palafox wasn't even really there with the squad. Palafox and Energy's AD carry do both stay alive, so FBI survives as well to try to defend, but just like that, it is now a nearly 2K gold lead for TL. TL are going to give away some freebies, but they're also going to make some great plays happen, and we can see it one more time. They're forcing the engage, but it's onto Core JJ, so we're flashing forward, hard engaging onto Core JJ. Summit comes in on the flank, APA is there, also unmarked. Yes, Palafox now arrives, but that is the richest member on your team. Was not really a part of this fight whatsoever. And now Summit is going to be so difficult to deal with. You can see Jan really happy after that one, as they needed something to kind of rebuild that momentum that they had lost. It can be such a back-breaking feeling to give away a bad fight around Herald, to feel like your chances in this series were slipping away.
Yeah.
But just like that, they've kind of clawed their way back into this game, but they have to continue to play clean. They have to continue to make smart choices, because FBI, again, could potentially take over in those later stages. Jace is still a massive threat here as well. He's 3-0-5, has the stopwatch, almost has his tier, fully stacked up for that Muramana, and is going to be problematic here also.
And I have to say, Azael, Jan is not normally someone that shows his emotions easily, so seeing a smile is a small sign of hope for Team Liquid fans watching from a deficit. It's still match point here for NRG. The gold lead is slightly in Team Liquid's favor, and we've seen how many times NRG have been able to just strangle that lead back into their control. But Jan was able to pick up a lot of gold during all those times they collapsed on the top side of the map, and Dokla's just dead again.
Yeah, nice kill again. And I want to see TL continue to do this. This is working so well. You're going to have Summit very quickly in a position where Dokla isn't even going to be safe under his tower. He can start to ignore him, just walk forward and hit the turret in his face. FBI maybe going to get solo kill by Jan.
He finds an angle. FBI was unchecked. No flash available, no heal. That's an easy killer instinct. The Team Liquid are going to continue taking this momentum forward in the mid lane.
They're even taking the bot side jungle. They're pushing up for this tier 2 mid. Potentially could look for a dive here. Contrax is around, but Palafox has to be respectful, and Summit now unanswered in that bot side is going to be able to get the tier 2. They get the tier 2 mid. TL are starting to run away with this one, really putting themselves in a great spot.
It's going to come down to Palafox now. He's the only member left on NRG who still has a shutdown bounty and a large amount of gold, the only one that has a lead over APA. He needs to be able to find these shock blasts and make them count in this poke war against Team Liquid before they get a chance to force the engage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see, how TL want to play this out. Because like I said, when I was talking about that Fiora game, I was kind of critical of the fact that they did start to force 5v5s in it. I think it's a little bit of a different situation with Jax. Jax does team fight a lot more easily. But still, if you're dominating so heavily through sides, continue playing towards that. I don't think there's ever going to be really much of an answer from Energy. If you just continue sending Jax to a side lane, have Pioshik playing behind him, NRG are going to need 3+ members to answer it.
Yeah.
And I think it's desperation time for them. They're looking like they're thinking about, do we just start the Baron?
And it just comes down to what you and the lounge were talking about, Team Liquid. It was never necessarily a problem with their draft. It was the execution and how coordinated were they in the mid game, into the late game. Do they want to bring someone over for this fight? I guess they want to force the 5-on-5. They look for APA once again. Palafox, huge snipe, and FBI cleans it up. And now they engage onto the front line. They just make short work of Core JJ. Team Liquid cannot pursue this one. NRG back to the Baron.
That was a big time play there from Palafox. He knocked APA out of his rocket jump with the hammer form E there. And Jan now in trouble.
Jan is also in danger of dying, flashing away, using the killer instinct as well, but Dokla's waiting in the fog.
Summit.
Jan gets flashed on Cleanse. That's Dokla. Big Doke shows up huge. Jan gets taken out. Summit is now into the back line looking for Ignar, but he goes into FBI and he takes him out. Does he have the mobility? He might have enough ability hits to get out of this one, but the stasis, I don't think he's getting out of this one. Palafox is able to shoot him safely over the wall. That's the number advantage once again for NRG.
They are pinging back into the Baron, but it's starting to get a bit dicey. I mean, they don't have a lot of damage here. I don't think they should go for this, and I think they are now realizing that themselves. There were initial red team pings onto that Baron, as it will subside and we'll be able to back off here. We'll see though. Is it going to be a catch? Neither of them can actually see each other, so neither member steps forward to actually spot each other. We can see FBI there moving up to, I believe it was 15th place all time in the LCS, 4 kills. So congratulations to him, but we got to go back to this initial play. This is all Palafox. Again, punishing APA here, goes aggressive. The shot blast connects, then flashing forward, knocks him out of that rocket jump. And APA holding onto the flash, deciding he wasn't going to be able to get out to safety. NRG just forced their way into the fight. And then again on the other side, Jan kind of stepping too far forward here, gets caught. Doka's able to eventually track him down and take him down as Jan was stepping forward. That looked weird because it looks like the ward is not disabled in that side brush on the pink ward. So I don't know if he saw him or not, or if that's just a spectator bug. Because you see that ward I'm talking about? They're walking over right now. Looks like it's not spotted by the pink ward for some reason. There are some weird brushes like that in League where it just seems straight up bug. So I don't know if Jan saw him and didn't react, or if it's a spectator issue. But either way, good job, Doka. Does end up taking him down. Summit is still a beast and is going to be so hard to deal with. But FBI is really getting strong. Jace is really strong. NRG are saying, we're not dealing with split push. You got to come fight us right now. You don't get any more time. We're just going to be on Baron.
And this is where Team Liquid, you know, they could commit to the split push, but they feel the pressure. They feel the need to try and fight NRG in this Baron pit. And they have multiple flanks. Facial Prison lands true onto Dokla. They try to get the Counter-Strike stunned down. Core JJ already falls. Jan going in with the Killer Instinct, but doesn't find enough damage onto Dokla. Pioshik has to lead the charge again, but he is the only front line left. As APA Rocket jumps in, finds one reset, looks for Palafox, stops him in his tracks and punts him out of the sky. Void Seekers will land true onto Palafox, but Jan doesn't have Killer Instinct anymore, and he cannot follow up on the damage. NRG are stopped at the Baron, but they still maintain the majority number.
Man, that is actually so punishing that APA went down there. Potentially, they could have just turned back onto the Baron because there were so many low HP NRG members here. We can see this one more time. TL coming in from all angles. This is a tough place to fight right now for NRG. You can see that even the Baron's hitting them. And in goes Summit into the midst of so many members. APA is stepping forward, looking to fire. Jan Killer Instincts into the backline. Couldn't quite finish off Dokla. You can see FBI as well gets Buster Shot back, barely survives. Then APA goes in. Palafox, though, turns around and hammers him into the ground. If he didn't chase there, I think they can maybe turn for Baron, and you can see the frustration on his face. They know that was a pretty big mistake, dying around Baron there with both your ADs up. He was healthy enough. I think they could have at least forced NRG to stay around, and with multiple members having like 10% HP, I don't know if they could have done anything about it. Yeah. Of course, you don't know. Maybe they would have forced off the Baron, whatever. But APA, it feels like in a lot of these moments, he's wanting it too bad. He's going for these big plays. We saw that in the previous Triss games as well. You know, this guy is new to the LCS stage, and now Core are going to get caught out.
Jan is here for the follow-up, though. Dokla losing a lot of HP, but they can't follow up anymore. But Killer Instinct into the Void Seeker blinks out Dokla, but APA is caught out. Once again, Palafox, but he gets blown up by Jan, saving his other mid laner. And FBI is now on the run as well. Contract's trying to fend them off and be a deterrent, but they lose Ignore in the process of it. For the first time, Team Liquid, they have the number advantage, and they're going to look to pressure the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to move over to the Baron here. That TP from Summit made all the difference. Found the Counter-Strike on both FBI and Palafox. Palafox is TPing in too, but you do not want to be TPing in on top of that Jax. Great sidestep there from APA on the ulti from FBI. I think they have everything they need to finish it.
Contract still has Flash, he has Smite. Can he get in there? The Q flash, it's not in time! Pioshik secures the Baron. They take out Contracts, and Team Liquid might just be back in this game.
This game is just an all-out brawl, fight after fight after fight. It is 29 kills here in just about 26 minutes. We can watch it one more time. It starts out with them thinking they have this pick on the Core JJ, but watch the double DP. It's a Jax and a Jace TPing in. FBI shifts forward here, trying to go aggressive, but this is the problem. Look at the positioning there from Summit. Q's forward onto Palafox, lands the stun on both the carries. FBI did not have the shift until it was too late. And Summit making all the difference there, turning around, and then FBI trying to land this poke. Contracts looks for it. Q flash goes in, throws down the smite, but it is secured by Pioshik, and TL going to be able to grab a dragon off the back of that. Now 3K in the lead. The walls are closing in on NRG just a bit here. It's going to be tough, you know, when you're playing these poke comps and you start getting pushed in, you start getting corralled back into your base. It's harder to find those angles. It's harder to make those plays that you really want. And now a Baron empowered Jax can go into that 1-4 split here. It's going to be really tough to answer.
And you can tell Palafox was pressured to do something big in that moment. He had been so great at interrupting APA's mid-rocket jump flights time after time, but the one time he goes after APA, Jan is there to back him up, and he saves him from blinking down. And now the shutdown went over to Team Liquid's side. The gold lead has been just selected for Team Liquid's approval here. And now Palafox, he still has some of the most damage on his team to sport. He has the most items, but it's going to be a lot of a tougher task here for NRG to be able to surmount this lead that Team Liquid have.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at a lot of the tools that are starting to be built up on that TL side. You know, Ludens is completed. It looks like a death cap angle here for Jan. He's already got an elixir in his bags to be ready for that next fight. There's a stopwatch on Core. There's a full Zhonya's completed on Summit. It's likely going to be, you know, a Asterix or something like that after this as well. So he's going to be pretty tanky. He can throw himself into the back line. He's getting very high level, almost 18, you know, 3 levels ahead of Dokla. In fact, 3 levels ahead of anyone over on NRG. And he's going to have such low CDs that you can throw yourself in the back line. You throw down that Counter-Strike. As soon as that expires, you're in any danger into the Zhonyas, and you're going to have the Counter-Strike ready as you're coming out of the Zhonyas again. So it becomes so tough. Like, Jacksum's in the back line, you want to turn on him and burst him down. You just can't really do it when he's in this good of a position. So the job is going to become very difficult for NRG, but it starts with just defending this Baron push. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that as Jan is just poking over the wall relentlessly.
APA in the mid lane. Contract's throwing out the ultimate as well. Summit gets rooted up, but he's able to walk on back. That's one ulti gone from the side of NRG, and that's a huge disengaged pool as well. Pioshik leading the charge as they throw out the Glacial Prison, just to fend them off. That's the inhibitor turret fallen. Team Liquid making their way into the middle inhibitor while Summit pushes through the top side of the map. They don't have a wave quite yet on the bottom side, so they would just bleed into the top side and join up with Summit once they are done with this inhibitor. They're making short work of this base so far. The engage from Dokla forces Summit back, but he still has his flash available, so he's still safe. And APA walked up, ready to pressure the Nexus turrets, but it's all that Team Liquid need for now.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get anything much else off of this. You can see Pioshik even went Knight's Vow, and he slammed that on the Summit. It's not going to either of the 280 carries. It is going on his top laner here, so clearly we know where his faith is in this game. He wants to be playing around the top laner, wants to be playing aggressively. You can see Contracts going to be taking quite a beating. You know, does have 3 items completed, but the poke from Jan is very, very difficult to deal with now. FBI, though, working towards his 3rd item. You can see Palafox working towards his 4th. So NRG are still going to have angles. They're still going to have opportunities in this game. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Take a moment to breathe now as Team Liquid getting ready for the next 2 objectives on the table in about 1 minute and 30 seconds time. It would not be Soul, but it would be Soul Point if they get the next Ocean Dragon. Baron available in 1 minute 40, and already they're doing the preparation necessary to set up for these objectives. Vision controls pushed up into the jungle quadrants of NRG makes it super difficult for them to enter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're not going to see NRG likely contest at the Dragon. I think it's just going to be Baron that they're going to look for, unless they really feel that they see an angle, because it is very difficult to approach, and they've got no vision in this quadrant really at all, right? They've got nothing out by the river, by the Dragon, so it's going to be very difficult for them to actually, you know, create that space. They do have Maokai to try to clear brushes in their topside jungle to try to move their way out towards Baron when that's a spawn, and I think they will want to contest for that. But because it is not Soul Point just yet, you know, it's not going to be that Soul that does come down. I think they'll be willing to give up a Dragon, just continue farming, try to get your carries to a spot where they can really have more of an impact. But it's just so annoying when you're playing against AP Kai'Sa from ahead, because Jan is just going to sit back, he's going to continue farming waves, and he's just going to throw out these W's non-stop, right? There's not really any danger for him. He's 2 screens away, but every single time one hits, you basically have to go back to base and heal up. It's super, super annoying. Ezreal also has no lifesteal, right? So it's not like Ezreal is going to be going BT or something like that. Yeah. He may just be going towards a Ma, you know, as his next item. Palafox also, you don't have a lot of sustain in the kit there either. So, you know, none of these guys are going to be able to shrug off that poke like some of the other...
True Shot Barrage does not land. Glacial Prison is forced to use by Pioshik just to make sure that no one from NRG can look to punish onto Jan. He still has both of his summer spells. He still has Killer Instinct, but that could have been close.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big. They get that ulti offset 20 as well, but look at Summit. He's just ignoring him. He's going to kill the tower.
Oh, but APA gets blown up! Team Liquid now have to fight this one out. Jan still has both of his summoner spells available, and he can deal damage, but he has to rely on Core JJ and Pioshik to frontline for him, but he looks for Contract. Killer Instinct over the wall. He still has a flash available. FBI closes the distance, though, and Jan is gone! FBI takes him out, but someone's got to teleport to deal with someone who is in the base. It takes out the inhibitor. Pioshik buys some time, but FBI and Ignar looking to cut him off. He's going to look to join up with Summit, the person that he put the Knight's Vow on. Maybe he can look to get some damage.
The center of the wall!
Oh, but it's the teleport coming back in. They've closed all around them, and there's nowhere else for Summit to go. Palafox sends him to the skies. A 3-man counter to Summit! Q stun doesn't land, and Summit makes it out!
Wow. They just didn't respect the damage. He's coming over the wall. Summit makes a massive play there. Had the hull breaker, had the Zoni, so he goes over the wall. That first stun from Ignar was really huge as he stunned him over the wall. It made the Counter-Strike expire before he could Leap Strike in, but he had the Zonias, so he jumps in, he pops that Zonias, and then that buys him time to get that Leap Strike back, and now TL are just gonna go straight onto the Baron here. I don't think NRG have any idea this is happening. This is gonna be a freebie for TL. They are way too late at this point, even if they run straight there. So TL, they do lose a bit of a fight. They do lose the Dragon. The gold lead is closing, but they have 2 inhibitors. They have the Baron, and no one can answer Summit. Like, 2 people have to be there to even have a chance of answering him. We saw him take the turret right in Dokla's face. That forced the TP back from Palafox. And we can watch this whole crazy situation one more time, as it is another catch there on APA, gets punished big time, tries to react with that rocket jump, can't quite do it. And then Pioshik, Yon, Core are all around. And you can see Yon, Killer Instinct into the back line, does get a kill. FBI shifting in, finishes him off. They were just trying to buy time, and then Pioshik sees, oh, he's gonna go for the TP. He's trying to get there to interrupt. Couldn't quite do it, is getting chased. And then you're thinking, well, maybe someone can make something happen. But watch this Q over the wall from Ignar. As he pops that Counter-Strike, he stuns him, they back off. It expires, and this is where I thought they were just gonna be able to burst him down. But the Zonias on the to the skies there buys him time for the E to come back up. And then a bad shift from FBI. He needed to shift away. He shifted back towards his team. He just needed to go away from the Leap Strike. He would not have gotten tagged by the stun. But he does go down, and Yon knows how big that is for their chances in this game. They needed to get something back, and now Yon does have Death Cap completed.
Nature's Grass exchange by Glacial Prison from Pioshik. Construct.
But look at Summit.
Looking for the disengage as well, but Summit is now making light work of the top turret, and now all inhibitor turrets are gone. 2 exposed inhibitors are for the taking from Team Liquid. The fact that Summit has done everything in his power to keep Team Liquid's chances alive in this series has led to them now pushing into the base of NRG with only 2 exposed Nexus turrets left between them and Team Liquid, taking Game 3 into their own hands.
And NRG doesn't have a lot of their engaged tools. There's no flash on Ignar, there's no flash on contracts, no ult on contracts, so there's not really any angles. They can't even poke here because there's a million minions, and TL have got everything they need to try to close this one out.
And Summit's just so tanky. He walks up, gets a Counter-Strike and a couple autos on Nadokla. They get the 2 Nexus turrets easily. Team Liquid are not done yet, folks. Contracts goes in on the APA, but they make short work of the front line. They jump back on the APA, but he still survives, and Summit can just whack and bonk on the Nexus to close out the game. Palafox and FBI do everything they can for the last stand, but this one goes to Team Liquid. We have a series on our hands.
TL battling back here in this series. It was match point for NRG coming into this game, and TL, after that Rift Herald fight, you were starting to think it might be a sweep here, but they continue attacking top lane. Pioshik and Summit get Summit into this winning position, and the Jax was really the X factor in this one. It was all about the inability to answer him in the side lane. He got so fed, was able to take down the top tier 1 with the help of Pioshik, then goes bot, gets a free tier 1 down there, gets a free kill on Dokla, who's being a little bit too confident. And this Jax was all the difference in this one. If you can't answer him in the sides, if you can't find the hard engages away from him, you're not going to be able to find a clear path to victory. But I also must say, I mean, you can see, just look at APA right now. He looks stressed. And there were some big reactions from him in this game. He's not playing, I think, the series that he was hoping for. Even in this win, had a really tough time. You know, was getting picked off in a lot of different moments. So, you know, they're going to have to take their time, collect themselves, and try to continue moving forward. But it's a great first step here from TL, who, you know, were pretty resilient in this one. I think they could have really just fallen apart after that Herald fight, which never really should have happened, but they were able to stick towards their win conditions and make it work at the end of the day.
I mean, when you look at Summit's summer split and even spring split, one of the big criticism we had is early game, one of the best laners that we have in the entire league, but just throws in the mid game, in the late game, not just being in the place where he needed to be to help the team succeed, but this was one crucial game where it seemed like all the moves he made in late game actually mattered and made sure the Team Liquid came back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a really strong game from him.
Yeah, well, we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break Game 3 down and see, yo, Lounge, are we in for a Game 5 or we got to get through Game 4 first?
He did it. Summit did it. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. That was the game.
That's a carry game right there.
That's a carry game.
That's why you signed Summit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the game that had the laning phase, but didn't have that really bad mid-game part. And then he carried the team to victory.
This was maybe the hardest individual carry. It's still early in playoffs, but so far, I mean, technically, Revenge had more
He had an
kills.
18-kill game, but he was like, the team was up by 10 kills.
They were steamrolling. This was hard fought. No offense to APA, but he was kind of making it difficult.
Kind of.
Pioshik helped Summit, but it wasn't like they perma-camped top and it was easy. Bot lane, Yon was helping, but you know, they were not winning team fights. This was a lot of Summit having to keep the team alive as things went wrong.
Yeah, small credit to Yon because he did find picks on Ezreal, but for the most part, Summit was going mad.
Yeah, there are points in this game where it's incredibly winnable for NRG if, again, they just rely on the Maokai ult coming through. This was like
This is insane.
NRG does everything they can, and then...
So, yeah, we have to... This is like the third or fourth time we've seen this. The team does mistime their abilities, which gives Summit the window to go to FBI, but then FBI also E'd for damage instead of for safety.
Yeah, big mistakes there out of them. NRG, I think, also kind of lost track of the game when Palafox got massively ahead. They just started brute forcing Baron with an Ezreal Jace comp. And I think that they thought they were much further ahead. They didn't realize how far behind they were.
How many valleys?
And then, well, you can see,
baby.
that is not clean.
I don't think anyone can guess this one. Even if we know the game, we cannot guess the gold graph on this game.
It's actually so frustrating because, like you said, Palafox was super far ahead. You know theoretically how this composition is supposed to work with Poke. And yeah, we've seen NRG do this multiple times throughout the split, where they are in a very advantageous position. They have a composition that's supposed to play a specific way. They do not play to the strengths of that comp.
And I'm really, really curious to see how APA or even Dokla play for the rest of the series, because APA was the guy who got obliterated in this game, but won. Dokla was getting obliterated by Summit this game and now needs to bounce back. It's definitely mentally easier to bounce back after a win than it is after a loss. You can see Summit almost kind of bailed them out, and APA now has this almost like miracle second chance to refresh because the series could have been over.
Well, it's also two, like we said about Palafox, two huge carry performances out of him where he also might be in a mental state that's getting affected by what's happening, because you're like, I'm clapping this guy, I'm doing so good, and I'm losing that game. You can see just how high the kill participation is, the gold leads, the kills. Like, Palafox is having an incredible series.
A third of his team's damage.
If that game doesn't end with a Summit hypercarry, we're talking about Palafox being player of the series right now.
In the game, in the laning phase, we were seeing reactions and also just that 1v1 that we saw from Palafox onto APA. Like, that was huge to see. So, like, you see that moment in the game. You're like, okay, I already think I know where this game is going, but that didn't happen.
No, and I think in terms of, like, mental fatigue, last series, it was a 5-game series, but they were all sub 30 minutes. They were all like, this team gets the lead and then the game is over. These are long. They're 40-minute games. The gold lead is going all over the place. And, like, in a sense, there's, like, more emotional investment when you're like, I'm smurfing. Oh, no, I'm losing. Oh, we won anyway. Like, I think there's more fatigue that will add up over the series as it goes on, heading into Game 4, especially if it reaches a Game 5.
So Game 1 was 45 minutes energy win. Game 2 was 5K gold lead by TL energy win.
Yep.
This game was even slight energy lead, like kind of the whole time, then TL wins. So like the aggregate of the 3 games feels quite close.
Yeah.
But it will still mean 1 energy wins gives them the series, and TL now has to win 2 more in a row, which still puts them in like a pretty big hole. But the mentality of it, they can think like we're completely in this because they should think they should be up 2-1 at the moment and that they are the better team.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What do you think is going to happen?
I think you're going to ban Jax. I think that's a big problem, especially if you want to keep taking Renekton for Dokla early. I do like that idea for the most part, but just getting rid of the counters, they already have to go to Rumble. Jax is maybe the next up because it feels like Summit's the only one consistently performing right now.
I'm still leaning towards NRG, but I have to give credit to like Rainover and just the coaching staff and just the team as a whole that had adapted, because they started off with the Jace mid, and then realizing that they can't play through mid lane in 2 games, have now pivoted to top lane, and it's working out. And they can do that even without the Jax if they go onto a Renekton and Sejuani. I think Sejuani is the pick that they now need to be able to nuke going into the next game if NRG wants to be able to have an easier late game.
This is super interesting
Red side.
because NRG chose red side. So it's
Okay.
kind of similar to yesterday where even when like TSM would win, like TSM was very comfortable on blue, EG was very comfortable on red. You see kind of a similar thing with NRG, and I do think when this team has been at their strongest historically, like this group of players, it has been with that top side where they can flex picks between top and mid.
Yeah, cannot wait for Game 4. And as we get ready for Game 4, some exciting news about finals. Thutmose, a contributing artist for True Damage, who will be performing his hit song Run Wild live at the LCS Championship.
Here for the follow-up, though. Dokla losing a lot of HP, but they can't follow up anymore. But Killer Instinct into the Void Seeker blinks out Dokla, but APA is caught up. Once again, Palfuck, but he gets blown up by Yawn, saving his other mid laner. And FBI is now on the run as well. Contract's trying to fend them off and to be a deterrent, but they lose Ignore in the process of it. For the first time, Team Liquid, they have the number advantage, and they're going to look to pressure the Baron. But they get the 2 Nexus turrets easily. Team Liquid are not done yet, folks. Contracts goes in on the APA, but they make sure work on the front line. They jump back on APA, but he still survives, and Summon can just whack and bonk on the Nexus to close out the game.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into Champion Select, congratulations to all of you at home who topped your leagues in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who didn't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for a shot at redemption, as we are now heading into Game 4 in just a moment's notice. It looks like we're waiting on one of the other players as well, making sure that everyone gets the appropriate amount of time rest in between, as I mean, this series, now at a Game 4, Team Liquid, if they get another win, we would have silver scrapes on our hands. And NRG, they want to stop the momentum right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. I do think NRG, overall have looked pretty strong through the series. I think Palafox, is really standing out to me as an individual, has been really good for the squad, throughout these couple games. But the rest of the players, really on both sides have been pretty up or down, right? So I think, in a series like this, it can be a lot about just kind of who gets hot at the right moment, right? Who's really going to be able to kind of make the most of their opportunities and kind of ride that momentum to kind of build confidence from that. Because I think on both sides, you have a lot of confidence-based players, people who, when they're playing well, can play incredibly well. And when they're playing poorly, it can really kind of snowball the opposite direction. So I think you need to make sure you're taking the moments in between games to have a mental reset, to be clear about, what your intentions are in the game, and really make sure you're on the same page. Because TL clearly, have what it takes to win games in this series. They just demonstrated it. Summit with a monster performance. I also think a ton of credit, though, is deserved by Pyosik. Like, that was a hard camp towards topside. Even after he got the first kill on him, then Dokal gets 3 kills. He goes back topside. They get him the tower. Then, they chunk him out. Dokal comes back. He's still there waiting, right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those situations where at a certain point, well, then you have to be behind your top laner. You have to give him some resources. It's almost like, kind of the JoJo situation for EG, where they had that losing streak where everyone was going towards JoJo, and it didn't feel like EG was there to support him when he needed it. Clearly, I have seen that TL is just trying to play this lane, this game through top, right? Like, they're going towards top lane a lot. I would definitely bet that most of Pyosik's time has been spent towards top lane.
Yeah.
So I think that NRG are going to have to draft for, winning 2v2 on top side and try to play more towards that. You can't just leave Dokal out on an island and expect him to be able to survive.
Yeah, and it's a question of, like, do us getting Renekton, is that just going to be enough, or do we need to start putting more bans towards the side of putting Summit onto something less comfortable here?
I mean, it's tough to know, right? I think that, especially when you're playing red side, there's so many OPs you have to ban. I don't think you can just kind of like throw the whole kitchen sink at Summit and try to throw a ton of bans at him. I think Renekton is totally fine, but I do think you need to draft, for a 2v2, make sure that you are covering him, because Dokal, as we saw, with one gank in the Renekton versus Gnar game, was totally fine the whole game, right? Like, was actually never really behind.
Yeah.
So I do think he can hold his own if he's in a decent spot, but he does need some help to get there if he is going to be getting pressured heavily by Pyosik. And he also needs to make sure that he's not trying to play too aggressive, because the reality is, if Pyosik's going to be up there all the time, even if you're in an advantageous position for the 1v1, you just got to accept the fact that if you haven't seen him on the map, he's probably in your lane, and you can't actually go for trades. You can't actually go for kills, and that's really frustrating. Like, especially when you just got a triple kill, you want to go to top lane, you want to beat that guy's ass, you want to take fights, right? But, like, guess what? Pyosik's probably there. It's not a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a far cry from what Team Liquid's game strategy was in spring, where it was always path towards bot side, leave someone on an island because he can just, maintain the advantage by himself. Now, ever since coming into Summer Split, and clearly in this past game, Pyosik's game plan is, I need to get someone ahead. I need to make sure he stays ahead and that no one can take this guy down, because clearly he was Thanos by the late game. He 1v9 in that last fight and kept Team Liquid alive in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, he had really good team fights, even not just that last fight. Obviously there's that big moment where he gets the Zonius, gets a kill in 1v4 on FBI, but the fight around mid lane where he gets the double stun on both Palafox and FBI was huge. He was pressuring very heavily, which forced the hand of NRG to be able to just kind of not play in a way that they wanted to play, because they are non-stop having to deal with this guy in the side lane that is just going to take towers in your face, right? So he put them in a position to really succeed, and I think that someone can definitely be very, very proud of that game, and they're going to try to see if they can replicate that level of success here. We are just kind of running back the same bans, probably just the same picks, it feels like, from both sides. There's been not too much variation throughout this series. There's been a couple little changes here and there. Obviously, the Xayah got added as a ban after game number 1.
Yeah.
There has been some variance in picks and bans, but not a tremendous amount. Rel, Renekton, Kai'Sa, Sejuani, like they are basically always in there, it feels like, early on, unless they're going to get banned out. And now we have to see, is it going to be an early Jax
Yes,
to
it
answer?
is.
So they're not going to allow this to go to the second round. Generally, they've been picking Trist here, but I think it's actually smart. APA hasn't been having the best games on Trist anyway, and let's face it, Jax was going to get banned in the second round. There's no way I think they were going to let that through. I think that NRG was hoping, though, that it was going to be a mid lane pick here. They could ban, out some of the Summit picks in the second round to have those protection bans. But it is not going to be the option, and it's just right back to Ezreal. So
yeah,
it's a little bit interesting because we kind of just have almost like a salty run back.
The NRG clearly wanting to make sure that FBI is on an AD carry that has a lot of safety and a lot of, just self-protection and self-heal, which is why the Xayah was taken away in the first place. And Ezreal, I mean, some arcane shifts were not so great, but you saw in the game too, when things were going well, when all the protection was on FBI, he actually just monstered those fights.
It's really interesting to me how highly they're prioritizing the Renekton, though, because I kind of feel like if someone gets Renekton, who cares? Just play Sion or Malphite or Ornn into it. He's gonna get up and farm, but Renekton can't take over a game in the same way that a Jax can, right? Because you can't win the game through sides. You can play in 5v5 and be really strong for that, but I do think, it is a little bit questionable because it also means that they're always giving over the Sejuani, right? And it's like, if it was just Jax, but there was no Sejuani, I would also be less worried about that too.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, if they just went Sejuani Rel 1-2 on red, okay, what is TL going to do? Are they going to take Jax with an inferior jungle pairing, or are they going to go Renekton? Then you just take a tank on 3 and match? I feel like there's a smarter way to draft this for NRG, but they seem very kind of dead set on going towards a Renekton, and I'm not sure if it's just something where they're like, okay, it's comfort, or Summit's such a good laner, we just need an early power pick for Dokla to be able to survive. I don't know what it is, but I do think by ignoring the power that Sejuani is bringing to the Jax, I feel like they're really doing themselves a disservice in the draft.
Sure, and clearly it's something that we don't know from behind the scenes either.
And maybe they've tried this thing 100 times. It never worked for them in scrims, right? So it's it's always hard to know, but just, from my point of view, watching as a third party, that's what it feels like to me, because dealing with Jax is completely different from dealing with the Jax who has a Sejuani in the back pocket.
Yeah. Well, NRG noticed that with 3 mid lane bans in the second round phase, Tristana was not one of them, and Palafox might just snatch up this one, because even though APA not necessarily having the best games on it this series, it's still a power pick for any team.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, you're kind of throwing down the gauntlet and saying, now what, right? Are you going to go back to the Jace? Well, it didn't have a great Jace game early on. It looked really, really rough. That's what Palafox was using into it. But if you're Palafox and you're saying, well, I'm just better than you, you're not going to be able to play the Jace the same way that I could. You're not going to pressure me the same way that I pressured you. Then it is kind of posing that challenge to APA. And you can see they're not even concerned about the Jace. They banned out the Cassio, which is one of those picks that APA is really well known for. So these 2 mid lane bans are definitely target towards the player, not towards the champions themselves. It's going to be Core JJ back on the set, so they have more time to think about what APA is going to pick. But I think that is going to really change how this draft works out. They've got to find something, I think, that he's going to feel confident on, especially after last game where he was looking pretty down, I would say, on cams.
Yeah, and NRG already sniped the Cassiopeia, which was by far his most played this summer split. There's some other pocket picks that APA might have up in his sleeves, but he has not shown them in quite some time, and it looks like we're not going to see it in this game either. It's just back to the Jace. And for Team Liquid's sake, we'll see if APA can have a better showing on it against the Tristana.
And I do think it's a great pick, as far as the context of the draft. You have Kai'Sa Jace now, so you have good poke. You have pretty good team fight here. You can play out towards the side lanes very heavily with this Jax Sejuani, so there's a lot of good tools.
Yes!
I actually love the Ivern in here. I think that is going to make it so much more difficult for TL, both being able to use Daisy to actually block poke, but also dealing with the Jax, having an enchanter in your back pocket. Tristan and Ezreal are already very slippery, and now you have to deal with the Daisy, with the Daisy knocking you up. You have to deal with the Ivern shields. You have to deal with things like Redemption that are going to be there, the Root Caller to root you up. It's going to make it so much more difficult to actually stick to these really evasive ADs. So I think it's a great swap. Bring that Rel down towards a support and grab that Ivern for Contracts, who's one of the first guys in the league to really kind of bring that out.
Yeah. The fact that Ivern was banned in the first couple of games in this series, and then Game 3, it made its way through the ban phase. No pickups on it because they were focused on trying to lock down the rel. But this time around, with an Ivern with a double marksman composition on NRG's side, you have the makings of just dealing with all the poke that TL want to set up for with this Jace Kai'Sa combo. If you can continuously shrug it off with the shields that Ivern offers, then you just get to brute force your way in. Then it's just all up to Ignar to find and spearhead those engages. And, you know, from NRG's side, it seems like a very solid composition sound-wise.
Yeah, I think it's looking really good. I think both teams have some really strong compositions here. NRG is very physical damage focused, but it has not really been an issue. We haven't seen any kind of like super tanks make their debut in the series where it really does get, I think, more of a big deal.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
A little bit of banter in chat, talking back and forth. It's interesting. Palafox saying you don't like first strike. He's playing phase rush. I think it's a little bit of shade. I think it's a little bit like, oh, you're playing the more defensive rune. You're playing a little bit scared, you know? Because I talked about that. A lot of people do play the phase rush because when Palafox jumps in, he's gonna go into melee form. He's gonna hammer form, auto, and then just basically E him backwards and proc phase rush, and he's just gonna run straight away, right?
Yeah.
And that makes it so that he can never actually get all of those autos off with the E up and get that reset on the rocket jump, which is really where Tristan can be very, very scary. So I think Palafox, a little bit of banter there with him in that mid lane.
You know, we've had some, banters and all chatters in the league. I don't remember if Palafox has been one of the ones that we've talked about a lot, but I know APA on his debut game, losing to Academy mid, that was big trash talks coming in on his first week there, and now getting a little bit thrown back in his face. We'll have to see. I mean, Palafox knows that he needs to just lay in the salt on the wound of an already stressed APA in this series.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of it can be mental warfare. Like, maybe he's muted and he didn't even see it, but maybe he's not, right? And then you get a little bit frustrated. Because I do think Palafox has been getting the better of him. I think Palafox had a really good split. I personally voted for him for a third team All-Pro.
Hey, me too.
Hey, great minds. Didn't end up getting it, but I do think he deserved the consideration for it. And he's trying to showcase his talents here in playoffs.
Core JJ landing a nice face breaker or haymaker onto FBI there in the trade. But so far, getting a chance to see what Contract he's going to do, since this is now his first time being able to get the Ivern this series so far. We already know how efficient and how fast his path is. He can look to get a full clear under 3 minutes, and then the fact that he'll be level 4 while Pioshik is still trying to get there puts a lot of pressure on Pioshik to find and choose these skirmishes well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think the counter ganks from Ivern can be pretty devastating. If you show up, you're spending all your spells, especially early on. It's like there's long cooldowns on your spells generally, so you have all this upfront damage. If you don't get the kill and all of a sudden Ivern shows up there with a shield, all of a sudden things can really turn around very, very quickly. So that is why a lot of people do like Ivern, especially into enemy tank junglers, because there's not a lot of damage that they're actually putting out. They can't just have this high consistent DPS kind of burst through your shields. So it can be problematic for someone like Sejuani. And of course, the Root Caller being able to give that pseudo dash to allies when you actually do, hit it Q. Renekton can use that kind of just jump on in and follow up. So it can be pretty powerful, but a good ward there over by Krugs is going to spot the Ivern. And someone is just kind of playing in the side brush, but this is pretty dicey. If Pioshik isn't there, like, he saw him.
And he's got to be careful about when he flashes, because if he dodges... All right, well...
This is just weird. The wave is coming towards him, and he saw him on Krugs. Did he just not notice him on the minimap? Like, did no one notice him on the minimap? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Because at first, I thought he was going to just stand in the side brush and just soak XP and just wait.
Was it ego?
But the wave is coming towards him, so there's no reason that he has to actually be out there and ends up having to give up his flash. It's not the end of the world, doesn't die, but... It's not like Contract spent any time to do that. He did a 6 camp clear, walk through top lane. He's like, sure, top lane is the 7th camp. We'll take a free flash.
Yep. Now, Pioshik was able to clear out most of his jungle. It doesn't look like he got a chance to look for the bottom crab. Just wanted to get the reset and make sure he could beeline towards the top side of the map, lay some protective vision down, especially now that Summon has no flash. I can imagine that Contracts will look and try and either by himself, or if Ignar can get a roam timer, then you can really put the pressure down on Summit early on.
It's also pretty big here for Palafox. Palafox didn't actually have to use his TP mid. He just walks back towards mid. APA did commit the TP. He's going to be down farm even with that, because Palafox had a really good base timing there as Pioshik back up towards top. I think Dokla kind of had the sixth sense that he was probably around there, so does go in and check. Ends up losing about 20%, maybe 30% of his HP as a result, but they're going to look for APA.
Ooh, good flash from APA, but now that's the Summoner spell down, and Palafox and Contracts putting the pressure once again.
Yeah, it's just great work from Contracts. Has been very efficient. Went to top, force flash, went mid, force flash, and now Pioshik gets pushed out there by Dokla. It is still annoying because he has lost a significant amount of his health. He's going to have to pop his potions just in the enemy jungle. But at the end of the day, the wave is coming towards him. Should be able to pick this up. And won't be too big of a deal. So Contracts trying to stay active on the map, playing behind Palafox here. He knows there's kind of this window of vulnerability where Palafox is pushing this in. He wants to get him mid pressure, and he also then wants to use that to go ahead and go claim this scuttle on bottom side, which he'd already pre-channeled on. So it's kind of two eggs with getting two things done at once. I don't even know what I was trying to say. Yeah. 2 eggs, 1 basket, but it's not really that. I guess it kind of is. Either way, going to be able to steal away the Raptors. Now he's going to be able to go and claim the scuttle. So I think it's been a great start here for Contracts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Ivern. You know, whenever you have Smite available, you just walk into an enemy camp and then you hit it with your passive and then boom, Smite, easy clap. You just walk out and it's just super fast, super efficient. There's not really anything that Pioshik can do either because it is a tank jungle matchup. Like, what are you supposed to do? You just slap him with the flail? I mean, you don't do that much damage in a 1v1. You need to rely on your laners to collapse in to actually threaten the Ivern. And they have the bot and mid prio, so this is a free dragon as well.
Yep, prio through 2 lanes. They move over towards the dragon. This is just really, really good efficient stuff from NRG in the early stages. It is completely tied as far as the gold lead goes, so that doesn't really matter, but it's this little bit of pressure that they have been able to put on, and we'll see if they can capitalize on any of those missing flashes. But grabbing an early Infernal could be feeling pretty nice here at this point in the game, as the push will just continue from FBI and Ignar. We'll see how much of an advantage they can get. It is a bit of a different matchup, but we did see, last time the Israel came out, was looking pretty good in that bot lane 2v2, was pushing up, getting plates. Has been pretty effective, I think, for FBI throughout the series.
Contracts making his way towards the top side, but Pioshik trying to see if he can match it as well and get some control vision here on where Contracts might be trying to linger through and affect this top lane matchup. Summit, very nice CS lead so far in the matchup once again, and Adokla has been under pressure so far, and because there hasn't been a chance for a repeat visit from Contracts or even Ignar as well, Summit's flash is going to be coming up just in probably, I want to say, less than 30 seconds left with that timer, and so Summit goes unpunished. Yep,
going to be going unpunished there, going to be feeling pretty good about that. Took another base. He's just been kind of shoving out the wave, then basing. As Pioshik unspotted here, this could be trouble for Palafox.
Okay, he's waiting to but Palafox had the patience there, waited for APA to use the hammer blow before committing the rocket jump, and that way he gets out unbuffered.
And that's one of those situations where APA just needs to be a bit more patient with it. He just kind of, I think, got a bit antsy, got a bit nervous that maybe he couldn't react once he saw the animation. So he just throws it out. He tries to anticipate it instead of reacting to it. And as a result, no buster shot having to be used, just does rocket jump to safety there, but is a little bit of chip damage at the very least on a Palafox. And up towards top side, it's going to be a bit of one of these risky moments now for Dokla. The wave is stacking, but it's pushing out away from him. Contracts probably need to get up there and cover him because Pioshik could absolutely look towards top lane here. If he gets up towards top before that wave crashes, it's going to be problematic for Dokla.
And once again, Ignar is the first one out of the bottom side of the map to roam towards the top side, and Contracts doesn't get a chance to steal the Scuttle Crab away, but he forces him off because he has the pressure of Ignar there to support him.
And he got the smite, so this is going to actually prompt him to start up Herald. He's saying, okay, you have no smite, you can't actually contest this now. Pioshik's still hanging around in the area. They have this Renekton, who is 6, gets the Honey Fruit, back to full health, Daisy summons, so should be their Herald as long as Palafox continues to push here. Summit, I don't think, is going to be able to move down to actually contest, so NRG just continuing this early focus on the objectives, have been taking them basically on spawn, and Palafox even going to be able to get a second plate here already. And when you've gotten 2 early plates that fast in your 1v1, plus he's up 2 waves, yeah, APA is going to eventually get back there, but the problem is Herald is now in the pockets of Ivern, so that's pretty close to a dead turret.
The fact that Palafox is being able... Oh, but huge Glacial Prison from Pioshik! Palafox, does he get the rocket jump in time? Yes, he does! It's still not enough damage! Oh, man, and I imagine if Palafox really wants to rub it in, he's like, I've told you, first strike would have killed me there.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny if he does go for it. I don't think he's going to. But at the end of the day, Palafox able to survive. Good gank from Pioshik, but they just didn't quite have enough damage to be able to finish him off. So at the end of the day, Palafox gets out of there, takes the plates for free, and it's going to be able to reset with a nice buy. So grabbing the Berserker Grease on top, they still have the Ivern with that Rift Herald. Don't pay attention to the timer, though, I will say, because the timer seems very wrong generally on the spectator client for Herald. It's kind of like that double overlaid timer that can kind of be a little bit weird. But we'll see, exactly when he's going to drop it. I'm expecting he'll just go mid and just try to continue keeping Palafox in this really good spot, because so far top lane has been at a bit of a stalemate. There was a bit of pressure put up there by Piochik. There was the forced flash from Contracts, but they're kind of just farming even and bouncing the wave back and forth. So I don't think he has to worry about Dokla too much. And I think you just really want to accelerate this Trist and keep putting pressure on APA.
Yeah, because then if you break the Tristana out of the mid lane as well, you can just bring that turret destruction power to another side lane, just rack up the plates. You still have 3 minutes left to get that gold accelerated. NRG are not at a huge gold lead, but they could just snowball out of the game.
Absolutely, and I think one of the other big things is you take down the tier 1 mid, it makes it way harder to actually challenge at these objectives, right? And they are clearly having a huge focus on the objectives. They already got the early Herald, they already got the first dragon, so now they should be able to drop right here. Piochik is coming to answer, but Ignar is there to cover, so this tower won't quite die, but it's going to be really darn close at this point. And NRG are just continually putting on this pressure here. One more auto is going to do it. So first tower already gone, 1.3k lead. It's looking really, really nice. And now 20 seconds until the dragon. They should be able to use this pressure through mid, push out mid, and then move down towards that dragon and continue the stack towards a potential soul.
And you can see that Piochik was thinking about maybe collapsing. Maybe there's an angle for a 2v2 between him and APA. But the fact that Ignar has once again been the first support out on the map and answering those roams with NRG, it just allows them to guarantee any of these trades that they want to look for.
Yeah, absolutely. And thus far, it's mostly just been the strategy to have Dokla play safe. And they're just going to take objectives. They're saying, okay, if you're going to spend all your time going up towards our Renekton over and over and over again, we're going to get every dragon, we're going to get every herald, we're going to take advantages elsewhere. So clearly, I think the game plan has been, Dokla, sorry bud, but you have to play safe. You're going to have to try to survive on your own, and we're going to win the game on the other side of the map. Now, they do start up this dragon, but they are going to get pushed back off of it for now, so neither team will fully commit to it, as both ADs are still down in bot. Contracts has that Daisy for a little bit longer, and I think they want to at least get control of mid, though, before they move back towards the dragon.
Yeah, but it can be dangerous for Team Liquid to overextend now, since they don't have the protection of that tier 1 turret anymore. Contracts and Palafox, though, it's just 2v3, whereas Ignar looping back around towards the bottom side of the map, making sure that Yon cannot collapse in through the jungle as well. They have vision, so they're able to spot APA and Piochik out walking over this ward.
Yep. And they see core as well, so they're going to try to push out through bot and maybe reestablish control there. They decide, all right, there's not an angle to just immediately rush this down, but Palafox pushes out mid. That's the TP there forced from APA, and Piochik will potentially look for an angle, but I think Palafox is just going to back it off. He already cleared out the wave, so there's no chance that they can actually push in. And now with Ivern coming back out on the map, Palafox could actually TP, and they could potentially look to challenge here, as I think they might have an idea that TL is on it, but if their bot lane is going to base, it will just be giving this over. So at the end of the day, TL handling the pressure pretty well here, and their bot side will be able to grab a dragon back.
Dragon secured for Team Liquid here. APA returning back to the mid lane. We got Hex Tech Soul, and that means Portal Gaming accessible to both of these teams. Palafox is just going to jump in and be able to soak up this wave because he has Ignar there for safety in case anything got dicey. I'm curious now, where does Team Liquid start to want to look at? Because NRG were the first ones on the objectives. The fact that they delay the dragon stacking means that NRG are not going to be able to hit Soul as early as they wanted to.
I mean, I think they're just going to keep playing through Summit. Like, that has clearly been the game plan. I think Piochik is going to keep going up there. They have been attacking Palafox a bit, but largely it has been about the Sejuani plus the Jax. And now that you've taken a dragon, you buy more time to play through sides, right? If they got the first 2 dragons right on spawn, then you have to start getting a little bit worried about a potential Soul Force. So now that they took that 1 dragon, they're just going to go up towards top, and they're going to see what they can get done. Dokla clears out that wave very, very quickly, but it's 3-4 members here. Dokla's going to die, so it's going to be a race on the other side of the map to see what can they get done there.
They're forcing the flash out of Dokla. Core JJ finds him as well into the ultimate, but Dokla is living to the very bitter end. Almost takes out Core JJ, but Yon claims the kill, and it's first blood for Team Liquid.
Yeah, good move from TL up towards the top side. They finally get Dokla. This has been the TL game plan. All eggs in the Summit basket, constantly forced towards him. They're going to lose their tower on bottom side. Of course, tier 1 mid was already taken a while ago, so that was that first tower of the game. This will eventually, we assume, be a trade on the top side. Not quite yet, but FBI going to be able to push out bot. They pushed out mid already. They take away some jungle camps potentially. And they continue trying to extend the gold lead.
They might not be able to get this turret. Dokla has teleport, and Ignar is threatening to collapse on here.
Getting a little risky.
It's an overextended play as well. Teleport from Dokla is right there. Pioshik has forced a flash over the wall because he already used the Arctic Assault, and it's right in time with a Herald. This should be free for NRG.
Exactly, and that is the price that they're going to pay. So they trade for towers. The other problem is that is Dokla TPing up towards this side of the map. Now there's no one answering bot, right? So they may actually need to TP Palafox down towards bot if they want to defend that tier 1, but he's not looking to do it. So it's just going to be continually more and more trades. They're going to take Herald, and likely they're going to go top with Palafox and try to drop Herald top, and maybe try to challenge for, you know, 1 turret bot for 2 towers top, something like that. NRG are just trying to move around the map, trying to get these advantageous trades, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But of course, there is always that concern that all of that gold is going to Jax, whereas yours is going to be split amongst multiple members on the top side. Here comes Contracts as expected.
Glacial Prison doesn't quite hit Contracts. Daisy has been summoned as well, just a body block in case that was necessary, but Palafox gets to hit this turret completely unmatched.
And they won't even have to actually drop the Herald to get it, so nicely done. They did trade it back and forth. It's solo gold for the Tristana, who maintains her place as the richest member in the game, but just only ever so slightly over what Yon and Summit are at. So there's, you know, really strong carries on both sides. It is, you know, a slight gold lead there for Ivern in the jungle, but that can be pretty impactful if you can get to some of these early completed support items. Of course, he already has that Shirelia's. We'll see if he wants to go towards, you know, whether it's going to be Redemption or like maybe even Mikhail's going to be really good against Sejuani, but Summit could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Palafox is teleporting in. Summit forced to flash, but the explosive charge is right on top of him, and he doesn't have the counter-strike again to be able to deter the damage from Palafox, and he gets the rocket jump once again, and Pioshik is locked up. 2 kills over the side of NRG, and that just seems so free.
Nicely done. They punished Summit, who was getting a little bit aggressive, wanted to try to fight for that vision. He steps up, and they commit the teleport from Palafox. He comes in, gets that kill. Is already really strong in this game, has the early Kraken, working towards his quick blades. And with Ivern there to support you, they can now go through bot. They're going to get the tier 2 bot guaranteed. We'll see if they're going to be able to get a charge additionally after that. But if you spend too many members down towards bot, they could even challenge up towards mid lane for more. And the Dragon's going to be spawning here in 50 seconds. And this Dragon is so powerful. Hextech Soul with double marksman is incredibly good. So you absolutely do not want to give this up on either side. So I think both teams are going to have even more attention paid towards that. The individual Dragons are also just really, really nice because attack speed, haste, etc. Can be very valuable for both sides.
And now the question for Team Liquid, you know, are they strong enough to be able to contest NRG at this point in the game? They have their poke online, 2 items for Yon, almost 2 items for APA, but he's still working on just a tier. Doesn't have even a Manamune, let alone a Muramana fully stacked up.
Yeah, he's pretty far from his second item, right? He will be able to get his Caulfield soon, but still pretty far away from that second item, and we're going to see Palafox completing 2 pretty soon. FBI is obviously close to his 2 items as well. Yon is very strong, and that is something working in their favor. If they can land a lot of poke, they could definitely take this fight, and they're just kind of rushing down the Dragon. NRG are showing up late again, which does surprise me, because I feel like they have a great comp for 5v5, but they're late to the scene. We'll see if they can get in there.
Maybe Knight just might not be late at all. 1400 HP. Hex Flash from Ignar doesn't quite connect. Pioshik is able to take it down, and Core JJ forcing the front line. Yon using the Killer Instinct to put himself on the left side of the map. And Palafox is in the pit, but neither NRG nor Team Liquid lose members in the skirmish.
Yeah, they don't get anyone. They're not able to finish off Core JJ there. And Pioshik just goes out of the back of the pit. So TL at the end of the day, rush down the Dragon. Nicely played by them. NRG late to the scene. I do feel that they're in the winning position to actually take these fights, but they just showed up way too late. They tried to bully their way in, but TL just rushed down that Dragon. I'm going to be feeling pretty good about that. Again, every single Dragon you take is buying more time to play through the side lanes with the Jace, with the Jax as well. As the 2 players having a little bit of fun there, coming back and forth. But now NRG moving in towards top side, establishing vision around here. Baron will be up in about a minute, so it's going to add that kind of additional layer of complexity to how you want to actually play the map.
Yeah, and FBI is super strong as well. Triforce and Muramana fully stacked up and ready to go. Mystic shots are going to be hurting, especially if they land onto any of the squishier members of Team Liquid. Palafox still working, and just as I say that, Quick Blades has been completed. So now the Tristana is going to be packing a huge punch in these fights, and if he continues getting these resets like he has been in a little bit of the skirmishes that we saw, I mean, Palafox will run amok, and Team Liquid will have a huge problem on their hands.
Yeah, it could be really difficult to deal with them. You know, we're having this Ivern, he's going to be closing on a second support item. And between FBI and Palafox, there's a lot of consistent damage, and they're very difficult to actually lock down. Like, I would really like Mikhail's, I think, second, you know, from this point. And when you're thinking about Counter-Strike, when you're thinking about Sejuani ult, those are kind of the main tools that they have to actually lock these guys down. And if you have a well-timed Mikhail's from Ivern, that can completely deny your ability to actually, you know, find those picks on Palafox or FBI. Of course, FBI does still have cleanse, so there's merit to some other options as well. But NRG sitting in a really good spot. Very strong 5v5 comp. Dokla has really not fallen too far behind in the 1v1. It's not the end of the world because it doesn't actually reset like it used to, but a little bit unfortunate.
I've definitely done that a couple times when I was trying out Jace Jungle. I was like, oh man, I messed up my clear. Start over. But for Team Liquid, as you already called out, they're getting ready for Baron as it is live on the map here. It's not another 2.5 minutes before the other dragon spawns. It would be the third for Team Liquid of the game, second for NRG. But NRG, the first, being able to respond and get some vision down and contest this river is going to be crucial because Team Liquid, if they don't get into the river first, they cannot set up for the poke.
And NRG, you know, are just fully dominating vision in this area. They're clearing out all the wards. Multiple pinks have been dropped down. It is, in fact, the redemption here for Contracts, which obviously, you know, is very powerful also. And they're just going to start it. FBI pushing out mid. And with Palafox there, this thing is going to die in a hurry. At the very least, they want Summit's TP. So they're going to try to force Summit to TP. If he does not, they're going to commit to finishing this. And here comes the TP now. Now they should probably peel. Well, they're committing.
Do they want to commit as well to 2,000 HP as well? Summit just goes right into the heart of the pit. Contracts is able to secure it because there's no threat from Pioshik. But can they get NRG members out of the pit safely? Core JJ taking a lot of damage, and FBI is still not arcane shifted over the wall because he still wants to trade blow for blow against Yon and the rest of Team Liquid. Doko looking for another re-engage as well. Summit jumps in, Counter-Strike. Here comes the engage from Ignar right into the middle. Summit and Pioshik still surviving the onslaught, and Yon is forced out of the fight because FBI from over the wall finds a true shot barrage and takes out more frontline members, and Palafox gets to reset, finding Pioshik on the back end of the fight. APA and Yon are the only ones left standing, but what a huge play for NRG.
Massive for NRG. There is Palafox again coming up huge. He buster shots Pioshik away. They commit to the Baron because they're just saying Palafox is just going to peel. He's going to keep him out right there as he goes forward. Arctic assaults forward with the Q, gets buster shot away, and wasn't able to get back to the pit before it is secured. Palafox kiting out through the top side. Really well done by him, staying away from Summit, getting that damage down as Dokla pulls back to the rest of the team. They realize in this extended fight, we can just keep going. FBI played this one out very well, had this duel on the side with Yon for so long, back and forth, until eventually he's able to actually force Yon out with this final auto attack. Yon has to flash to safety. Summit gets a kill, but over the wall, the ulti is back from FBI, and he snipes him down. That gets the reset for Palafox. He goes in, gets another kill on Core, and that is not a wall that you can flash, and Palafox knows it. He is pumped up. NRG coaching staff feeling really good about that one as well, as they are on the march here. 6K up, Baron in pocket. NRG are pressing to win this series.
And you talked about it before, Azale. So many players in this game are confidence players, and Palafox is definitely one of them. When he is feeling it, he is on fire. And now Palafox could be looking to make that show-stopping performance, something that he's carried every single game of this series, even in the loss as well. He was one of the few opponents that Team Liquid had to deal with, and now the rest of NRG. Can they carry this lead out? It is a 6,000 gold lead on their side. Baron still in their hands for the next 50 seconds. We'll see what else they can do.
I mean, it's just such a hard task now for TL. Jax is not ahead in the side lane. All Renekton has to do is never fight you and wave clear. As long as he doesn't give up a death, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities in the side lane. 5v5 is so tough. Tristan Ezreal with an Ivern behind them, with the peel and counter engage here from the Rel as well as the Renekton. It's very difficult to make anything happen there. There's not an angle for Soul for TL, so things are going to be very, very tough for them, but they are moving out on the map here, trying to see if they can find a pick.
Oh, FBI spotted right on the control ward. Glacial Prison stuns him dead center. Huge pick for Team Liquid, but will that buy enough time for them to come back in this game?
Yeah, that was really good there. Getting that pick on FBI. He walks into that tri-brush blind. Didn't expect him to be out on the map, I guess. You know, just thought he was safe to be able to do it. Didn't have his cleanse up just yet. as they will land that root caller. Summit should be fine to back off here. Had the Counter-Strike available, but it's a TP coming in from Palafox, so clearly they were concerned about TL looking for a play.
And they catch up Pioshik, but he Artico silts over the wall. So he's back to rejoin with the rest of the group here. It's still 5 members for Team Liquid to defend this turret.
Yeah, and top lane is pushing in with the supers, but NRG will have to back it up. They don't want to disrespect the fact that TL could look for some sort of an engage. You know, those are the ways that they can maybe find plays, you know, capitalize on missing cooldowns, try to find someone who's in a bad spot. They do get a good punish onto FBI, but now he has cleanse again, so that gets a lot harder. And if he is with the squad, that is going to be incredibly difficult, of course. So we'll see what the plan is going forward. As Palafox working towards the BT, that is going to make poking really not much of an option here. And NRG just continuing this march forward.
Man. And for Team Liquid, they already have to deal with Iron Shields. Now on top of that, Palafox is going to get some lifesteal as well. It just feels like you're not going to be able to land any meaningful damage onto Palafox in particular. If FBI is also able to find his way into lifesteal, then it just seems almost game over for Team Liquid, because a lot of this damage is relying on setting up poke, but they're just brute forcing through these towers.
I mean, that turret just got insta-killed, and no one is answering Dokla on bot side. You can see Summit is still trying to deal with the supers through top. They don't have a wave mid right now, so now someone should be able to go bot, clear that out. That's going to buy them a little bit of time, but NRG are just going to continue shoving in here, trying to land poke over the wall. You can see APA is trying to do a bit of the same here. Has had a very quiet game on the Jace thus far, but they need him now to be able to step up, and they're going to go for the deep TP here. No one's spotting him from NRG just yet, and Summit could have the angle.
They have the ward, and from the fog, FBI gets jumped by Summit. Can they carry out this fight? Ignar and Dokla fighting this one out, but they dropped to Team Liquid just like that. Team Liquid find 3.
It's Summit on the flank. NRG didn't spot him. We're not tracking those wards behind him. He gets in onto FBI. They force both the summoners and they get the kill as they hard engage here. In with the Counter-Strike, Cleanse Flash, trying to get to safety, but everyone piles in on him, trying to take him out. You can see Dokla is not quite able to finish off Yon. Very close to getting that kill back, but couldn't do it. That buys some time here for TL, and critically gets some gold in the pockets of Summit, as well as Yon, who's now up to 3 items, has a stopwatch. Summit's on 2 items with that stopwatch, so maybe, just maybe, they can make some plays happen, but it's still going to be tough. You can see the BT now coming in for Palafox, and he has been someone they have not been able to drop a single time yet this game.
Yeah, that was pretty much a 2,500 gold swing back into Team Liquid. They're still at a deficit because NRG still have 3.5k ahead, but getting any gold into your pockets at this stage of the game, trying to accelerate these power spikes for your main damage carries is so crucial for Team Liquid staying in this game. And once again, Summit being able to find an angle. In Game 3, he was the reason why they stayed in this game, and Summit is not going down without a fight.
And now he's got his own, so he has that additional playmaking tool to try to throw himself into the backline. Against double AD carry, your Counter-Strike is invaluable. You're going to be able to buy so much time. You get in the backline, you pressure them back, you create space for your carries with that Counter-Strike into the Zonias, and then a second Counter-Strike. And if he can do that, if he can buy time for his team, maybe Yon and APA can capitalize, but it's going to be Summit going forward.
Palafox with the buffer on the rocket jump is able to escape Summit's grasp. Redemption already popped, just in fear of how much damage was going to be done onto Palafox's HP. Baron is available. NRG have vision control, and they're going to look to take full on the Baron side if they can catch Team Liquid here for the phase check. Palafox gets a lot of damage, but is a huge stun. Can they look for more? Team Liquid forced to back off for now. Summit down without his Counter-Strike. It's going to be the Zonias, but Team Liquid, can they bail him out? Does he get another Counter-Strike out? He's taking as much damage as he can. Counter-Strike into the Buster Shot, puts him away, and he might have just been able to escape for free. The Flash, he's out of there.
Yeah, they try to finish him off with the Buster Shot, but Summit survives again with the Zonias and the double Counter-Strike, but it's straight back to the Baron. This is the problem here. There's no TP on Summit. He's low on health. Pioshik is low on health as well, and they are watching for him. There's no Buster Shot to disengage him, so Dokla has to keep him out of the pit, and they got to try to finish.
Pioshik tries to look for the steal, but he gets stunned up. The stasis, 1,000 HP, it's secured by contract. Pioshik is gone. Yon is gone. He goes golden, but does he have killer instinct? Can he look for the reposition over the wall? He finds an angle. Palafox looks for it. Core JJ gives his life to make sure that Palafox cannot look for the killing blow into Yon, and Yon fights back, takes out Dokla. He's still alive. Summit is still up and available, but Palafox Palafox has teleporting. He has made a triple kill. He's going to look to see if they can look for the push.
I think they're going to go for it here. I think they have what it takes to close this one out. It's just Jan with no cooldowns, and Summit with no flash. Has ulti, but no Zhonya's here. It's a 2v4 stand, but they've got no answer for Palafox.
Summit jumps right into the back line of NRG, but they peel him off. Counter-Strike already used. A lot of damage. Deep splash damage. Palafox cleans it up for the unofficial pentakill. And NRG will advance in the upper bracket to face against the Golden Guardians.
NRG have done it. Palafaker taking over the series. Going off in this one, finishing 6-0-4 on the Tristana. What a difference maker he was for NRG today. Palafox, that man right there, had an incredible series. And NRG finished out TL 3-1. Really solid final game here. I like the adaptations that they made in their draft. Bringing in the Ivern made it so difficult for that Jax, I think, to have that same level of effectiveness that they really wanted from him. And Dokla was able to withstand the pressure on that top side. And NRG get it done.
And you even saw there, Palafox giving a genuine and meaningful handshake to APA. He knows what it's like to be on stage for the first time when the pressure is on. So Palafox, even in the moments of such a huge victory and a huge triumph, just showing some sincerity to a fellow NA talent, trying to make his big splash here in summer playoffs. But NRG are the ones that are victorious today. As they move on in the upper bracket, they'll be facing against Golden Guardians, whereas Team Liquid now, they are bounced to the lower bracket, and their opponents will be 100 Thieves.
It's going to be, I think, some really interesting matchups in this next round. I think a lot of ones that are going to be tough to predict. NRG is a team that I think a lot of people may predict against Golden Guardians, but they are so hard to pin down. They're so difficult to know, what they can get done on a given day. We have seen this team, back at CLG, be able to challenge and take teams that are top of the table to 5 games to almost be able to knock them down. I think Golden Guardians is going to have to give a lot of respect over to the fact that when they're playing at their best, they really are hard to beat. I think just some smart adaptations, throughout the series. There were small ones. It was a lot of very, very similar drafts, but I think the slight changes that NRG made were smart. And
yeah,
overall, I just think that Palafox was such a difference maker. To me, he was the biggest X factor in this series. He was very, very good across basically every single game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Team Liquid brought in APA to look for some type of just, spark to find aggression and to find a lot of, team fight X factors, and the fact that Palafox just neutralized him completely, I think it just showed Team Liquid were just not at full strength in this series, and NRG, they're the ones victorious. But for us, we're going to be heading over to the LCS Lounge as we get ready to break down that series. Congratulations again to NRG.
What do you say?
Edible tomato.
Edible tomato. Now we're too close that it's weird.
We've been
series,
close on
how'd it feel?
Just absolutely amazing. We've never, our core has never won like an upper bracket best of 5, and knowing that there's one more series away until we go Worlds or Finals, so nice, so nice.
Just kind of to piggyback off of that a little bit, like, you guys have been around for last 2 years now, right? Been together as a core. This is the first time you won an upper bracket. What was the change over time that felt like, because like in your regular season, you guys would perform, but then it feels like you guys would flop a little bit during the playoffs itself. But it feels like this time around the confidence was there. Do you know where that change came from?
I don't know. Maybe it's just we lost so much. We learned from our failures, I guess, kind of. But I think we also bonded a lot better. I think this split especially. So we have a lot of trust in each other, and I think it's showing.
Also, just talking about the series a little bit. It was chaotic, but also something that I would expect between NRG and TL. It felt like a longer series than it was. How was it for you guys? Like, did you guys have to keep yourselves calm within the game? Do you have to constantly remind yourselves? Like, what was it from your POV?
I mean, it was a bit stressful. Like, these team fights were they were kind of overextending. They're playing the line, and then we're like, can we just hit them? And then we're just teetering on that line pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, for me, it was just I felt like someone on their team would always make a mistake first, so we're just waiting to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then a little bit more about that, at least for you. You played and won both sides of the Jason Tristana matchup. It felt like as the series went on, your team was funneling you in more and more resources. Was that a call you made within the series? Because it felt like you had full command.
That's just how the matchup goes. The
Yeah,
APA
that's-
versus Palafox matchup, that's just how it goes.
To be fair, though, I want to shout out APA. Being a rookie and playing, like, he played pretty well, so, you know.
He did pretty fun.
Respect. Respect. There we go. And so I want to talk about expectations because coming into the playoffs, once again, you guys didn't win All Pro, but I know how vocal you guys have been about that. Then there was like the conversation about like power rankings for you. So once again, we got into another season where a lot of people counted you out and you guys had this kind of a performance that could have easily been a 3-0. Like, is there a message you guys have for people out there who constantly down you, including myself, by the way?
I would just say that in League, a lot of people only look at individual stats. I think, especially this series, Dokla, as an example, like, he was using a lot of moves towards mid. It makes me look a lot better. Obviously, he's taking, like, focus away from himself, but that's what you need to do to win, you know? And a lot of people don't really look at stuff like that for All Pros, so.
How about yourself? Just like response to the overall expectations.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just focus on what I can control, and that's just myself and my gameplay. And alongside Soaz, I think I've been getting a lot better throughout the split. So yeah, shout out to Soaz for helping me out, and then shout out to everyone of our coaches for leveling us up.
That makes sense. And if you're talking about leveling up, we're looking ahead. C9 decided to dodge you guys going into the other side of the bracket, and you guys will be going up against Golden Guardians. So first of all, reaction to the fact that C9 wasn't willing to face you guys, but also now going up against Golden Guardians. Just do those 2 points for
Do
you
we
both.
know that for sure? Like they were ducking us, or
Yeah.
what? Like,
I mean,
yeah. Okay, well.
For sure.
Thoughts on it? You go first, Dokla.
I mean, we always make it really like close series against them, so I think, I mean, it makes sense logically, right? They lost to us twice. I mean, I'm just focused on Golden Guardians now. Like, I don't really care about C9 at this point, unless we meet them in the finals or
And
something.
talk about Golden Guardians a little bit. You're going to be going up against Licorice. Any immediate thoughts on that one as you just got out of this series?
First team All Pro, man. I gotta pick Orin. Like, I don't know.
And how about yourself, Palafox? Going up against Gory?
Going versus Gory, I mean, Gory's a good player, but I mean, not gonna lie, I'm really confident at least Dokla to shit on Licorice going into the matchup. Just being honest, you know, like.
You're an honest man.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's a surprise at all. You ended up winning Player of the Series for this one. So congratulations for winning that. Any thoughts as we're about to close this one out to the fans?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us on our journey. Hopefully we make it to finals. Thank you guys.
There it is. Thanks a lot, Dokla and Palafox, for that one. And we're going to be heading this one straight back to the lounge for This or That. All right, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat, presented by Verizon.
Yes, sir. We're melded.
Okay.
We have mine melded.
No more edible
Yeah,
tomatoes.
we're good enough.
Let's get into the slides. Number one, more surprising. TSM take EG to 5 games, or Revenge carrying versus TSM. And a couple of an Aatrox game, an 18-kill Jax game.
Yeah, and I think especially if we reference Revenge's post-game interview, he's really tired of people saying that it's JoJo and just like a bunch of randoms.
He
So him
sounded
winning
pretty
Player of the
tired.
Series is redeeming for him. But I think personally more surprising was it going 5 games. I was expecting it to be more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the way that TSM opened the first game of the series, I was definitely super surprised. Super early win for them. Yeah, this one, I mean.
This is like you saying you think Revenge is bad. Do you think Revenge is bad, Kobe?
As soon as I saw the
Is it that one?
Aatrox one, I was like, okay, yeah. So I say that one's more surprising. Next slide.
All right, which mid is more important to their team, Insanity or Jensen for the upcoming TSM versus Dig lower bracket match?
I mean, I have to say Insanity. Just because we have seen them with and without him, and the difference was so stark. He completely revitalized that team.
Yeah, they were 0-3 the 1 week they didn't have Ruby, but coming in at even the start of the split, like, they went from Maple to Insanity, and it didn't really feel like there was a big drop-off. He's had some really big games. Jensen, we haven't seen without Jensen.
True.
We have seen with Rich, and they were better with Rich. So, yeah, this is a tricky one. But, yeah.
There's a correct answer to this
Okay,
one.
what
I
is
think
correct?
it's for
What is?
sure Insanity. Next slide. I'd rather have the best top going into playoffs or the best mid laner going into... This is an easy question as well for me. Mid lane has been the best role in League of Legends for like 95% of the existence of the game. It's in the middle of the map. It's a solo lane experience. You have so many options. You have so much power. Mid lane for sure for me.
I agree, but what if JoJo was top lane and Licorice was mid?
I don't care about the players. I answered it just with roles.
Okay, and JoJo, I think, is going to have more MVP votes than Licorice as well, so I'm going to say that as well. Tougher upper bracket matchup to predict. EG versus C9 or GG versus NRG now that it is set.
Tougher to predict.
It's that for me. I'm likely predicting C9 the entire time. So in terms of toughness of predictions, it's already done.
You're not predicting Golden Guardians?
Not the whole time. Not to mention that this is the matchup that C9 didn't want to play against, so they thought there was more strength on the NRG TL side.
They did choose this side.
Yeah.
True. But I think that was more fear of energy.
Yeah, I'm predicting favorites no matter what, but this is easier.
I feel like that one is a little bit easier too. NRG are so good against top teams, and Golden Guardians are for sure a top team for LCS.
Yeah, so who's gonna win?
I'm still going Golden Guardians.
Okay.
Golden Guardians have been amazing recently.
Yeah, next slide on This or That with Kobe and Jat. NRG and TL gold graphs are art, painful, or meaningless. I kind of feel like it's all of the above, but I have to pick one. So I feel like TL, NRG, gold graphs are meaningless.
I think they're for sure meaningless.
Yeah, because anything can happen no matter what the gold graph says.
Exactly. Anybody can get picked at any point.
Yeah.
The game's going back and forth.
Yeah.
100% I agree.
But I feel like something's freeing about them being meaningless. It allows you to enjoy the emotion of the game and the ebb and flow.
Honestly, is there any meaning in life at all? Let's go to the next slide. Maybe we'll find out. Most likely to make their lower bracket run. Is it 100 Thieves, Dignitas, or Team Liquid?
Okay,
now,
so
I know you've got a little bit of bias.
So, Doublelift tied for most worlds of all time with Jensen, who's made the most consecutive worlds ever. And the answer is Team Liquid because they're the higher seed and they have a better early game, Kobe.
I knew it was coming. There's no way you are not answering Team Liquid. I'm all aboard the Dignitas hype train here, though.
Really?
100%. I feel like this team is so easy to root for.
Okay.
That I just, that's my vote. It's more fun.
You're leaving Doublelift out to dry, huh? After all these years. After all these years.
He had internal bleeding. I don't know how long it takes to recover from that.
All right, fair enough. I said TL anyway. They're the higher seed. That's a wrap for This or That. Send your suggestions to the YouTube comments. Some of them will get thrown in there, I think. And that's going to be it for This or That with Kobe and Jat. So let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. We got Revenge, Dokla, Summit in the top lane. Boogie Contract Shaden in jungle. JoJo with the fastest mythic item at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And the fastest kill for Wild Turtle in the bot lane at 4:44. What jumps out to you, Kobe?
Sorry, he was talking to me. Just told me right now I'm on this also. What did you just say?
It's just the Samsung SSD Fast 5. Tell me the most interesting thing to you. Give me a name.
Boogie! Honestly, I thought Boogie got snubbed for jungle.
Fair enough. A reminder that Samsung is partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers. Congrats to those who earned bonus points this week. Plus, use code SSD990LCS through August 20th to get 10% off 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. That also brings us to the MasterCard Player of the Week. Not too many candidates to choose from.
Who's it going to be?
Well, Player of the Series today was not as powerful as Player of the Series yesterday. That's what we said. Yeah, it's the 3-2 win for
the 18-kill game, huh? I mean,
that's a biggie.
Honestly, he was just getting last hits there. 18 of the last hits.
I mean, but that's still the fact that the most kills a top laner had this split was 9, and he had 18 in that game. Second most kills a player has ever had in an LCS playoff game, most ever for a top laner.
Yeah.
18 kills Jax is just so absurdly high.
And while that was a very impressive number, I actually thought the Aatrox game was more impressive of a game that he played.
Yeah.
Because he was such a massive force for them in that game, especially the big escape on the bottom side of the map where he escaped from 4 members trying to collapse, all of them flashing towards him to try and get the kill, and he still sustained through it. He still escaped. Massive, massive stuff there from Revenge, from the top lane role too, which has not been super highlighted throughout this summer.
Yeah.
There have been a couple cases.
Unless you're on Jax or Rumble.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned. Yeah. Summit today on
or
Jax.
Aatrox.
Or Aatrox. We're going to see more of him as we move towards the rest of the bracket. Still a lot of League of Legends to be played here in North America. Upper bracket, Golden Guardians, NRG, C9 EG, that is set. The winner of both of those matchups will have enough to qualify for Worlds. The top 3 qualify. Top 4 will get international play. There is going to be that NAEU Worlds qualifier between the 2 4th seeds, so lots to look forward to. 4 matchups next week. That's all for us. We will be back on Thursday. TSM versus Dignitas, but we'll be playing games all the way through Sunday next week. So 4 days of playoff League of Legends coming up next week. It's going to be a fun one. We'll see you then.
Bienvenidos and welcome to day 2 of the first week of playoffs here in the LCS Summer Split.
That's nice. I think the biggest thing too is just don't ego, don't disrespect. We're playing against ourselves at the end of the day.
Think big picture, big picture.
Yoshik gets engaged on by Palafox, throws out the ulti, roots him up. Hey, Palafox doesn't have flash from before. Maybe Core JJ can lock him up, and Giannis just dumping damage into Palafox's back. The killer instinct was so easy and so free. Summon is able to get a shutdown on top of that as well. FBI flashing forward, has the GN inside, so he has all the confidence to be able to take out Yon and to be able to take out Team Liquid. Yon is in the fountain, he goes golden, but all for naught, as Summon is the last one standing outside of the fountain, and NRG, poke comp, be damned, they will take game 1.
Stunning Trist.
Don't Trist. Yeah, I'm chunking her.
Yeah.
Slowly, leave it.
Okay, looking Trist.
Go.
I stun.
No flashes.
Looking Chono. Chono's
No flash. Oh, yeah, that's smart thing.
No.
Yeah, you are too good at Ezreal, bro.
Bye.
They have the numbers advantage right now. Yon has already burned the cleanse. API gets popped by FBI, and Yon has got nowhere to run. Killer instinct over the wall. He's able to get through it.
They chase TL across the map from the Dragon to their base all the way to the enemy Nexus. NRG gonna take game number 2 and move us to match point here.
They get the 2 Nexus turrets easily. Team Liquid are not done yet, folks. Contracts goes in on the APA, but they make short work of the front line. They jump back on APA, but he still survives, and Summit can just whack and bonk on the Nexus to close out the game. Doko looking for another re-engage as well. Summit jumps in, Counter-Strike. Here comes the engage from Ignar, right into the middle. Summit and Pioshik still surviving the onslaught, and Yon is forced out of the fight because FBI from over the wall finds a true shot barrage and takes out more frontline members, and Palafox gets the reset.
They've got no answer for Palafox.
Summit jumps right into the back line of NRG, but they peel him off. Counter-Strike already used. A lot of damage being splash damage. Palafox cleans it up for the unofficial pentakill, and NRG will advance in the upper bracket to face against the Golden Guardians.